the human relic hunter. The void stretched endlessly, a black sea of nothingness that seemed to mock Durin's every effort. He slammed a clawed hand onto the console, glaring at the unresponsive scanner display. "Come on, Seraph. Don't make me beg. Run the scan again. This time try harder." The AI's voice crackled through the cabin, dry as a sandstorm. "Running the same scan for the 11th time will not yield a different result, Durin. Insanity is repeating." "I will disconnect you," Durin snapped, pointing a finger at the overhead speakers. "I'll replace you with something cheap and cheerful, like a singing navigation app." Seraph paused. "Scan initiated. Again." Leaning back in his captain's chair, Durin tossed a fragment of ration stick into his mouth and scowled at the empty display. He was no stranger to the void, it was his livelihood after all. But this part of the Orion cluster was different. It felt heavier, more desolate. Even the usual background radiation seemed subdued, as if the universe itself had forgotten this corner of existence. Still, if the relic was here, it would all be worth it. "You know," Durin said, shifting in his seat, "humans were supposed to be these big, galaxy-changing badasses, conquerors, philosophers, explorers. So how come their tech is always buried in the worst parts of space?" Seraph's reply was immediate. "Possibly because they annihilated themselves," he grinned. "Dark, but fair." The truth was, humans fascinated him. They were the ghosts of the galaxy, a species that had vanished long before his ancestors had even discovered fire. All that remained of them were myths, relics, and the occasional data cube full of encrypted gibberish. To some, they were nothing more than bedtime stories. To Durin, they were his ticket to fame and fortune. And if this lead panned out, it would make every miserable moment worth it. Months earlier, on the Halestian homeworld, he'd bought an ancient data cube from a trader too oblivious to know what he had. Durin had taken one look at the faint Terran glyphs etched into its surface and handed over the credits without haggling, a rare moment of generosity, though he'd never admit it. Deciphering the cube had been a nightmare, but what it revealed was worth every sleepless night. A fragment of a star map pointing here to the Orion cluster, and to what the data claimed was a human vessel, an intact human vessel. "Anything yet?" he asked, jabbing at the scanner display for the 4th time in as many minutes. For a moment, silence. Then finally the display flickered. A faint, solitary blip appeared, barely visible against the static. Durin froze, his antennae twitching. "Seraph?" The AI hesitated, almost as if it was reluctant to answer. "Running enhanced analysis. Confirmed. Structure detected approximately 1.2 parsecs ahead. Composition consistent with Terran alloys. No active propulsion or communication signals detected." His heart skipped a beat. He leaped to his feet, claws clattering against the console. "Ha! I knew it! Who doubted me? That's right, nobody." He jabbed a finger at the empty cabin, grinning like a fool. "Your ego is distressing," Seraph deadpanned. Ignoring the AI's jab, Durin leaned closer to the viewport, his grin morphing into a thoughtful smirk. "All right," he muttered, opening a compartment beneath the console. "Let's suit up. You find an ancient death trap, you don't walk in wearing your best casuals." He hauled out his relic hunting suit, a patched and battered piece of gear that had seen more duct tape than maintenance. The helmet's visor was scratched, the seals were grungy, and one knee joint made a faint clicking noise whenever he moved. As he began strapping it on, Seraph's voice chimed in. "That suit has a 24% chance of failing under moderate duress." "And you have a 100% chance of being irritating," Durin shot back, tugging the final strap tight. "We all take risks, don't we?" Slowly, the shape of the derelict came into view, a massive, angular silhouette hanging like a corpse against the faint light of distant stars. "Humans," Durin muttered, shaking his head. "They always built their stuff to look like it was already halfway to falling apart." The Wanderer inched closer, and the derelict's details became clearer. Its hull was pitted and scarred, the kind of damage that told stories of long-forgotten battles. The name of the ship, scrawled in faded Terran script, was barely legible. "Can you make out the name?" he asked, his voice quieter now. Seraph replied after a moment. Eternal resolve. Durin let out a low whistle. Dramatic. Humans always had a thing for drama, didn't they? Possibly because they were often at war with themselves, Seraph offered. Yeah, well, I'm not here to psychoanalyze a dead species, he said, settling back into the captain's chair. I'm here to get rich. Now let's get closer. If I'm lucky, they left something shiny. As the wanderer drew nearer, the scanner flickered again, momentarily disrupted. Durin frowned. Seraph? What was that? Unknown interference, the AI replied. Residual energy signatures detected. Residual. Right. That was comforting. Durin exhaled, shaking off the creeping unease. Relax, Seraph. What's the worst that could happen? The derelict loomed larger, its shadow swallowing the stars. For the first time, Durin felt a flicker of doubt, but he pushed it aside. After all, no one got famous without taking a few risks. And this was the biggest gamble of his life. The eternal resolve loomed larger with every passing moment, its jagged outline cutting through the darkness like a warning. Durin leaned forward in his chair, eyes locked on the derelict as he adjusted the wanderer's trajectory. The ancient vessel was massive, far larger than he'd anticipated, and every scar etched into its hull whispered of a history long forgotten. Well, Seraph, he said, his tone light despite the flutter in his stomach, I'd say we've officially found the galaxy's worst fixer-upper. I mean, look at this thing. It's got more dents than a Crothy pub brawl. The AI's voice responded, dry and measured. Apt comparison. Both tend to end with someone drifting lifelessly in space. Durin grinned, letting the barb roll off him. That's the spirit. Keep up the encouragement, and I might just cut your sarcasm subroutine in half. Do that, and I'll replace my subroutine with an audio loop of your snoring, Seraph shot back. He snorted, adjusting the ship's scanners for a closer look at the derelict. The hull was pitted and burned, the result of what must have been an ancient battle. Some of the damage was so extensive it exposed skeletal frameworks beneath, lending the eternal resolve the eerie appearance of a gutted predator. Faded Terran glyphs ran along the ship's midsection, barely visible beneath centuries of accumulated cosmic grime. A peculiar series of etchings stood out among the scars, patterns that looked almost deliberate, like symbols or warnings. Hey, Seraph, those marks look weird. You picking anything up on them? The AI scanned for a moment before replying. Unknown origin. They are consistent with Terran design but may also indicate post-damage tampering, or graffiti. Right, Durin muttered, tilting his head, because nothing screams millennia-old human death trap like vandalism. Bet some pirate carved kill rack was here before getting atomized. Statistically plausible, Seraph replied, though the energy readings I'm detecting are decidedly less humorous. That gave him pause. Energy readings? You told me this thing was dead. It was. However, as we've approached, I'm detecting faint electromagnetic pulses originating from within the ship. Durin frowned. Residual systems kicking in? Possible. Or, Seraph added with a pointed pause, not. The lights in the cabin flickered, drawing Durin's attention. His grin faltered, replaced by a cautious squint. Okay, you're officially ruining the adventure vibe. Stop that. Noted, Seraph replied. Shall I also refrain from pointing out the 34% increase in scanner interference and system instability? Durin rubbed his temple with one claw, muttering under his breath. Just had to buy the AI with a personality. Could have gone for the cheap silent model, but no. Despite the banter, unease began to creep into his chest. Something about the eternal resolve didn't sit right. It was too still, too silent. Ships didn't just drift for thousands of years without someone salvaging them or breaking them apart for scrap. All right, let's dock this thing, he said, shaking off the tension and focusing on the controls. The derelict's docking port came into view, a jagged, partially damaged circle on the ship's side. He frowned. That's not exactly welcoming. Neither is the increasing power surge from within the vessel, Seraph said. Relax, Durin replied with a forced chuckle. It's probably just a loose capacitor or some ancient human toaster trying to reboot. Nothing to worry about. He guided the Wanderer closer, gripping the controls tighter as the docking clamps extended toward the derelict. The first attempt failed, the clamps grinding against warped metal. Durin cursed under his breath, pulling the ship back and adjusting his alignment. "Human ships," he muttered, "built like tanks but dock like toddlers. Why can't anything just work?" "Perhaps because this vessel has been adrift for several millennia," Seraph quipped. "Thanks for the reminder," Durin shot back. "You're a real ray of sunshine, you know that?" The second attempt succeeded, the clamps latching onto the derelict with a metallic clang. For a moment, all seemed still. Then a low, reverberating hum vibrated through the cabin. Durin froze. Seraph? Did the ship just sigh at me?" "Unclear," the AI replied. "However, I am now detecting faint rhythmic energy pulses deeper within the vessel." Durin exhaled, trying to laugh off the tension. "It's fine. Haunted ships don't exist. That's just holodrama nonsense." The cabin lights flickered again, this time longer than before. A faint vibration rippled through the Wanderer, setting Durin's teeth on edge. "Totally fine," he muttered, grabbing his gear and strapping on his utility belt. "Nothing weird at all. Just a big, creepy old ship that's definitely not plotting to kill me." "Self-reassurance. Ineffective," Seraph noted. Durin rolled his eyes, standing at the airlock as he stared at the sealed hatch of the Eternal Resolve. His claw hovered over the manual override, hesitating. "Here goes nothing," he muttered. As he reached for the lever, a faint sound echoed through the derelict, a metallic scraping. Something was moving. Durin froze, his heart's hammering in his chest. "Oh, come on! Creepy noises too? You've got to be kidding me." "Recommendation: proceed with extreme caution," Seraph said. "Yeah, no kidding," Durin replied, forcing himself to smirk despite the cold sweat running down his back. He gripped the lever tighter and muttered, "What's the worst that could happen?" With a sharp tug, he pulled the override. The hatch hissed open, revealing only darkness beyond. The hatch hissed open, revealing a yawning void of blackness. Durin stood at the edge, his suit light cutting a narrow beam into the corridor beyond. Dust motes danced lazily in the beam's glow, settling like ghostly remnants of centuries gone by. He took a step forward, the sound of his boots muffled against the ancient deck plates. "Seraph, give me a status report," he muttered, his voice crackling slightly in the comms. The AI's response was as dry as ever. "The suit is detecting a faint but breathable atmosphere. Oxygen levels are minimal but sufficient for human standards." Durin paused mid-step and tilted his helmet toward the ceiling. "Minimal, huh? Well, look at that. Fancy a nice lungful of ancient death, Seraph? Maybe I'll save on oxygen and take off the helmet." "I recommend against it," Seraph replied curtly. "The atmosphere could contain contaminants, pathogens, or worse. Statistically, exposure would result in respiratory failure within—" Yeah, Durin interrupted, waving a hand dismissively. "You're such a buzzkill, you know that?" He took another step forward, his suit light swinging across the corridor. The darkness seemed to press in from all sides, heavy and oppressive. Every surface was coated in a thick layer of grime and corrosion. Dust-covered panels lined the walls, their ancient screens cracked or shattered. As he moved further in, he felt it, a faint vibration beneath his boots, subtle but persistent, like the slow heartbeat of something vast and ancient. "Seraph," he muttered, his antennae twitching. "You feel that?" "I lack physical sensation, Durin," Seraph replied flatly. "However, I am detecting minor vibrations consistent with residual energy flows. It's likely the ship's systems are not fully dormant." Durin smirked. "Not fully dormant, huh? So you're saying it's alive? Great. Should I introduce myself now or wait for it to eat me?" "If this vessel is capable of consumption, you'll likely have no choice," Seraph said. Durin chuckled, despite the faint unease creeping into his chest. He swept his light across the walls, revealing deep scorch marks and jagged scratches that looked disturbingly deliberate. "Okay, that's new," he muttered, crouching to inspect one of the marks. "Claw-like, big claws too. Remind me again how humans wiped themselves out when they had monsters like this hanging around?" Historical records suggest humans were more proficient at self-destruction than they were at dealing with external threats, Seraph offered. Comforting. He stood and continued forward, his light catching glimpses of broken human tech scattered along the floor. A rusted, boxy device sat to the side, its wires spilling out like the entrails of a mechanical corpse. Durin crouched down and tapped it with a claw. No power, he muttered. Figures. Humans built their stuff to last, but I guess nothing survives thousands of years in a place like this. Except you, apparently, Seraph quipped. Durin smirked. I'm a tough one. The corridor stretched ahead, eerily quiet save for the occasional creak of metal underfoot. He paused at an intersection, shining his light in both directions. To the left, a collapsed bulkhead blocked the way. To the right, a faint glow caught his attention. Well, that's inviting, he muttered, turning toward the glow. As he approached, the light grew brighter, emanating from a wall panel partially hidden beneath layers of dust and grime. It was faintly glowing, its surface etched with faded human glyphs. Durin stepped closer, brushing away the dust with a claw. Seraph, tell me this thing isn't about to explode, he said, his tone half serious. I detect no immediate threat. However, interacting with unknown systems is highly inadvisable. It could trigger defensive mechanisms or compromise structural integrity. Yeah, Durin muttered, his curiosity already overriding the AI's warnings. What's life without a little danger, right? He tapped a button at random, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then a low mechanical groan reverberated through the corridor, sending a shiver down his spine. The panel flickered to life, its glyphs shifting and rearranging themselves into a barely comprehensible pattern. Durin leaned closer, squinting at the screen. Well, that's not ominous at all, he muttered. The faint glow extended down the corridor, emergency lights flickering on and bathing the area in a dim red hue. The vibrations beneath his feet grew slightly stronger, and the hum of residual energy deepened, almost like a whisper in the back of his mind. Seraph, I think I just woke something up, he said, half joking, half serious. Indeed. Congratulations on your continued pattern of ill-advised decisions, the AI replied. Durin straightened, glancing over his shoulder at the corridor behind him. It was empty, but the oppressive silence felt heavier now, as if the ship itself was watching him. Right, he muttered, gripping his flashlight tighter. Let's keep moving. What's the worst that could happen? The vibrations pulsed again, stronger this time, and for a brief moment he thought he heard something. A faint metallic scraping, distant but deliberate. Durin froze, his heart's hammering in his chest. Seraph, tell me you heard that. I have no auditory capacity, the AI replied, but sensors indicate a faint movement in the vicinity, likely residual mechanisms. Residual my ass, Durin muttered, turning back toward the darkened corridor. The scraping sound came again, louder this time, echoing through the ship like a warning. Well, Durin muttered, forcing a grin, this just keeps getting better. The dim emergency lights cast the corridor in a blood-red hue as Durin crept forward. Each step echoed faintly, swallowed almost instantly by the oppressive silence. The vibrations beneath his boots hadn't stopped, in fact. They seemed to pulse with a rhythm now, slow and deliberate, as if the ship was breathing. Seraph, tell me again this thing isn't alive, he muttered, gripping his flashlight tighter. I have no evidence to suggest biological activity, the AI replied. However, the residual energy patterns are intensifying. Proceed with caution. Durin smirked, though the expression didn't quite reach his eyes. Caution? Where's the fun in that? As he rounded the corner, the corridor opened into a larger space. His suit light swept across the room, revealing a circular chamber with shattered screens lining the walls. The glass from several displays crunched beneath his boots as he stepped in, the sound unnervingly loud in the quiet. Okay, he said, scanning the room. This looks important. It appears to be the ship's control center, Seraph offered. Durin approached the central console, a massive slab of ancient Terran engineering. Its surface was cracked in places, and wires dangled haphazardly from underneath. He brushed a claw over the dusty controls, revealing faint, faded glyphs beneath the grime. Humans sure love their buttons, he muttered. Durin, Seraph said sharply, I must reiterate, interacting with unknown systems could trigger unintended consequences. This ship may contain… Treasure, Durin interrupted, his grin returning. Come on, Seraph. If they didn't want people pressing buttons, they shouldn't have made them so shiny. Before Seraph could protest further, Durin tapped a button at random. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a low groan that seemed to come from the depths of the ship, the console flickered to life. Lights danced across its cracked surface, and several of the shattered screens on the walls sparked and buzzed. Well, would you look at that? Durin said, leaning closer to the console. The displays sputtered and finally stabilized, showing corrupted lines of human text interspersed with schematics and flickering maps. One of the screens in particular caught his eye, a map of the ship, with a pulsating red dot deep within its lower levels. Seraph, what am I looking at here? The AI scanned the data. The map appears to highlight the ship's layout. The red marker likely indicates either a critical system or an anomaly. Treasure, Durin declared, pointing at the screen. That's gotta be treasure. I must remind you, Durin, that anomalies rarely signify something desirable. It could be a reactor meltdown, a security system, or something shiny, Durin finished, grinning. I'm going with shiny. Before Seraph could respond, a new sound interrupted the moment, a loud metallic groan from deep within the ship. It reverberated through the chamber, followed by a faint rhythmic thudding. Durin froze, his antennae twitching. What's that? I am detecting movement several decks below, Seraph said, his tone unusually tense. This ship is not dormant. The thudding grew louder, accompanied by faint clicks and scrapes. Durin glanced back at the map, noting the red dot's position. It hadn't moved. Whatever was making the noise, it wasn't coming from the marked location. Looks like we've got company, Durin muttered, his smirk faltering. Or treasure. Let's hope for treasure. He turned toward the corridor he'd just entered from, gripping his flashlight tighter. The rhythmic sound was unmistakable now. Clink, clink, clink. Seraph's voice cut through the growing tension. Durin, movement detected. Behind you. He spun around, the beam of his light sweeping the doorway. Nothing. The corridor was empty, but the sound persisted, louder now, deliberate and methodical. Okay, Durin muttered, backing toward the console. Definitely haunted. Fantastic. The light flickered briefly, plunging the room into near darkness. When it returned, his flashlight caught a fleeting glimpse of something scuttling out of sight. A shadow, low to the ground and unnaturally fast. Seraph, tell me you saw that, he hissed. I do not have visual capacity, the AI replied calmly. However, I have detected rapid movement consistent with a small mechanical object. Durin swallowed hard, his pulse racing. Small and mechanical? That doesn't sound so bad. A faint metallic scraping echoed through the control room, closer this time. The emergency lights dimmed slightly, and the rhythmic thudding sound grew louder, now accompanied by faint mechanical clicks. Well, this just keeps getting better, Durin muttered, forcing a grin as he slowly reached for the plasma cutter strapped to his belt. If something lunged at him, at least he'd go down carving it to bits. The scraping stopped. For a moment, the room was silent. Then, from the darkness, a voice crackled through the air, garbled and faint. Unauthorized. Access. Detected. Durin froze. The words echoed through the room, garbled and mechanical, yet laced with a deliberate menace. His flashlight beam swept across the control room, catching faint glints of shattered glass and twisted metal, but no movement. Unauthorized. Access. Detected, the voice repeated, crackling through unseen speakers. Seraph, Durin whispered, his antennae twitching furiously. Tell me that's just a pre-recorded message. I'm afraid not, the AI replied, its tone clipped. Sensors indicate localized movement in this sector. The ship's systems are partially active, and something is responding to your presence. Durin's clawed hand tightened on the plasma cutter at his belt. Something? Fantastic. Got anything more specific than something? Unfortunately, the energy readings are inconsistent, Seraph said, almost apologetic. It could be a remnant maintenance system, or a defensive mechanism. Or treasure, Durin said weakly, trying to grin but failing miserably. The rhythmic clink, clink, clink grew louder, each metallic impact punctuated by a faint scraping, like a rusted limb dragging across the floor. Durin backed toward the console, his light swinging wildly across the room. The sound wasn't coming from the corridor, it was in the control room now, circling just beyond the edge of the dim emergency lights. "Seraph," he hissed, his voice low and tight. "I need options. What am I dealing with?" "Processing," the AI replied. "Stay calm." "Calm? I'm calm. This is me calm," Durin snapped, gripping his plasma cutter tighter. A shadow darted into the edge of his flashlight's beam, a small, scuttling figure. It moved awkwardly, one leg dragging behind it with a grinding noise. The rhythmic clinking matched its uneven steps. "There!" Durin shouted, his flashlight pinning the figure in its beam. What he saw made him blink in disbelief. It was a drone, a squat, rusted maintenance bot, barely the size of a crate. Its cylindrical body was covered in dents, and one of its wheels was bent at an absurd angle, causing it to clunk with every rotation. A mismatched mechanical limb dragged behind it, scraping the floor as it moved. "Unauthorized. Access. Detected," it repeated, its garbled voice coming from a speaker that seemed on the verge of disintegration. Durin stared, his tension evaporating in a wave of incredulous laughter. "You've got to be kidding me. That's the big, scary thing making all that noise?" "I recommend caution," Seraph warned. "Despite its decrepit appearance, it may still be functional and dangerous." "Dangerous?" Durin said, gesturing at the stumbling bot. "It's got a wheel for a leg and it's dragging itself like it forgot how to die properly." The drone paused, its flickering optics focusing on Durin. For a moment it was unnervingly still. Then it spoke again, louder this time. "Unauthorized access. Initiating protocol." A hatch opened on its side, and a spindly mechanical arm extended, holding what looked like a crude welder. Sparks flew as the arm began to sputter to life. Durin's grin vanished. "Okay, maybe not entirely harmless. I suggest evasive action," Seraph said flatly. Durin dove behind the console as sparks flew past his helmet, landing with a grunt. The welder arm of the maintenance bot sputtered like it had a grudge against everything alive, or in Durin's case, unauthorized. "Hey!" Durin shouted, peeking out from cover. "You rust bucket! I'm not here to steal your bolts!" The drone froze mid-lurch, its optics flickering erratically. The welder arm retracted with a jittery motion, but the whirring noise it emitted sounded almost panicked. A garbled, shaky voice followed, a mix of static and distorted syllables. "Sit bolts! Neg! Mine! No steal! Ing!" Durin blinked, his antennae twitching. "What the hell was that? Did it just talk?" "It did," Seraph replied with the vocal equivalent of an eye roll. "Though its galactic standard is, frankly, atrocious. Allow me to translate. Stealing bolts? Negative. My bolts are mine, no stealing." Durin straightened slightly, his plasma cutter still gripped tightly in one hand. "It thinks I'm here to steal its bolts?" He laughed incredulously. "What kind of maintenance bot is this?" "The malfunctioning kind," Seraph replied dryly. "Please avoid further antagonizing it." The bot's optics flickered again as it shifted its attention toward Durin. Its welder arm jittered but didn't extend. A new stream of garbled speech followed. "Unauthorized personnel. Danger like other Earths." "Translation?" Durin prompted, raising a brow. Seraph sighed. "It says, unauthorized personnel. Dangerous, like the others." Durin lowered his plasma cutter slightly, curiosity overriding his caution. "The others? Wait, there were others? What happened to them?" The drone hesitated, its bent wheel grinding loudly as it shifted its weight. Then it replied, its voice even shakier. "Repelled. Other success. Successful. Mostly. Some fell into reactor pit. Not my fault." Durin's jaw dropped slightly. "Not your fault. Did you just admit to tossing intruders into a pit?" "It seems logical," Seraph interjected. "Crude but efficient. The pit appears to have been the preferred method of conflict resolution. The bot emitted a high-pitched whir that might have been agreement. Protect, ship, protect protocol, sys. Intruder, sys, danger, must, repel. Durin stared for a long moment, then let out a sharp laugh. You're telling me this thing's been chucking people into a pit for centuries? What kind of ship was this, a death trap disguised as a junkyard? Clearly, Seraph replied, but it seems you've managed to avoid joining the pit's illustrious list of victims. So far. Comforting, Durin muttered. Real comforting. Durin slowly lowered his plasma cutter completely, taking a step toward the drone. It was in worse shape than he'd initially thought. One wheel wobbled so badly it was barely functional, and several appendages dangled like broken twigs. Okay, he said cautiously. Do you have a name, or do I just call you Rusty? The drone whirred loudly, its optics flickering in what seemed like indignation. A burst of garbled noise followed. Main 10, Ants, Unit 13, tasked, maintain, ship integrity. Seraph, ever helpful, added, It says its designation is Maintenance Unit 13, tasked with maintaining ship integrity. Durin groaned. That's a mouthful. How about bolt? Because you're clinging to this place like a loose bolt about to fall off. The drone paused, its optics dimming briefly before replying with a begrudging whir. Bolt, designation, accepted, begrudgingly. See? Progress. Durin grinned and looked up at the ceiling. Even you have to admit that's better. Debatable, Seraph replied, though I'm sure its agreement stems more from desperation than preference. Durin leaned casually against the console, still catching his breath from their earlier introduction. He grinned at the newly named Bolt. So, Bolt, what exactly have you been up to on this ancient death trap? Because let me tell you, your welcome committee needs work. Bolt's optics flickered nervously, and it emitted a jittery whir before replying in its garbled voice. Ship, power levels, critical, protocol active, imminent self-destruction. The grin melted off Durin's face in an instant. Wait, what? He spun toward the ceiling, glaring at nothing. Seraph, translation, now. Seraph's voice filtered through the comms with its usual dry tone, but there was an unmistakable edge to it this time. Ship power critical, new protocol active. Without human restoration, the ship will self-destruct when reserves reach 0.01%. Durin froze, his antennae twitching wildly. It's gonna blow itself up? You couldn't have mentioned that before I walked in? Bolt whirred again, this time with a sound suspiciously like exasperation. Protocol. Standard. Unauthorized. Scavenging. Must prevent loss of Terran assets. Oh, that's great. Perfect. The ship's paranoid. Of course it is. Durin gestured wildly at Bolt. You've built yourself a real palace of sanity, Bolt. Turning back to Seraph, he asked, And what's it at now? 90%? 80%? We've got time, right? Seraph didn't miss a beat. 0.7%, time remaining, negligible. Durin threw up his hands. Oh, fantastic. Why not just blow up now and save us the suspense? Logic, flawed, Bolt interjected, its tone almost affronted. Cannot, abandon protocol, must protect Terran tech. Durin groaned, rubbing his temples with his claws. You're loyal to a bunch of dead humans who aren't even here to appreciate it. Fantastic. He sighed, forcing himself to calm down. Okay, Bolt, listen to me. How about this? I get you out of here. You ditch this floating death trap, come with me, and here's the kicker. I help you find the humans. Bolt froze, its optics dimming momentarily before flickering back to life. Humans, real? Locate? Possible? Possible, Durin replied, shrugging. Not a guarantee, mind you. I don't know where they are, but I'm looking for them too. Call it a mutual project. You help me grab something valuable, a treasure, a relic, something that might lead us to them, and you can join my crew. Deal? Bolt whirred, clearly processing. Join, crew. Temporary authorization? New captain? Yeah, we can call it temporary, Durin said quickly, waving a hand. We'll make it official if we ever find them. What do you say? Bolt tilted slightly, a faint grinding noise accompanying the movement. Terran data, vital, Data core, encrypted, contains knowledge, potential, coordinates. Durin blinked. The data core? You're saying it might have coordinates where we can find the humans? Possibility high, maybe even Earth, Bolt replied. But protocol limits access. Ship self-destructs without retrieval. Well, that's convenient, Durin muttered, but his expression brightened as he rubbed his hands together. All right, Bolt. You help me grab that data core and we'll make a run for it. Then you're officially part of my crew. Temporary crew, Bolt corrected. Until humans located. Seraph sighed audibly. Wonderful. Now we have two stubborn, outdated relics to deal with. Durin grinned. Don't act like you're not thrilled about it. He turned back to Bolt. Now let's grab that core and get the hell out of here before you and your precious protocols turn us all into space debris. The ship shuddered violently as the trio bolted from the control room, the data core clutched tightly in Durin's hands. Bulkheads groaned, and a loud metallic screech echoed through the corridors. Seraph! Durin shouted. Give me the fastest way out of here! I already have, Seraph replied. If you'd stop grandstanding, you might actually make it. Helpful as ever, Durin muttered, skidding around a corner. Behind him, Bolt clattered loudly, pausing occasionally to scan a malfunctioning system or realign a wobbling limb. Bolt, hurry it up! The ship's gonna blow! Integrity. Critical. Must repair. Must escape! Durin shouted, yanking the drone forward. You can fix the next death trap, I promise! The lights flickered again, and a massive section of the corridor collapsed behind them with a deafening crash. Captain, I suggest less sarcasm and more speed, Seraph quipped. Durin gritted his teeth as the exit hatch came into view. Almost there, Bolt. You're not ditching me for a reactor pit today. The drone whirred loudly, its optics fixed on the hatch. New captain. Priority. Escape imminent. They dove through the airlock just as the ship trembled violently, its structure on the verge of total collapse. Durin barely stumbled into the cockpit, clutching the glowing data core as the derelict ship behind them began its final collapse. Alarms blared throughout the Wanderer, the entire vessel trembling from the shockwaves of the detonation. Get us out of here, Seraph! Durin barked, slamming into the captain's chair. Seraph's voice crackled through the comms as dry as ever. I was waiting for your dramatic order. Engaging engines now. The Wanderer lurched forward, engines roaring to life as it rocketed away from the imploding derelict. Through the viewport, shards of metal and debris scattered into the void, glowing faintly against the backdrop of distant stars. The remains of the Terran ship folded in on itself before vanishing in a burst of silent, shimmering light. Durin exhaled loudly, slumping into his seat as the Wanderer stabilized. He held up the glowing data core, its faint blue light casting eerie patterns on his face. Well, Bolt, that's what I call earning your keep, he said with a crooked grin. Now let's hope this thing has something worth all the near-death experiences. Bolt clunked into the cargo bay, his wobbling wheel grinding noisily and one arm dangling precariously. Ship destroyed. Mission failed. But new captain safe. Success? Seraph's voice crackled through the comms, dry as ever. Success is an interesting word choice, considering the situation. Durin shot a mock glare at the overhead speaker. We're alive, aren't we? That counts as success in my book. He turned to Bolt, pointing a clawed finger. And you don't have to keep calling me new captain every 5 minutes. We get it. You're on the team now. Bolt tilted his cylindrical body, his optics flickering. Acknowledged. Temporary crew status. Accepted. Durin groaned, leaning back in his chair. That includes not saying that every time we talk. Just say okay or something. Bolt emitted a low whir, processing the request. Understood. Durin chuckled, shaking his head. See? Progress. Durin turned the glowing data core over in his claws, marveling at the craftsmanship. This little thing better have some answers, he muttered. Coordinates, maps, even a shopping list. Whatever the humans left behind, I want it. Seraph's voice crackled again. Assuming it's not encrypted beyond your understanding, Captain, you do realize your approach to deciphering technology often involves random button pressing. Durin smirked. Hey, it worked back there, didn't it? He stood and turned toward Bolt, studying the wobbling drone. Speaking of things barely working, let's get you fixed up, buddy. You're not going to make it through another adventure with that arm hanging off like a broken antenna. Bolt tilted again, emitting a quiet chirp. Repairs. Acceptable. Durin stood and headed for the cargo bay, grabbing his toolkit. Good. Let's get to work then. No slacking, Bolt. You got a lot to prove. As he knelt down to inspect the drone's damaged arm, the faint glow of the data core caught his eye again. His smirk widened. Humans better be as impressive as everyone says they were, or I'm charging them interest for all this effort. Seraph's voice came through once more. I'll keep track of your bill, Captain, though I suspect it will only grow larger. Durin snorted, tossing a wrench into his free hand. Add it to the tab, Seraph. We've got a galaxy to search. And as he set to work repairing Bolt, the Wanderer drifted further into the stars, the promise of discovery glowing faintly in the cargo hold. The Human Relic Hunter. Chapter 2. The Frozen Secret. The hum of the Wanderer's engines filled the cabin as Durin hunched over Bolt's cylindrical frame, wielding a plasma torch with the finesse of a novice. Sparks flew in erratic bursts, lighting up the cluttered workstation strewn with tools, wires, and scraps of plating. Bolt, for its part, chirped nervously. Hold still, will you? Durin muttered, squinting as he tried to reattach a loose panel on the drone's side. You're the one who wanted fixing. Or would you prefer to wobble around with half a leg for the rest of your days? Bolt's optics flickered in what might have been indignation. Repair status, critical, technique, suboptimal. Durin straightened, placing a clawed hand on his hip as he glared at the drone. Suboptimal? I saved your tin can from a self-destructing ship. You're lucky you're getting a tune-up at all. From the overhead speakers, Seraph's voice cut through, dripping with its usual sarcasm. You'll have to forgive him, Bolt. Durin's expertise lies more in breaking things than fixing them. Funny, Durin shot back, picking up a spanner. You weren't complaining when I patched this ship together with duct tape and prayers after our last job. The AI let out a dry hum. Yes, and I'm sure it'll hold up wonderfully during atmospheric entry. Nothing says structural integrity like adhesive strips. Durin grumbled under his breath and bent back to his work, muttering something about ungrateful AI companions. Bolt, sensing the tension, emitted a cautious beep. New captain, Bolt ventured, its voice warbling. Structural stability of this unit? Acceptable. Functionality restored? Almost, Durin said, tightening the last bolt with a sharp twist. There. Good as new. Well, as new as you're gonna get. He stepped back and surveyed the patched-up drone. One of its arms still dangled slightly out of alignment, but at least it wasn't sparking anymore. Bolt wobbled experimentally, then chirped with satisfaction. Systems! Operational! Gratitude! Extended! Durin grinned and tapped the drone's metallic dome. That's more like it. Now let's see what shiny secrets your precious humans left us. He turned toward the central console, where the data core sat in a secure casing, its faint blue light casting eerie shadows on the walls. Seraph's holographic form flickered to life above the console, its sleek, abstract design as impassive as ever. I've made progress deciphering the data core, Seraph announced, ignoring Durin's dramatic flourish as he gestured toward the console. Though I must say, Terran encryption is unnecessarily convoluted. It's as if they were actively trying to frustrate anyone who came after them. Probably were, Durin said, leaning over the console. What have you got? The hologram shifted, projecting a series of fragmented star maps. Glyphs and coordinates scrolled across the display, their meaning just out of reach. Preliminary analysis suggests this is a map, Seraph said dryly, though I'm sure you deduced that with your unparalleled intellect. Durin ignored the jab, his antennae twitching with excitement. This looks like a hidden system, way out in the middle of nowhere. Indeed, Seraph confirmed. The coordinates place it on the fringes of known space, but the system's current location has shifted over millennia due to galactic drift. I'll need to recalculate. Bolt chirped again, its optics glowing brighter. Humans, location, Isolatus Prime, probability high? Durin frowned. Isolatus Prime, what's that? Seraph hesitated, a rare moment of silence from the AI. It's a designation within the data core. Translated loosely, it means the isolated prime, a fitting name for a system designed to be hidden. The cabin grew quiet, the weight of the revelation settling over them. Durin leaned closer to the console, his excitement tempered by a flicker of unease. And we're sure this isn't just some dead end. Only one way to find out, Seraph replied, the hologram collapsing into a stream of numbers. I'll calculate the coordinates. Prepare the ship for a long jump. Durin stood straight, rolling his shoulders. All right, Bolt, get yourself settled. Seraph, work your magic. If this system holds even a fraction of what it promises, it'll make the Eternal Resolve look like a warm-up act. As the ship's hum deepened in preparation for the jump, Durin allowed himself a moment to dream. Treasure, answers, fame, everything he'd ever wanted might lie within their grasp. If they could survive getting there. The Wanderer drifted through the endless void, its engines humming softly as it pushed toward the edges of known space. The cabin lights flickered with their usual erratic rhythm, a reflection of Durin's patchwork repairs. Durin himself sat slouched in the captain's chair, one leg hooked over an armrest as he idly flipped a coin-like Terran trinket between his claws. Still calculating, Seraph? He asked, his voice tinged with impatience. The AI's holographic form shimmered to life on the main console, its abstract design radiating faint irritation. Unless you've discovered a way to bypass the complexities of galactic drift and time dilation, yes, I'm still calculating. Durin groaned, tossing the coin into the air and catching it with a lazy swipe. You've got all the computing power in the galaxy, and you're telling me it takes this long to plot a course? Yes, Seraph replied flatly. Unlike your seat-of-the-pants approach to navigation, I prioritize precision. Would you prefer we emerge from hyperspace inside a star? Don't tempt me, Durin muttered. Bolt chirped from across the cabin where it was carefully organizing tools Durin had abandoned mid-repair. Precision, critical, star collision, non-optimal. Durin snorted. Thanks, Bolt. Always good to have a second opinion. As if in defiance of Durin's skepticism, Seraph's projection flickered and displayed the final coordinates. A glowing map hovered in the air, highlighting a distant system far beyond the usual trade routes. There, Seraph announced, its tone smug. Isolatus Prime, an isolated star system orbiting an uncharted tundra world. Congratulations, Durin. You've officially reached the middle of nowhere. Durin leaned forward, his antenna twitching with curiosity. That's it? Doesn't look like much. It rarely does, Seraph replied. The system's orbital data suggests the presence of an artificial satellite, likely Terran in origin. I trust that piques your interest? He smirked, already punching in the jump coordinates. Oh, you know me. Anything old, dangerous, and shiny is right up my alley. Let's get moving. The Wanderer shuddered as its engines roared to life, and the viewport filled with the swirling blues and blacks of hyperspace. For a moment the cabin was silent, save for the soft hum of machinery. As the jump progressed, Durin wandered over to where Bolt was methodically aligning a row of spanners. So, Bolt, he began, leaning casually against the wall, ever been to the middle of nowhere before? The drone paused, its optics flickering. No data, on middle of nowhere. Assumed location, everywhere but here. Durin barked a laugh, clapping the drone's dome. Well, you're in for a treat. I hear the scenery's top-notch. Ice, ice, and more ice. Bolt tilted slightly, processing. Ice, hazardous to systems. Malfunction. Likely. Relax, Durin said, shaking his head. We'll bundle you up nice and warm. The ship dropped out of hyperspace with a jolt, the viewport flooding with the pale glow of a distant sun. Ahead, a planet emerged, its surface veiled in a thick shroud of icy clouds. Orbiting the planet was a small, angular moon that seemed too perfect in its symmetry. Seraph, Durin said, his voice quieter now. Tell me that's natural. It's not, the AI replied. Energy readings confirm artificial construction. The satellite appears dormant, though it is emitting faint residual signals. Durin's eyes narrowed as he studied the moon. Its surface was a patchwork of metallic panels, dotted with what looked like ancient weapon emplacements. Dormant, huh? I'll take your word for it. The Wanderer drew closer, and the planet's details came into view. Vast tundra plains stretched across its surface, broken only by jagged mountain ranges and frozen seas. Durin tapped his claws against the console, a faint unease creeping into his chest. Not exactly inviting, he muttered. Few Terran sights are, Seraph quipped. Bolt, ever the optimist, chirped. Planetary surface, promising. Terran artifacts, likely. Durin smirked, despite himself. Yeah, Bolt, likely. And probably guarded by a 1,000-year-old death trap. But hey, where's the fun and easy? As the Wanderer prepared to enter orbit, the artificial moon pulsed faintly, its dormant systems flickering to life. A low, garbled transmission crackled through the comms, the words barely decipherable. Warning, unauthorized approach detected. Durin froze, antennae twitching. Seraph? The AI's voice was clipped. The satellite is awakening. I suggest we prepare for deception or retreat. Retreat? Durin grinned, reaching for the controls. What's the fun in that? The Wanderer inched closer, its engines humming with determination as Durin braced himself for whatever challenge the Terran satellite had in store. The Wanderer hovered in low orbit around the icy planet, its engines humming with a steady rhythm. On the view screen, the artificial moon loomed large, its metallic surface reflecting faint streaks of light from the distant sun. Durin sat rigid in the captain's chair, his claws tapping nervously on the armrest. Okay, Seraph, he said, his voice low but firm. What exactly are we dealing with here? Seraph's holographic form flickered to life, projecting a glowing schematic of the moon. The satellite appears to be a Terran construct. Its design suggests it served as a defensive outpost or monitoring station. Faint energy signatures indicate partial system functionality. Durin squinted at the schematic, his antennae twitching. Partial functionality? You're saying it's not entirely dead? Correct, Seraph replied. Its systems are dormant but not defunct. Residual power levels suggest it could reactivate under certain conditions, such as an unauthorized approach. As if on cue, the comms crackled to life, a garbled voice cutting through the cabin. Warning! Unauthorized approach detected. State. Designation. Bolt emitted a nervous chirp, its optics flickering. New captain, this seems not good. No kidding, Bolt, Durin muttered, leaning forward. Seraph, tell me we've got something to throw at this thing. A clearance code, a distraction, anything. Fortunately, Seraph said, its tone dry as ever, I anticipated your usual lack of preparation. I've generated a falsified Terran clearance signature based on data retrieved from the Eternal Resolve. It's crude, but it may suffice. Durin shot a glance at the overhead speakers. And you're just now telling me this? I wanted to savor the moment, Seraph replied. Shall I transmit the signal? Do it, Durin said quickly, his fingers tightening on the armrests. The cabin grew tense as Seraph activated the falsified signal. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the garbled voice returned, its tone slightly less menacing. Clearance. Accepted. Temporary access granted. Proceed. With caution. Durin let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Well, that's a first. Something actually went right. Bolt chirped in agreement. Deception. Successful. New captain? Impressive. Don't encourage him, Seraph said. As the Wanderer drifted closer to the planet, the moon's faint glow began to dim, its systems settling back into dormancy. Durin relaxed slightly, though the unease in his chest remained. Seraph, he said, his voice softer now. What's the chance that thing's going to wake up again? Unknown, the AI admitted. Its systems are unpredictable, but it is unlikely to remain dormant indefinitely. I suggest proceeding with haste. The ship began its descent through the planet's atmosphere, the icy clouds parting to reveal a vast expanse of frozen tundra below. The terrain was stark and uninviting, with jagged mountains rising in the distance and patches of shimmering ice reflecting the pale sunlight. Durin peered out the viewport, his antennae twitching. Lovely place. Really screams ancient death trap. Bolt tilted its dome, processing the landscape. Terran artifacts. Highly probable. Exploration. Priority. Yeah. Durin muttered, adjusting the controls. Let's just hope whatever's down there is worth the trouble. As the Wanderer skimmed the surface, the ship's scanners beeped, highlighting a faint energy signature buried deep beneath the ice. Durin frowned, leaning closer to the console. Seraph, what am I looking at? The signature appears consistent with advanced Terran technology, Seraph said. It's faint, but localized. If I had to guess, it's emanating from an underground structure. Durin's smirk returned. Now we're talking. Bolt, you ready for another adventure? The drone chirped enthusiastically. Adventure? Optimal. New captain, lead the way. The ship settled onto the frozen ground, its landing struts sinking slightly into the ice. Durin stood, grabbing his gear and fastening his patched Relic hunting suit. All right, team. Let's see what the ghosts of humanity left behind this time. As he stepped toward the airlock, the faint crackle of static came over the comms once more. A chillingly familiar voice echoed through the cabin. Warning! Unauthorized personnel detected. Proceed. With caution. Durin froze, his antennae twitching wildly. Seraph, tell me that's just a glitch. Unlikely, the AI replied. It seems we've only scratched the surface of what this system has to offer. With a deep breath, Durin pulled the lever to open the airlock, stepping into the frigid unknown. Behind him, the Wanderer sat quietly, its engines idling like a predator ready to pounce. Above, the artificial moon hung in the sky, its dormant gaze seemingly fixed on the team below. Durin stepped out of the airlock, the biting wind cutting through the barren landscape like a knife. His boots crunched against the ice, the sound unnervingly loud in the vast, silent tundra. Above, the artificial moon hung ominously, its dormant systems giving no indication of activity. Seraph, Durin muttered, adjusting his helmet's visor against the glare of the planet's faint sun. What's the reading on this place? Anything useful? The AI's voice crackled through the helmet comms, dry as ever. Atmospheric composition is tolerable for humans, though hardly inviting. Surface temperature is -62 degrees. Your suit will hold for approximately 8 hours before requiring a thermal reset. Great, Durin muttered, scanning the horizon. Plenty of time to freeze to death if this treasure hunt goes sideways. Beside him, Bolt trundled along on its mismatched wheels, the uneven terrain causing an occasional lurch. The drone emitted a cheerful chirp. Thermal failure, suboptimal. Recommendation, maintain efficiency. Durin snorted. Thanks for the tip, Bolt. Really helpful. The landscape stretched out endlessly, a barren expanse of glittering frost and jagged ice formations. Mountains loomed in the distance, their peaks shrouded in thin wisps of cloud. The faint hum of the Wanderer's idling engines was the only reminder that they weren't completely alone. Seraph's voice broke the silence. The energy signature is approximately 1 kilometer north. I recommend proceeding with caution. The terrain appears deceptively stable. Durin started forward, his boots crunching against the frost. Caution's my middle name, Seraph. I thought it was recklessness, the AI quipped. Bolt chirped as it rolled alongside, occasionally skidding slightly on the icy surface. Terrain, stable, artifacts, possible beneath surface. Durin stopped and crouched, running a gloved claw over the frosted ground. Faint geometric patterns were etched into the ice, too precise to be natural. His antennae twitched as a thrill of excitement coursed through him. Seraph, you seeing this? He asked, tapping his helmet. The AI scanned through the suit sensors. Indeed, these patterns are consistent with Terran design. Likely decorative markings or possibly structural schematics buried beneath the surface. Or treasure maps, Durin said with a grin, standing and brushing the frost off his gloves. Come on, Bolt, let's find out where this rabbit hole leads. The trek across the tundra was grueling. Bitter winds whipped against Durin's suit, and the ground beneath his boots occasionally shifted with unsettling cracks. Bolt rolled unevenly behind him, its damaged wheels screeching faintly with every rotation. The drone paused periodically to stabilize itself before lurching forward again. Seraph's voice cut through the comms again. You're approaching the source of the energy signature, approximately 50 meters ahead. Durin squinted through the visor, his antennae twitching. The ice ahead shimmered faintly, reflecting the sunlight in a way that seemed unnatural. As they drew closer, the shimmering grew more pronounced, resolving into a circular depression in the ground. "Looks like we found something," Durin muttered, crouching near the edge of the depression. Embedded in the ice was a large circular hatch, its surface etched with faded Terran glyphs. The symbols were ancient, their meaning long lost, but they radiated an unmistakable air of importance. "Seraph, what do we have here?" "Analyzing," the AI replied. "The glyphs suggest this is a maintenance access point, likely leading to an underground structure. The hatch is sealed, but there appears to be an activation mechanism beneath the frost." Durin reached for a small plasma tool on his belt and began melting away the ice covering the hatch's edges. "Looks like it's time to earn my keep. Bolt, keep watch for anything sneaking up on us." The drone chirped affirmatively, its wheels skidding slightly as it turned in a wide arc to scan the surroundings. As the last of the ice melted, Durin spotted a faintly glowing panel on the hatch's edge. He tapped it experimentally, and a low hum resonated through the ground. "That's either really good or really bad," he muttered. The panel's glow intensified, and the hatch began to creak open with a hiss of pressurized air. A shaft extended downward, its walls lined with frost-covered metal and faintly glowing cables. "Well, team," Durin said, his voice tinged with excitement, "looks like we've got our way in." Seraph's voice, as dry as ever, responded, "I recommend haste. The energy signature has shifted slightly. Something within the structure may be activating in response to your presence." Durin glanced at Bolt, whose optics flashed nervously. "Relax, Bolt. We've made it this far. What's the worst that could happen?" As he stepped to the edge of the hatch and peered into the dark, glowing shaft, the faint hum from below grew louder, almost like a distant heartbeat. With a deep breath, Durin tightened his grip on his gear and began the descent into the unknown. The human relic hunter. The icy tunnels stretched endlessly ahead, the dim glow of Durin's suit lights casting long shadows on the frost-coated walls. Each step echoed faintly, swallowed almost instantly by the oppressive silence. Bolt trundled beside him, its mismatched wheels grinding softly against the uneven floor, while Seraph's voice provided occasional commentary through the comms in his helmet. "This complex is larger than anticipated," Seraph noted, his tone as dry as ever. "The energy reading suggests significant infrastructure buried beneath the surface, likely a combination of monitoring systems and power generators." "Great," Durin muttered, his claws tightening on the grip of his plasma cutter. "The bigger the place, the bigger the treasure, right?" "Or the bigger the death trap," Seraph quipped. Durin rolled his eyes and pressed on, his antennae twitching with a mixture of unease and excitement. The air grew colder as they descended, the frost on the walls thickening into solid ice. Bolt beeped nervously, its optics flickering as it scanned the passage. "Anomalous readings detected," the drone reported. "Faint power sources. Ahead." "Good," Durin said, trying to sound confident. "We're getting close." The tunnel opened abruptly into a cavernous chamber, its sheer scale forcing Durin to stop in his tracks. His suit lights swept across the room, revealing a massive central console surrounded by towering columns. The columns were intricately carved, their surfaces adorned with faded Terran glyphs and geometric patterns. Between the columns, large screens hung in fractured silence, their cracked surfaces flickering faintly with static. "Whoa," Durin breathed, stepping cautiously into the room. "Seraph, you seeing this?" "Indeed," the AI replied, its tone unusually subdued. "This appears to be the control center of the complex. The central console is likely the source of the energy signature we've been tracking." Bolt wheeled forward, its optics focused on the console. "Structure, operational, partial systems, online." Durin approached the console, brushing away a layer of frost to reveal a surface embedded with glowing circuits. The faint hum of dormant machinery filled the air, vibrating through the floor beneath his boots. "This thing's been sitting here for how long?" he muttered, running a claw over the console's surface. "Based on atmospheric and geological data, at least several millennia," Seraph replied. "It's remarkable that any of its systems remain functional." Durin crouched, inspecting the console more closely. A cluster of buttons and a circular interface glowed faintly, their symbols almost familiar. So how do we turn it on without blowing ourselves up? Carefully, Seraph said. There's an access port on the left side. Connect your suit's auxiliary interface. I'll handle the rest. Durin hesitated. You're sure this won't trigger some ancient security system? I'm not in the mood to get vaporized today. I'm confident enough, Seraph replied, his tone annoyingly calm. With a sigh, Durin extended a cable from his suit and connected it to the port. The console hissed faintly, its circuits pulsing with light as Seraph initiated the interface. The room came alive. Screens flickered to life, projecting holographic patterns and fragments of Terran glyphs. A low hum resonated through the chamber, growing steadily louder until it felt like the walls themselves were vibrating. Now we're talking, Durin said, grinning despite himself. Bolt beeped excitedly, rolling closer to the console. Systems, active, data streams, unstable. Unstable? Durin repeated, his grin faltering. The holograms above the console shifted, forming fragmented images of star maps, human figures, and machinery. Voices crackled faintly, speaking in garbled Terran phrases that sent chills down Durin's spine. Can you make sense of any of this? He asked, tapping his helmet. Patience, Seraph replied. The system is struggling to stabilize. Give me a moment. As Seraph worked, Durin wandered the room, his claws tracing the glyphs on the columns. The carvings told a story he couldn't understand but felt compelled to decipher. Bolt trundled after him, its optics flickering between the holograms and the carvings. This place feels alive, Durin murmured, like it's watching us. The Oracle is partially sentient, Seraph said, his voice sharper now. It's designed to process and respond to stimuli, though its functionality has degraded over time. Proceed carefully, Durin. This is no ordinary machine. Durin stopped in his tracks, his antennae twitching. Great! A thinking death trap. Just what I needed. Before Seraph could reply, the hum of the Oracle shifted, and the fragmented holograms began to coalesce into something clearer. A distorted voice echoed through the chamber, speaking words Durin could only partially understand. Warning. Unauthorized access detected. Proceed. With caution. Durin exchanged a glance with Bolt, whose optics glowed nervously. Seraph, tell me this thing isn't about to fry us. Unlikely, the AI said, though there was a note of uncertainty in its tone. The Oracle is attempting to communicate. Remain calm. Easier said than done, Durin thought as he turned back toward the console, watching the flickering holograms with equal parts fascination and dread. The chamber pulsed with a faint rhythmic hum as the Oracle's fragmented holograms stabilized, forming coherent images interspersed with static. Bolt trundled closer to the console, its optics scanning the shifting projections, while Durin stood frozen, transfixed by the sheer scale of what he was witnessing. Seraph, he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. What am I looking at? The AI's voice crackled through his helmet. The Oracle's primary systems are coming online. What you're seeing appears to be a partial data reconstruction, likely a combination of historical archives and operational logs. The holograms flickered again, displaying fragmented scenes of a long-lost era. Towering cities gleamed under alien skies, their spires reaching impossibly high. Vast ships, their designs sleek and alien even to Durin, sailed through space with a grace that defied understanding. The visuals were accompanied by faint audio, voices speaking in a language Durin couldn't decipher. This is humanity? Durin asked, his voice filled with awe. Fragments of it, Seraph confirmed. Their history, their achievements. But note the degradation. This data is incomplete, corrupted over time. Bolt beeped, its optics zooming in on the star maps that materialized amidst the shifting images. Data patterns, repeating, star systems, highlighted. The maps stabilized briefly, revealing a galaxy-spanning grid with 10 glowing markers scattered across its breadth. Each marker pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat, drawing Durin's attention. What are those? He asked, pointing at the markers. Seraph's tone grew sharper. Artifact locations. Each marker represents a site associated with Terran relics or technologies. If these coordinates are accurate, they could lead to answers or immense danger. Durin's antennae twitched with excitement. Danger! Treasure! It's all the same to me. We need those locations. The oracle's voice crackled to life, interrupting the conversation. It spoke in broken sentences, its tone mechanical yet tinged with something unsettlingly human. Warning, ascension, incomplete, project isolation, initiated, guardians, remain active, proceed, with caution. Durin frowned, turning to Bolt. Guardians? Seraph, what's it talking about? Unclear, the AI admitted. The term could refer to automated defense systems, sentient constructs, or something else entirely. What is certain is that these sites won't be unguarded. The holograms shifted again, this time showing fragmented images of conflict. Human ships battling against shadowy adversaries, cities consumed by fire, and towering machines unleashing destruction. The voice continued, repeating distorted phrases that sent chills down Durin's spine. Final safeguard, humanity's legacy, remains hidden, unauthorized access, triggers protocol. Bolt beeped nervously, its wheels shifting slightly. Protocols, dangerous. Recommendation, proceed. Cautiously. Durin exhaled, running a claw over the console. Yeah, no kidding. One of the holograms zoomed in on a particular star system, its coordinates glowing brighter than the others. The oracle's voice grew clearer, as if directing them specifically. Primary location, priority 1, access, restricted. Warning, approach at own risk. Seraph processed the data, its voice cutting through the tension. That system is deep within uncharted space. The oracle's emphasis suggests it holds something of critical importance, possibly tied to humanity's downfall. Durin's smirk returned. Critical importance sounds like another word for valuable. I'm in. Your optimism is admirable, Seraph said dryly, if misplaced. The room darkened slightly as the oracle's systems began to wind down, the holograms flickering and fading. Bolt beeped again, nudging the base of the console with one of its wheels. Data, unstable. System, shutting down. Not yet, Durin said, frantically reconnecting his suit interface. We need more information. The console emitted a low groan, the lights dimming further. The oracle's voice echoed one last time, its tone tinged with finality. Warning, access logged. Proceed, with caution. Guardians will awaken. The central console powered down completely, plunging the room into an eerie silence. Only the faint hum of residual energy remained, like the last breath of a slumbering giant. Durin straightened, his claws resting on his hips as he surveyed the now dormant oracle. Well, that was ominous. Understatement, Seraph remarked. We now have 10 potential artifact sites, all likely guarded by advanced defenses. And if the oracle's warnings are accurate, something or someone is aware of our presence. Bolt chirped nervously, its optics flashing in irregular patterns. Awareness, confirmed. Mission, high risk. Durin grinned, his antennae twitching with excitement. High risk, high reward. You know me, Seraph. This is exactly my kind of job. The AI sighed, or at least its equivalent. Then I suggest we leave before the so-called guardians arrive. Whatever they are, I doubt they'll appreciate our intrusion. Durin nodded, grabbing his gear and motioning for Bolt to follow. As they ascended the way they'd come, his mind raced with possibilities. Humanity's legacy, treasure, danger, it was all laid out before him, waiting to be uncovered. But as the oracle's final warning echoed in his mind, a flicker of doubt crept into his thoughts. Guardians remain. Let's hope they like visitors, Durin muttered, as the tunnels swallowed them in darkness. Durin emerged from the shaft, his boots crunching onto the icy surface of the tundra. He inhaled deeply, the freezing air within his helmet doing little to ease his nerves. Behind him, Bolt wheeled out awkwardly, its mismatched wheels struggling for traction on the frost-slick ground. That wasn't so bad, Durin said, trying to keep his tone light as he glanced up at the artificial moon hanging ominously in the sky. In and out without a hitch. Easy job. Seraph's voice crackled through his helmet comms, heavy with sarcasm. Easy? You've activated an ancient Terran system, accessed restricted data, and triggered multiple warnings. By all accounts, this is the opposite of easy. Details, Durin muttered, adjusting the straps on his gear. Anyway, we got what we came for. Let's get back to the ship before something decides to... A low rumble interrupted him, reverberating through the frozen ground. Durin froze, his antennae twitching wildly. Bolt beeped nervously, its optics swiveling toward the sky. "Seraph?" Durin said slowly. "What was that?" The AI's response was clipped. "The moon, it's powering up." Durin looked up just in time to see the artificial satellite come alive. Pulses of light rippled across its surface, illuminating faintly visible weapon ports that had been dormant moments ago. Beams of light swept across the tundra, their paths deliberate and methodical.
"Unauthorized access confirmed,"
a booming mechanical voice announced, echoing across the landscape.
"Defensive protocols initiated."
Durin cursed under his breath. "That's not good," Bolt chirped in agreement. "Defensive protocols, dangerous, immediate departure, recommended." "Yeah, no kidding," Durin snapped, breaking into a run. "Seraph, fire up the Wanderer and get over here. We're gonna need a pickup." There was a brief pause before Seraph replied, his tone begrudging. "Initiating remote startup. Estimated arrival in 3 minutes. Provided, of course, that you survive that long." "Not helping!" Durin shouted, leaping over a widening crack in the ice. Behind him, Bolt struggled to keep pace, its wheels skidding on the uneven ground. The rumbling intensified as beams of light swept closer, followed by a deafening explosion in the distance. Shards of ice and debris rained down, forcing Durin to shield his face. He glanced back to see a large chunk of the tundra collapse into a sinkhole. "Seraph!" he shouted, his breath fogging the inside of his helmet. "How close are you?" "The Wanderer is en route, though I should note that your location is rapidly becoming less hospitable." Durin skidded to a stop, turning to see Bolt struggling over a patch of jagged ice. "Come on, Bolt! Don't fall behind now!" "Mobility. Impaired," Bolt chirped, its optics flickering. "Ice. Suboptimal for wheels." "Yeah, I noticed," Durin muttered, running back to grab the drone. With a grunt, he hoisted Bolt over his shoulder and started sprinting toward the clearing Seraph had indicated for pickup. The ground beneath them shook violently, another explosion tearing through the air. Durin stumbled, but kept moving, his pulse racing as the moon's weaponry locked onto their position. "I strongly recommend you increase your speed," Seraph said, his voice calm despite the chaos. "The moon's targeting algorithms are adjusting." "Do I look like I'm taking a leisurely stroll?" Durin growled, his legs burning as he pushed himself harder. He spotted the faint silhouette of the Wanderer descending through the icy haze, its landing lights cutting through the gloom. The Wanderer hovered briefly before touching down, its ramp extending with a mechanical hiss. Durin sprinted up the incline as another beam of energy scorched the ground behind him, sending shards of ice pelting against the ship's hull. "Get us out of here, Seraph!" Durin barked, collapsing into the pilot's chair. Bolt rolled off his shoulder and onto the floor with a clatter, its optics spinning wildly. "Engines engaged," Seraph replied. "And might I add, your timing is impeccable. Another moment and you'd have been vaporized." The Wanderer roared to life, its engines propelling it skyward as the moon's weapons recalibrated. Explosions rained down around them, each blast sending shock waves that threatened to knock the ship off course. Durin gripped the controls tightly, sweat dripping down his face. "Those artifact locations better be worth it," he muttered. "Given your penchant for survival," Seraph said, "I'm sure you'll find a way to make them so. For now, try not to get us all killed." The Wanderer shot forward, leaving the collapsing tundra and deadly moon behind as Durin prepared for the most daring part of their escape. The Wanderer screamed through the icy atmosphere, its engines blazing against the frigid winds. Durin's claws gripped the controls so tightly his knuckles ached, his antennae twitching with each rumble of the ship's frame. Behind him, Bolt skidded across the floor with every sharp turn, chirping nervously. "Seraph!" Durin barked, his voice strained. "Tell me we're out of range!" "Not even close," Seraph replied, his tone maddeningly calm. The moon's targeting systems are locked onto us. Its weaponry is designed for precision tracking. Evasion will require— Yeah, Durin interrupted, cutting sharply to the left as a beam of light slashed through the air where the ship had been moments before. Evasion! I've got it covered! The moon loomed in the rear sensors, its surface pulsing with ominous energy. Beams of plasma shot from its weapon ports, each narrowly missing the Wanderer as Durin weaved through the sky. The ship's warning alarms blared incessantly, their shrill tones adding to the chaos. Recommendation, Seraph said, unfazed by the cacophony. Use the planet's terrain to your advantage. The moon's targeting algorithms may struggle with line-of-sight interference. Terrain? Durin snapped. We just left the planet. You want me to head back down there? Yes, Seraph said simply. Durin growled, his claws dancing across the controls. You're lucky I trust you, Seraph. Mostly. He angled the Wanderer downward, skimming the upper atmosphere as the planet's icy surface came back into view. The ship plunged toward the frozen terrain, its engines roaring against the sudden gravitational pull. Below, jagged cliffs and towering ice formations stretched like a labyrinth of natural defenses. Brace yourself, Bolt! Durin shouted over the din. Brace? For what? Bolt chirped, its optics flickering nervously. Just don't explode! The Wanderer leveled out mere meters above the ice, its engines kicking up a storm of frost and debris. Durin guided the ship through narrow passes and over frozen ridges, the moon's weaponry firing relentlessly behind them. Each blast shook the ship, sending warning lights flashing across the console. Seraph, where's my exit? Durin demanded, sweat dripping down his temple. Analyzing, Seraph replied. Ah, there's a natural tunnel system ahead. If you maneuver through it successfully— If, Durin cut in. You mean when I maneuver through it successfully? Confidence noted, Seraph said dryly. The tunnel system loomed ahead, its jagged entrance barely wide enough to accommodate the ship's wingspan. Durin gritted his teeth, angling the Wanderer downward as the moon's beams scorched the ground behind them. Here goes nothing, he muttered. The ship plunged into the tunnel, its frame scraping against the icy walls with a deafening screech. Inside, the narrow passage twisted unpredictably, forcing Durin to rely on split-second reflexes to avoid crashing. Structural integrity. Declining. Bolt beeped anxiously, its dome swiveling toward a panel that was sparking wildly. No kidding! Durin shouted, yanking the controls to avoid a jagged outcropping. Warning, Seraph said. The moon's targeting systems are compensating. You need to leave the tunnel before it collapses entirely. Working on it. The tunnel opened into a wide, frozen canyon, the sky above glowing faintly as the moon's beams continued their relentless pursuit. Durin pushed the engines to their limit, the ship's frame groaning under the strain. Seraph! He yelled. Tell me we've got something, anything to shake this thing off. Deploying decoy flares, Seraph replied. The Wanderer launched a series of bright, glowing flares that streaked upward, their heat signatures mimicking the ship's engines. For a moment, the moon's weaponry hesitated, its beams shifting to track the decoys. Did it work? Durin asked, his voice breathless. Temporarily, Seraph said, but the decoys will only delay the inevitable. I recommend executing an escape trajectory immediately. Durin nodded, his antennae twitching with determination. He angled the ship sharply upward, using the canyon's walls to shield their ascent. The moon's beams resumed their pursuit, but the delay was enough to give the Wanderer a head start. The ship broke through the planet's upper atmosphere, its engines blazing as it rocketed toward open space. Behind them, the moon's weaponry continued to fire, its beams growing fainter as the distance increased. We're clear, Seraph announced after a tense silence. For now. Durin slumped back in his seat, exhaling heavily. That was way too close. Agreed, Seraph said, though your improvisational piloting was adequate. Bolt beeped, its optics flickering in relief. Survival, achieved. Captain, skillful? Durin grinned weakly. Skillful, Bolt. Let's go with that. The Wanderer stabilized as the moon faded into the distance, its faint glow a reminder of the danger they'd escaped. Durin stared out the viewport, his thoughts drifting to the data Seraph had secured, the 10 locations that could hold the answers to humanity's greatest mystery. Well, he said, his voice steady despite the adrenaline still coursing through him. That's one hell of a start. With a flick of the controls, the Wanderer shot into the void, leaving the icy world and its deadly moon behind. Their journey was only beginning. The Human Relic Hunter. Chapter 3. Threads of the Past. The Wanderer drifted silently through the void, its engines humming softly as the aftermath of their harrowing escape settled over the cabin. Durin slumped in the captain's chair, his claws idly tapping the armrest as he stared out into the stars. His antennae twitched faintly, betraying the tension he tried to hide behind a facade of calm. "Captain?" Bolt's voice broke the quiet, hesitant and tinged with unease. "Playback. Authorized?" Durin groaned, tipping his head back. "Bolt, if you're talking about those creepy warnings, I think I've had enough of doom and gloom for one day." "Playback," Bolt chirped, ignoring him. "Initiated." A distorted voice crackled through the comms, its tone mechanical and foreboding. "Guardians remain. Proceed with caution." Durin rolled his eyes, sitting up in his chair. "See? We've heard it a dozen times already. And guess what? We're still here. No Guardians came knocking, no death traps followed us into hyperspace. We're fine." Seraph's voice cut through the cabin, dry as ever. "A rather bold conclusion given the circumstances. You did, after all, trigger an ancient Terran defense system and narrowly escape obliteration. Hardly what I'd call fine." Durin gestured broadly at the empty space outside the viewport. "Yeah, well, do you see any Guardians out there? No? Then I'm calling this a win." Bolt, perched on his mismatched wheels near the console, let out a nervous whir. "Guardians. Undefined. Possibilities. Extensive." Durin leaned forward, resting his chin on one hand. "Okay, Seraph, enlighten us. What do you think these Guardians are? Robots? Killer drones? Giant space bears?" "Given the Terran penchant for over-engineering, all of the above is plausible," Seraph replied. "However, the term Guardians implies entities designed to protect something of significant value. They could be advanced automated systems, sentient constructs with directives to enforce, or even bioengineered beings left behind by humanity." "Sounds like a whole lot of bad news," Durin muttered, crossing his arms. "Not necessarily," Seraph countered. "If these Guardians exist, they may only be hostile if we're deemed a threat. Of course," the AI added with a touch of irony, "your usual approach to relic hunting doesn't lend itself to subtlety." "Thanks for the vote of confidence," Durin shot back, though his antennae twitched with unease. "I'll make sure to put 'Don't anger the Guardians' at the top of my to-do list." Bolt tilted his dome, his optics flickering. "Guardians? Dangerous? Recommendation, proceed cautiously." Durin smirked, the tension easing slightly as he tapped Bolt's dome. "Thanks, Bolt. That's advice I'll definitely follow, right after I stop running headfirst into trouble." The drone chirped in agreement, seemingly missing the sarcasm, and rolled back to inspect the scattered tools on the floor. Durin sighed, leaning back in his chair again. "So," he said after a moment of silence, "what's the worst-case scenario, Seraph? Let's say these Guardians do exist. What are we up against?" Seraph's holographic form flickered to life above the console, its sleek abstract design glowing faintly. "Worst-case scenario? A self-repairing network of Terran war machines designed to eradicate perceived threats with extreme efficiency." "Comforting," Durin muttered, scratching the back of his neck, "really putting my mind at ease here." The AI's voice took on a sharp edge. "You asked for the worst case. Optimistically, they could be benign or even dormant, provided we don't activate them." "Well, here's hoping they're taking a long nap," Durin said, standing and stretching. His claws clattered lightly against the console as he glanced at Bolt. "You hear that, buddy? No waking up ancient death machines. That's your new mission." "Mission accepted," Bolt chirped earnestly, oblivious to the humor in Durin's tone. The tension in the cabin lifted slightly, but Durin couldn't shake the lingering unease. The Oracle's warnings echoed in his mind, threading a faint but persistent thread of doubt through his bravado. "Well," he said, breaking the silence, "we've survived so far. No sense in worrying about what's waiting until it's staring us in the face, right?" "An interesting philosophy," Seraph remarked dryly. Let's hope it serves you well. Durin offered a lopsided grin, but as the quiet of the void closed in again, he found himself staring out the viewport, his thoughts lingering on the unknown dangers ahead. As Durin finally pushed away from the viewport, he needed to keep his mind busy, and nothing did that better than poking around the ship's systems, or, as he preferred to call it, ensuring things didn't explode. Bolt rolled into the cabin, his mismatched wheels squeaking faintly against the deck. The drone chirped cheerfully, his optics bright and focused. New captain! Repairs! Complete! Functionality! Enhanced! Durin arched a brow and tilted his head at Seraph's holographic form. Care to translate the enthusiasm? Seraph's voice was clipped as always. During the post-escape repairs, I reactivated several dormant subroutines in Bolt's programming. These included his ability to read and interpret Terran glyphs, which had been non-functional due to extensive system degradation. Durin blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Wait, Bolt can read Terran glyphs now? Like, fluently? Within reason, Seraph replied, though I wouldn't expect nuanced literary analysis. Bolt chirped in, his dome tilting excitedly. Glyphs? Accessible. Practice? Possible? Durin leaned back in his chair, folding his arms. Huh. Well, look at you, Bolt, our own little translator. Can you actually use it, or are we about to have a lot of entertaining misunderstandings? Demonstration available! Bolt exclaimed, rolling eagerly to a nearby console where Durin had left a datapad displaying an image of a Terran artifact. The drone's optics scanned the glyphs, humming faintly as he processed the symbols. Translation, Bolt announced proudly. Caution, contents under pressure. Durin barked a laugh, slapping his knee. That's not exactly a Terran proverb, but I'll give you points for accuracy. An underwhelming debut, Seraph remarked dryly. Still, it's better than the alternative. Bolt beeped indignantly, his optics glowing faintly. More practice. Required. New captain? Approve? Durin smirked and gave the drone a mock salute. You're approved, buddy. Just don't get cocky. The cabin settled into a quiet rhythm again, until Durin's claws tapped against the edge of his chair. Speaking of Terran mysteries, he began, glancing toward Seraph, what's the word on that data core we yanked off the Eternal Resolve? You were working your AI magic on it, weren't you? Seraph's holographic form flickered slightly, as if in irritation. The data core is encrypted with multiple layers of advanced Terran ciphers. Progress has been sluggish. The more I decode, the more complex the layers become. Sluggish, huh? Durin teased, leaning forward. That's not the glowing endorsement I'd expect from the galaxy's most advanced AI. I am not a miracle worker, Seraph replied coolly. The encryption appears designed to evolve dynamically, adapting to intrusion attempts. However, I am making incremental progress. Captain! Bolt piped up, his dome swiveling toward Durin. Assistance, available, upgrades, enable glyph recognition, volunteer, initiated. Durin grinned. You hear that, Seraph? Bolt's ready to save the day. Should we let him take a crack at it? Seraph let out what could only be described as a digital sigh. If nothing else, his efforts may provide entertainment. All right, Bolt, Durin said, gesturing dramatically to the console. Show us what you've got. The drone rolled forward, his wheels squeaking faintly as he approached the data core's interface. With a whir of activity, Bolt's system synced to the console. His optics flickered as he scanned the encryption layers. After a tense moment, Bolt chirped triumphantly. Pattern. Identified. Repetition detected within secondary layer. Durin's antennae twitched in surprise. Well, I'll be damned. He actually found something. Seraph's tone carried a note of reluctant approval. It appears Bolt's enhancements may indeed be useful. He's detected a recurring sequence that could expedite decryption. Bolt turned his dome toward Durin, his optics glowing with pride. Contribution. Successful. New captain. Pleased? Durin grinned. Pleased? I'm downright impressed, Bolt. Keep this up, and you'll be running the whole ship. Over my simulated body, Seraph interjected. Laughter filled the cabin as Durin leaned back, watching Bolt work with a renewed sense of optimism. For the first time since leaving the Eternal Resolve, The encrypted data core felt less like a mystery and more like an opportunity. Bolt rolled into the main cabin, his wheels squeaking softly as his dome tilted toward Durin, who lounged on a worn chair, flipping through navigation logs on a console. "New captain," Bolt chirped brightly, his optics glowing. "Request? Permission? Granted?" Durin arched a brow, looking up from his console. "Depends on what you're asking, Bolt. You're not going to play another recording of ominous warnings, are you?" "No," Bolt beeped insistently. "Glyphs. Practice required. Terran relics. Inspection requested." Durin blinked, then let out a laugh. "You want to see the collection, huh? All right, why not? Prepare to feast your optics on the finest treasures the galaxy has ever seen." As Durin pushed himself up, Seraph's voice filtered in through the speakers, already tinged with sarcasm. "Treasures, is it? Are you certain you don't mean scraps of dubious origin acquired at exorbitant prices?" "Quiet, Seraph," Durin shot back, brushing his claws off dramatically. "You wouldn't know a priceless artifact if it hit you in the circuits." Durin led Bolt to a small storage compartment nestled against the cabin wall. With a flourish, he pulled open the hatch, revealing a modest array of objects carefully secured in foam cutouts. "Behold," he declared, "the legacy of humanity preserved by yours truly." Bolt rolled closer, his optics scanning the collection with keen interest. "Relics. Fascinating. Analysis. Initiated." Durin carefully picked up the first item, a shiny aluminum can, its surface adorned with faded red and white branding. "This," he said with reverence, "is an ancient Terran drinking vessel. It's called a Coca-Cola can. Very rare, probably ceremonial." Seraph's voice cut through, dripping with disdain. "Ceremonial? Durin, it's a mass-produced beverage container. Its only value is the sugar water it once held." Durin waved a dismissive claw. "Nonsense! Do you know how many credits I paid for this? It's pristine." Bolt chirped in wonder. "Cautionary glyphs. Detected. Best before. Intriguing. Ancient warnings?" Durin grinned. "See, even Bolt gets it." Seraph let out a digital sigh. "I rest my case." Setting the can down, Durin reached for the next item, a small rectangular object with a cracked screen and a faded metallic band. "Now this," he said, holding it up, "is a timekeeping device, a Casio chrono tracker, powered by starlight." "Solar panels," Seraph corrected. "It's a solar-powered watch, and broken, if I'm not mistaken." "Details," Durin said, glaring at the holographic projection. "It's vintage, the kind of thing Terran leaders probably used to synchronize their war efforts." Bolt beeped with delight, his dome tilting closer to inspect the watch. "Glyphs, compact, purpose, clear, time preservation, essential to Terrans." "Exactly," Durin said triumphantly, ignoring Seraph's grumbles about overactive imaginations. Finally, Durin reached for the centerpiece of his collection, a keyring with a miniature Earth globe dangling from it. The small sphere was chipped and scratched, but still spun faintly on its axis. "This," Durin said solemnly, "is a ceremonial artifact of Terran rulers. Look at the craftsmanship, a perfect representation of their homeworld, symbolizing unity or power or something." Seraph's tone was drier than a desert. "A tourist trinket, most likely purchased in bulk by Terrans on their vacations." Bolt's optics glowed brighter as he examined the keyring. "Planetary glyphs? Identified? Terrans? World builders?" Durin smirked. "That's right, Bolt. They were masters of their domain, and now I own a piece of that history." Seraph couldn't hold back. "You overpaid for it at a flea market, Durin. The vendor even called it a souvenir." Durin crossed his arms, glaring at the holographic projection. "You're just jealous of my impeccable taste. These relics are priceless." "Priceless junk," Seraph retorted, eliciting a chirping laugh from Bolt, who seemed more amused by the banter than the objects themselves. Bolt finally tilted his dome up at Durin, his tone sincere. "Relics. Inspiring. Thank you, new captain. Historical preservation. Appreciated." Durin grinned, ruffling Bolt's dome affectionately. "See, Seraph? At least Bolt has some appreciation for Terran culture. You could learn a thing or two." "Doubtful," Seraph replied, but there was no real bite in his tone. The room settled into a companionable quiet as Durin carefully replaced the relics, a satisfied grin lingering on his face. For all the sarcasm and skepticism, this little collection represented something more than credits or status. It was a connection to the past, a glimpse into a long-lost world. And as Bolt chirped contentedly beside him, Durin couldn't help but feel like he'd done something right. The central console of the Wanderer hummed faintly as a holographic projection of the Oracle's star map flickered to life. Durin tapped his claws against the edge of the console, leaning forward to examine the glowing markers. Seraph's voice, calm and measured, broke the silence. Before you leap to conclusions about where to go next, might I suggest we approach this logically? Each marker represents a potential artifact, but also a potential death trap. A methodical analysis of the data is essential. Durin smirked, his antennae twitching. Sure, Seraph. Let's analyze the data while you remind me for the 100th time how dangerous this all is. Merely trying to prevent your tendency toward reckless decisions, Seraph replied dryly. Bolt chirped, wheeling closer to the console. Analysis? Acceptable? Glyphs? Decipherable? Contribution? Possible? Durin gestured dramatically to the holographic map. All right, Bolt. Let's hear what those shiny new translation skills of yours can do. Just don't spook us too much with your findings. Risk is just part of the game, Durin replied, leaning forward to examine the map. Let's see what we're dealing with. The holographic markers pulsed faintly, each one accompanied by fragmented glyphs that hovered around it like orbiting satellites. Bolt's optics flickered as he processed the symbols, emitting a low hum. First system, Bolt began, highlighting a point on the map near a dense cluster of stars. Translation, the final bastion. Warning, significant. Glyphs suggest protection, defense, final stand. Durin tilted his head, his antennae twitching. Final stand. That doesn't sound like a cozy vacation spot. It's likely a military installation, Seraph interjected. A stronghold established during the final days of humanity's presence in the galaxy. It could contain advanced technology, or remnants of their conflicts. And a whole lot of things that want to kill us, Durin muttered. All right, let's table that one for now. What's next? Bolt chirped and highlighted another system, this one near the fringes of known space. Translation, the Vault of Scale and Mystery. Location, jungle-covered. Description, immense size. Function, unknown. Durin's eyes lit up. Immense size, huh? That sounds like my kind of treasure hunt. I would strongly advise against it, Seraph said, his tone flat. A jungle environment presents significant challenges, low visibility, dangerous wildlife, and interference that would render scans unreliable. You'll be walking in blind. Durin smirked, leaning back in his chair. Walking in blind is what I do best. Besides, scale and mystery? That's practically begging me to check it out. Bolt chirped again, his dome tilting slightly. Glyphs. Suggest caution. Phrase. Within lies the Watcher dormant. Watcher, huh? Durin repeated, his grin widening. Now that sounds promising. You have a unique interpretation of warnings, Seraph quipped, though I suspect it won't change your decision. Not even a little, Durin replied, gesturing to the highlighted system. We're going to the jungle planet. If there's a treasure trove buried under all that greenery, it's worth the gamble. Seraph sighed audibly. Very well. I'll prepare the navigational data and attempt to compensate for the interference. Don't say I didn't warn you. Noted, Durin said, tapping the console to confirm their next destination. All right, Bolt. You ready to put those shiny new translation skills to work? Excitement. Elevated, Bolt chirped. Translation capacity. Prepared. Durin stood, stretching as the holographic map collapsed into a stream of coordinates. The cabin lights returned to normal, casting the space in warm, ambient tones. We've got our heading, he said, his antennae twitching with excitement. A jungle planet filled with scale, mystery, and who knows what else. This is what relic hunting is all about. It's also what gets relic hunters killed, Seraph replied dryly. Details, Durin said with a dismissive wave. As Bolt trundled away to check the ship's systems, Durin leaned back against the console, a grin playing at the corners of his mouth. The promise of adventure, danger, and discovery sent a thrill through him. The jungle planet was waiting, and he couldn't resist the call of the unknown. "Get ready, team," he said to no one in particular. "We're just getting started." The Wanderer hummed steadily, its engines thrumming through the hull as it drifted through the vast emptiness of hyperspace. Inside, the cabin was quiet, a calm lull after the chaos of their recent adventures. Durin reclined in his chair near the central console, staring absent-mindedly at the swirling colors of hyperspace visible through the viewport. Bolt trundled into the room, his wheels squeaking faintly. His dome swiveled toward Durin, optics glowing with an innocent eagerness. "New captain! Request assistance! Glyph translation! Practice ongoing!" Durin grinned, shaking his head. "You're relentless, Bolt. All right, let's see what you've got this time." Bolt carefully wheeled over to the console where Durin had placed the relics earlier. His optics focused intently on the Coca-Cola can, and he began chirping softly as he processed the faded glyphs on its surface. Translation initiated. Text reads, "Enjoy. The stars. Refreshment. Optimal for cosmic travel." Durin laughed, leaning forward to pick up the can. "Well, you're not far off, little guy. Shame they didn't include instructions for avoiding interstellar death traps." "Refreshment? Culturally significant?" Bolt asked, his dome tilting. "Very," Durin said with mock seriousness, setting the can back down. Terrans apparently loved their drinks. Makes sense. They were good at coming up with ways to enjoy life. "They were also good at creating ways to end it," Seraph interjected, his voice dry and sardonic. "A duality that makes them endlessly fascinating and dangerous." Durin chuckled. "You always know how to bring down the mood, Seraph." "Merely offering balance," the AI replied. As Bolt moved on to the Casio chrono tracker, Durin's gaze wandered back to the viewport, his expression growing distant. The familiar rhythm of the ship lulled him into thought, memories surfacing unbidden. He leaned back, folding his arms as his antennae twitched slightly. "You ever wonder what it's like to have roots, Bolt?" The drone paused mid-scan, his optics swiveling toward Durin. "Roots, biological or metaphorical?" "Metaphorical," Durin said, his tone quieter now. "To belong somewhere, to a place that feels like home." Bolt chirped softly. "New captain? No home?" "Had one," Durin muttered. "Didn't stick around." Seraph, ever attuned to the nuances of the crew's conversations, chimed in. "Are we indulging in self-reflection, Durin? How uncharacteristic of you." Durin snorted, rubbing the back of his neck. "Don't get used to it, Seraph. But yeah, I guess I'm feeling nostalgic." He glanced at Bolt, who had paused his glyph practice to listen intently. "I grew up on a mining colony, middle of nowhere, just a rock in space with a bunch of tunnels and people who worked until they dropped." "Mining," Bolt chirped. "Significant contribution to galactic infrastructure?" Durin laughed, though there was little humor in it. "Yeah, significant. At least to the people who owned the colony. The rest of us? We were just cogs in the machine. No way out, no future. Just work, eat, sleep, repeat." "And yet you escaped," Seraph said. "I assume you have a suitably dramatic story to share about that." "Not really," Durin replied with a shrug. "One day, a relic hunter passed through, some smooth-talking idiot looking for a guide into the old tunnels. I figured I'd tag along. He'd pay me a few credits and it beat hauling ore for another day." "And then?" Bolt asked, his dome tilting eagerly. "And then he died," Durin said bluntly. "Activated something he shouldn't have. Didn't even make it back to his ship." Bolt beeped in alarm. "Risk, substantial." "Welcome to the life of a relic hunter," Durin said with a wry grin. "But he had enough gear and credits to get me off that rock, so I took his ship, figured out the basics, and never looked back." "Charming," Seraph said. "A tale of opportunity and questionable ethics." Durin shrugged. "Call it what you want. That life wasn't for me, and relic hunting? It's dangerous, sure, but it's freedom. I'll take freedom over safety any day." The room fell quiet for a moment as Bolt processed the story. Finally, the drone chirped. "New captain! Made correct choice. Freedom. Optimal for exploration. Durin chuckled, ruffling Bolt's dome. Glad you think so, buddy. Seraph, ever the pragmatist, added, Let's hope your penchant for freedom doesn't end with us all vaporized. Shall we return to the task at hand? Durin grinned. Yeah. Back to the glyphs, Bolt. Let's see what other mysteries you can crack. As the Wanderer sailed through hyperspace, the crew returned to their rhythm, Bolt deciphering relics with innocent enthusiasm, Durin bantering with Seraph, and the ever-present hum of adventure pulling them forward into the unknown. The Wanderer emerged from hyperspace with a faint shudder, the swirling lights of the void giving way to the vast blackness of normal space. Immediately, the view ahead was dominated by the vibrant colors of a massive, storm-racked planet. Green swirls of dense jungle were barely visible beneath heavy cloud cover, while flashes of lightning illuminated the tumultuous atmosphere. Welcome to our jungle paradise, Durin said with a grin, his antennae twitching as he leaned forward in his chair. Looks cozy. Your definition of cozy leaves much to be desired, Seraph replied, his tone dry. Scans are encountering significant interference. Atmospheric density and electrical storms are limiting sensor resolution. Translation, Durin muttered, tapping a claw against the console. We're flying blind. Not entirely, Seraph corrected. The interference is impeding electronic scans, but the ship's optical sensors remain functional. I suggest relying on visual identification for any significant features. Bolt chirped eagerly, his optics glowing brighter as he rolled closer to the console. Visual detection, engaged, observation, commencing. The Wanderer drifted closer to the planet, its engines humming softly as Durin guided the ship into orbit. The cabin was filled with the low buzz of static as the ship's sensors struggled against the planet's turbulent atmosphere. Lightning lit up the swirling clouds, and for brief moments the surface below was visible, an endless expanse of green, broken by rivers snaking like silver veins through the dense jungle. Pretty wild down there, Durin muttered, his claws dancing over the controls to stabilize their orbit. What do you think, Seraph? Worth the risk? Unknown, the AI replied. However, based on the limited data available, the planet's surface appears largely untouched. If the Terrans built anything here, it would likely be concealed beneath the canopy. Lucky for us, Durin said, a mischievous gleam in his eye. Concealed usually means valuable. Or dangerous, Seraph countered. You have a remarkable ability to conflate the two. Before Durin could reply, Bolt emitted a sharp beep. Observation. Anomaly detected. Structure visible. Durin and Seraph turned their attention to the main display as Bolt enhanced the feed from the optical sensors. The image was grainy and disrupted by the planet's storms, but through a break in the canopy, a massive structure became visible. It was covered in vegetation, the jungle's relentless growth obscuring most of its features, yet its sheer size and geometric precision were unmistakable. This was no natural formation. Whoa, Durin said, his voice tinged with awe. That's not just a hut in the woods. Indeed, Seraph agreed. The scale is impressive. Preliminary analysis suggests a structure comparable in size to a planetary hangar bay. Its purpose remains unclear, though its construction implies significant Terran resources. Durin whistled, his antennae twitching. A planetary hangar bay? That's no small feat. Whatever this thing was built for, it wasn't for something minor. You think it's a base? Possibly, Seraph replied. However, the dense overgrowth and structural decay make it difficult to determine its function without further exploration. Bolt chirped excitedly. Big structure. Big discovery. Trees. Pretty. Durin laughed, his claws tapping the console. Glad you're enjoying the scenery, Bolt. Me? I'm thinking there's treasure down there and it's just waiting for us to find it. Speculation, Seraph said sharply. There's no evidence to suggest the site holds anything of value. No evidence to suggest it doesn't either, Durin shot back, grinning. And we won't know until we get down there. Seraph let out a synthetic sigh. You're determined to explore, regardless of the risks. Got it in one, Durin said, adjusting the ship's trajectory. Prep for descent, Seraph. We're heading into the unknown. As the Wanderer dipped closer to the planet's surface, the structure flickered in and out of view, shrouded by storms and the dense canopy. The scale of it loomed large in Durin's mind, a relic of humanity, hidden and untouched for centuries. "Well, team," he said, his voice alive with anticipation, "let's see what the jungle's been hiding." "Optimism noted," Seraph replied dryly. "I recommend tempering it with caution." "Caution's for boring people," Durin quipped, his grin widening. "We're not here to play it safe." As the Wanderer began its descent, Bolt chirped cheerfully, his optics focused on the flickering view of the massive structure below. "Adventure, optimal, mission, initiated." Durin chuckled, gripping the controls. "That's the spirit, Bolt. Let's hope it's more treasure than trouble." The ship plunged into the storm-laden atmosphere, lightning crackling around it as the jungle world pulled them closer into its mysteries. Durin tapped his claws on the console, his eyes fixed on the holographic display that flickered with interference. The storm's intensity made the terrain difficult to map, leaving their landing site largely a guess. "Well, this isn't ideal," Durin muttered. "Any chance those clouds are just for show, Seraph?" "Unlikely," the AI replied. "The storms are consistent and widespread, with electrical discharges capable of overloading the Wanderer's external systems. If you insist on landing, I recommend we proceed with extreme caution." "When have we ever done anything cautiously?" Durin quipped, grinning despite the tension. Bolt trundled up beside him, his dome swiveling to analyze the fragmented glyphs displayed on a nearby console. Translation, initiated. Phrase detected. Guarded knowledge lies beneath. Enter with reverence. Durin raised an eyebrow. "Reverence? I'm not exactly the reverent type." "Perhaps a shortcoming worth addressing," Seraph said dryly. "The glyphs suggest this site holds significant Terran importance. The warning implies advanced defenses, or traps." Durin shrugged, leaning back in his chair. "Traps just mean we're heading in the right direction. Bolt, anything else?" Bolt chirped, his optics flickering as he continued scanning. "Phrase detected. A place of final remembrance. Access. Restricted to the worthy." "Final remembrance?" Durin repeated, his antennae twitching. "Sounds like a Terran shrine, or a tomb. Either way, there's bound to be something valuable down there." "Or something deadly," Seraph countered. "Your optimism is admirable if misguided." Durin smirked. "What's life without a little danger?" As the stormy surface loomed closer, Durin adjusted the Wanderer's trajectory, focusing on a relatively flat clearing near the structure they'd spotted earlier. "All right, let's do this. Seraph, get me a landing protocol. Bolt, keep an eye on those glyphs. Maybe they'll tell us how not to get fried." The ship shuddered slightly as it began its descent, the turbulence growing with each passing second. Lightning cracked across the canopy, illuminating the dense jungle below in brief, eerie flashes. The Wanderer's alarms blared as the atmosphere grew denser, buffeting the ship from all sides. "Structural integrity, holding," Seraph reported. "But I recommend expediting the landing process before that changes." Durin gripped the controls tighter, his claws tapping rapidly. "You don't say. Bolt, status?" Bolt chirped nervously. "Storm intensity, increasing. Systems, nominal. Confidence, uncertain." "Join the club," Durin muttered. A sudden jolt rocked the ship, sending tools clattering to the floor. Sparks erupted from a nearby panel, and the lights flickered ominously. "Warning," Seraph intoned. "We've taken a direct hit from a lightning strike. Auxiliary systems are compromised. Engines, partially functional." "Partially functional?" Durin shouted, wrestling with the controls. "That's not exactly comforting." The Wanderer groaned as it dipped lower, fighting against the relentless pull of the storm. Alarms blared in every direction, and the display flickered with static. Durin's antennae twitched wildly as he forced the ship toward the clearing. "Brace yourselves!" he yelled, his voice strained. "This is going to be rough!" The Wanderer hit the ground with a bone-rattling thud, sliding several meters before coming to an abrupt stop. The engines sputtered and died, leaving the cabin bathed in eerie silence punctuated only by the faint hum of emergency lights. "Landing. Achieved," Bolt chirped weakly, his optics flickering. Systems, damaged. Durin slumped back in his chair, letting out a long breath. Yeah, Bolt, damaged is putting it lightly. Seraph's voice cut in, calm but pointed. Engines offline, navigation offline, external sensors, limited. It appears we're grounded indefinitely. Durin rubbed his temples, groaning. Perfect. Stranded on a death planet with who knows what waiting outside. What could go wrong? Bolt beeped brightly. Adventure! Imminent! Durin let out a dry laugh, shaking his head. Well, team, I guess this is home for a while. Let's hope the locals are friendly. As the storm raged outside, the crew began assessing the damage, unaware of the secrets and dangers that lay hidden in the jungle around them. The Human Relic Hunter. Chapter 4. The Jungle's Secrets. The Wanderer sat crookedly in the clearing, its landing struts half buried in the dense jungle undergrowth. Steam hissed from fractured panels along its hull, and the faint hum of emergency systems was a poor substitute for the usual steady thrum of its engines. Durin stepped out of the ship, his boots sinking slightly into the loamy ground as he surveyed the damage with a sigh. Well, he muttered, hands on his hips. She's looked better. An understatement. Seraph's voice came through his helmet, its usual dry tone tinged with faint irritation. The ship's engines are offline, auxiliary power is running at 28%, and most external sensors are either damaged or non-functional. Navigation? Forget it. We're effectively stranded. Bolt rolled out behind Durin, his wheels squeaking slightly as he trundled to a stop. Assessment troubling. Mission compromised? Durin crouched down to eye level with the drone, giving its dome a reassuring pat. Nah, Bolt, we're not done yet. We've been in worse spots. Citation needed, Seraph interjected. And for clarity, I have not been in worse spots. My operational integrity remains largely intact. Durin tilted his head. You're part of the ship, Seraph. If the Wanderer goes down, so do you. Incorrect, Seraph replied sharply. My core systems are powered by an isolated quantum singularity module, a self-contained, indefinite energy source. Wait, Durin said, holding up a claw. You've got a fancy-sounding eternal battery and you didn't think to mention that? It has not been relevant until now, Seraph replied matter-of-factly. I operate independently of the ship's systems. Should the Wanderer be reduced to scrap metal, I will persist. You, however, may not. Durin grinned despite himself. Good to know you'll survive to nag me even in the worst-case scenario. I aim to be a constant in your otherwise chaotic existence, Seraph quipped. Bolt chirped nervously, his optics swiveling to scan the dense jungle surrounding them. Environment, hostile. Sounds detected. Unknown origin. The jungle was alive with noise, rustling leaves, distant screeches, and the low, guttural calls of creatures Durin couldn't see but could imagine all too well. The thick canopy above blocked most of the daylight, casting everything in a dim, oppressive green. Durin sighed, his claws drumming on his thigh. All right, Bolt. You patrol the perimeter. Let me know if anything with sharp teeth gets curious about us. Mission. Understood, Bolt said with a chirp, wheeling off toward the edge of the clearing. As Bolt disappeared into the undergrowth, Seraph spoke again. The structure we observed during our descent remains partially visible through optical scans. It is approximately 1 kilometer to the north-northwest. Based on its size, it is likely a Terran installation. Durin's antennae twitched. A Terran installation? Sounds promising. Maybe they left some spare parts lying around. Or perhaps automated defenses designed to obliterate intruders, Seraph replied. I recommend thorough reconnaissance before any impulsive decisions. Impulsive? Me? Durin smirked, turning back toward the ship. I'm the picture of caution. I will file that statement under humor, Seraph said dryly. Durin climbed back into the Wanderer, surveying the dimly lit cabin with a practiced eye. Supplies were intact, though scattered from the rough landing. A toolbox had spilled across the floor, and a loose panel dangled precariously near the central console. He sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. We're gonna need parts, Seraph. Lots of them. Any chance we can get these sensors to give us more detail on that structure? Doubtful, Seraph replied. The interference is significant, and the remaining functional sensors lack the precision for in-depth analysis. However, I detect no immediate threats near the structure. Good enough for me, Durin said, grabbing a pack of gear and slinging it over his shoulder. Bolt, report in! Bolt's voice came faintly through the comms. Perimeter, clear. Wildlife detected. No immediate danger. All right, team, Durin said, stepping back out into the clearing. We're heading for that structure. If it's Terran, there's bound to be something worth scavenging. Engines don't fix themselves. And if it's hostile? Seraph asked. Durin grinned. Then I'll improvise. As they prepared to head into the jungle, the oppressive atmosphere seemed to close in further. The unknowns loomed larger than the knowns, but Durin's confidence was unshaken. The structure and its secrets awaited. The jungle loomed ahead like a living wall, its dense greenery rippling in the windless air as if in anticipation. Durin adjusted the straps on his gear, his claws tapping rhythmically against his side. Bolt trundled beside him, his wheels squeaking slightly until a faint hiss signaled the extension of his small, stabilizing arms. The arms unfolded gracefully from his sides, their spindly claws gripping the uneven ground to steady him. Well, team, Durin said, hefting a machete he'd picked up from the Wanderer's storage, it's just a little jungle. Nothing we haven't handled before. Your optimism, Seraph's voice filtered in through the comms, is matched only by your disregard for self-preservation. The terrain ahead is unstable, the flora appears aggressive, and the fauna remains unidentified. Durin grinned, swinging the machete to clear a thick vine in their path. If it's dangerous, it's probably worth it. That's the rule. That is not a rule, Seraph replied flatly. It's a delusion, Bolt chirped cheerfully, his stabilizing arms brushing aside a tangle of low vines. Danger, manageable. Mission, optimal. Durin patted the drone's dome. That's the spirit, Bolt. Let's show Seraph what manageable looks like. The first obstacle came in the form of a patch of uneven ground covered in what looked like harmless moss. As Durin stepped onto it, the surface gave way with a squelch, nearly swallowing his boot. He staggered back, swearing under his breath. Surface integrity compromised, Bolt observed. His stabilizing arms extended to brace against the uneven ground, keeping him steady as his wheels whirred softly. Warning, terrain unstable. Yeah, I noticed, Durin muttered, wrenching his foot free and shaking off the muck. Thanks for the heads up. Perhaps next time you'll heed my advice, Seraph said, his tone faintly smug. Noted, Durin said with a smirk, brushing himself off. Let's keep moving. The jungle thickened as they pressed on, the air growing heavier with moisture and the occasional sweet, cloying scent of unseen flowers. Vines dangled like tendrils, some twitching slightly as if alive. Bolt paused, his stabilizing arms reaching forward to gently push aside a clump of leaves with blade-like edges. Flora, highly reactive. Recommendation, avoid contact. Good advice, Durin said, steering clear of the plant. I like my limbs where they are. An uncharacteristically prudent choice, Seraph remarked. Perhaps there's hope for you yet. As they approached the edge of a clearing, Bolt emitted a series of excited chirps. Discovery detected. Glyphs visible. Debris. Terran origin likely. Durin's antennae twitched as he hurried forward, brushing aside a curtain of vines to reveal scattered fragments of metallic panels partially buried in the soil. The faint outlines of Terran glyphs were etched into their surface, weathered but still legible. Now we're talking, Durin said, crouching to examine the debris. Bolt, give me a read. The drone rolled closer, his stabilizing arms extending to steady him as his optics scanned the glyphs. Translation, Perimeter Station Alpha. Function, security. Maintenance. Details, incomplete. Durin whistled softly. A perimeter station, huh? That means we're close to something big. Or something hazardous, Seraph said. The presence of debris suggests the station was either abandoned or destroyed. Either way, Durin said, straightening up, it's Terran. And that means it's worth checking out. As they pushed deeper into the jungle, the sounds around them grew louder, more deliberate. Branches rustled with no wind, and distant shadows flickered at the edges of Durin's vision. He tightened his grip on the machete, his antennae twitching. Feel like we're being watched? He asked, glancing at Bolt. Observation, atmospheric disturbance, likely source of unease, Bolt replied, oblivious to the tension in Durin's tone. His stabilizing arms flicked out occasionally to steady himself over roots and rocks. Atmospheric disturbance, my claws, Durin muttered. Something's out there. An astute observation, Seraph said. Though I suggest focusing on the task at hand rather than indulging your paranoia. Durin grinned despite himself. This coming from the AI that calculates odds of death every 5 minutes? Every 2 minutes, actually, Seraph replied. The banter lightened the mood as they continued toward the structure, but the jungle's oppressive presence remained. As they cleared another thick patch of vines, the faint outline of the massive structure came into view through the trees, its scale sending a thrill of excitement through Durin. Well, he said, his claws tightening on the machete, this just keeps getting better. Or worse, Seraph added. Details, Durin replied with a grin, leading the way toward the looming mystery ahead. The jungle parted slowly, the dense foliage yielding to a vast clearing where the Terran structure loomed like a sleeping giant. Its surface was overgrown with vines and moss, the jungle's relentless grasp concealing much of its design. Yet even through the layers of decay, the sheer scale and precision of its construction were unmistakable. Durin let out a low whistle, craning his neck to take it all in. Big doesn't even begin to cover it. You could park a planetary freighter in this thing. Perhaps that was its original purpose, Seraph remarked, his voice crackling softly through the comms. Given the size, it's possible this served as a storage or logistics hub. Durin's antennae twitched as he approached the structure's base, where an expanse of smooth metal interrupted the otherwise chaotic overgrowth. Or something more interesting. Look at the craftsmanship, clean lines, no wasted space. This wasn't just slapped together. Bolt trundled closer, his stabilizing arms extending to push aside a curtain of vines. Glyphs detected. Entrance likely sealed. Durin crouched, brushing away debris to reveal a large panel embedded in the structure's surface. The panel's faintly glowing glyphs flickered like ancient embers, their intricate patterns almost hypnotic. Sealed is right, Durin muttered, running a claw over the panel. Terran locking mechanism. Guess we're not walking in. Inelegant, Seraph noted. You could simply bypass the lock by force. Although given your track record with security systems, that may trigger undesirable consequences. Noted, Durin said dryly. He glanced at Bolt. All right, little buddy. Think your new glyph reading skills can get us in? Bolt chirped enthusiastically, his optics glowing as he began scanning the panel. Translation initiated. Glyph sequence detected. Function, access authorization. Process, complex. Great, Durin said, leaning back. How complex are we talking? Solve a puzzle complex or get vaporized if you mess up complex? Unclear, Bolt replied cheerfully. Reassuring, Seraph added. Proceed cautiously. Bolt's stabilizing arms extended, gripping the edges of the panel to steady himself as he worked. His optics flickered rapidly, and faint beeps and whirs echoed through the clearing. After a tense minute, the glyphs on the panel pulsed, their light spreading outward in intricate patterns. Sequence complete. Authorization accepted, Bolt announced. A low rumble resonated through the jungle as the panel retracted, revealing a large doorway that slid open with a hiss. Cool, stale air rushed out, carrying with it the faint metallic tang of Terran machinery. Durin grinned, clapping Bolt on the dome. Nice work, Bolt. Remind me to upgrade your bonus. Bonus? Undefined, Bolt chirped. It's the thought that counts, Durin replied, stepping toward the open entrance. The interior of the structure was a stark contrast to the jungle outside. Smooth, metallic walls stretched into the distance, faintly illuminated by flickering strips of Terran lights. The floor was pristine in places, as if it had been recently cleaned, though patches of dust and debris hinted at years of abandonment. This place feels alive, Durin said, his voice quieter now. Unlikely, Seraph replied. However, the lights and pathways suggest some systems remain operational. Proceed with caution. Always do, Durin muttered, gripping his machete tightly as he stepped inside. Bolt followed closely, his stabilizing arms retracting as his wheels glided over the smooth floor. His optics scanned the walls, focusing on faint glyphs etched into their surfaces. Translation, incomplete. Purpose of facility, unclear. Glyphs reference containment and research. Containment? Durin repeated, his antennae twitching. That doesn't sound ominous at all. The corridor widened into a vast chamber, its ceiling stretching high above them. Rows of terminals lined the walls, some flickering faintly with long dormant displays. A central console glowed softly, its design sleek and unmistakably Terran. Durin approached cautiously, running a claw over the console's surface. This is the good stuff. Seraph, think you can pull anything useful from this? I will attempt to interface, Seraph replied, though I recommend avoiding unnecessary interaction with unknown systems. The likelihood of automated defenses— Yeah, Durin interrupted. I'll be careful. As Seraph began accessing the console remotely, Bolt trundled to a nearby terminal, his optics focusing on a display that flickered weakly. Activity detected. Recent. Systems. Partially functional. Durin's eyes narrowed. Recent activity? You're saying someone or something was here? Uncertain, Bolt replied. Readings. Inconclusive. Durin glanced back toward the entrance, the oppressive silence of the structure weighing heavily. Let's not stick around too long. I've got a feeling we're not alone in here. The faint hum of the console grew louder as Seraph worked, and the flickering lights seemed to brighten slightly, casting long, shifting shadows across the chamber. Whatever secrets the structure held, Durin knew they were only scratching the surface. All right, he said, gripping his machete. Let's see what this place is hiding. The hum of the console deepened, sending faint vibrations through the floor. The once dim lights along the corridor walls flickered to life, casting uneven pools of light that illuminated the chamber. Durin tightened his grip on his machete, his antennae twitching at the sudden shift in atmosphere. Well, that's not creepy at all, Durin muttered, stepping away from the console and scanning the room. Seraph, you waking up the whole place or just this one terminal? Unknown, Seraph replied, his tone calm despite the escalating tension. The activation of adjacent systems was unintended. It appears the structure's network is interconnected, more functional than anticipated. More functional means more trouble, Durin said. Keep digging, but don't poke too hard. I'd rather not meet the neighbors. Bolt rolled forward, his stabilizing arms extending to balance him as he approached a smaller terminal near the far wall. His optics flickered as he scanned the flickering display. Additional systems detected, recent logs accessible, translation initiated. Durin knelt beside the terminal, watching as glyphs scrolled across the cracked screen. What have you got, Bolt? Reference detected, designation, the Guardians. Function, protective. Context suggests activity linked to external monitoring systems. Durin's eyes narrowed. Monitoring the jungle? For what? Further analysis required, Bolt replied, tilting his dome. Logs indicate temporary shutdown. System activity, inconsistent. Durin stood, his claws tapping against the hilt of his machete. Sounds like they were keeping an eye on something big. If the Guardians were here, what are the odds they're still kicking around? Uncertain, Seraph interjected. However, given the recent activity detected, it is not implausible that some elements of their systems remain operational. This structure may house critical components tied to their function. Well, let's hope they're not in the mood for visitors, Durin said, his grin forced. Bolt, anything else? The drone chirped, his stabilizing arms nudging aside a piece of debris near the terminal. Glyph fragment detected, the sleeper waits, ready to rise. Durin's antennae twitched. The sleeper? That's cryptic. Cryptic and ominous, Seraph added. The phrase suggests a dormant system or entity designed to activate under specific conditions. Given the lack of context, I advise against further engagement. Good advice, Durin replied, eyeing the glowing glyphs, which I'm going to ignore, for now. The chamber led to a branching corridor, one side shrouded in darkness, while the other flickered faintly with intermittent light. Durin hesitated, glancing between the two paths. Which way, Seraph? The corridor to your right exhibits faint energy signatures, Seraph replied. It is likely connected to active systems. The left path, while unlit, remains unscanned. Durin rubbed the back of his neck. Great. A choice between spooky and spookier. Let's go right. At least we'll be able to see what kills us. The corridor opened into another large room, this one lined with rows of sleek Terran equipment. Many of the machines were shattered or covered in thick layers of dust, but a few glowed faintly, their displays flickering with fragmented glyphs. Bolt rolled to the nearest console, his stabilizing arms extending to steady him as he scanned the terminal. Translation: incomplete. Reference detected, Watcher protocol. Context suggests observational systems tied to external units. Watcher protocol? Durin repeated, his brow furrowing. Sounds like they were keeping tabs on something, or someone. Likely the jungle itself, Seraph offered. This facility's purpose may have been environmental monitoring or containment. Containment, Durin said with a sigh. That's never a good sign. As Bolt continued scanning, Durin moved to a large sealed door at the back of the room. Its surface was smooth and unmarked, save for a single glowing glyph near the top. "Hey, Bolt!" Durin called over. "You think you can crack this one?" Bolt trundled over, his optics focusing on the glyph. Translation: active, phrase detected, restricted access. Authorized personnel only. "Great," Durin said, cracking his knuckles. "Well, I don't see anyone else around, so I'm declaring myself authorized." "I strongly recommend against that," Seraph said sharply. "Noted," Durin replied, grinning. "Let's see what's behind door number 1. As Bolt began working on the door's locking mechanism, the hum of the facility grew louder, the faint vibrations beneath their feet intensifying. Whatever secrets the Terrans had left behind, Durin was determined to uncover them, even if it meant waking something better left asleep. The glyphs on the door pulsed rhythmically as Bolt's stabilizing arms extended, gripping the edges of the console embedded in its surface. His optics flickered brightly, scanning the intricate patterns while emitting a series of chirps. Translation complete. "Locking mechanism disengaged," Bolt announced. With a low hiss, the door slid open, revealing a wide, dimly lit corridor leading deeper into the structure. The faint hum beneath their feet grew louder, a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to come from somewhere far below. "Well, that wasn't so hard," Durin said, stepping through the doorway with his machete in hand. "Good work, Bolt. Bonus points for not setting off any alarms." "Alarms? Undesirable," Bolt chirped, retracting his arms and rolling after Durin. Seraph's voice crackled through the comms, laced with dry irritation. "Undesirable outcomes are often your specialty, Durin. I advise proceeding with extreme caution. The energy readings ahead suggest we are nearing the facility's reactor." "Reactor, huh?" Durin's antennae twitched with interest. "Sounds promising. Maybe there's something we can use to patch up the Wanderer." "Or something that will vaporize us," Seraph retorted. "Details," Durin replied with a grin, motioning for Bolt to follow. The corridor widened into a cavernous room, its walls lined with dormant machinery and massive conduits that snaked across the ceiling like metallic vines. At the center of the chamber stood a towering reactor, its cylindrical core emitting a faint, unstable glow. Sparks flickered intermittently along its surface, and the hum of power was accompanied by occasional crackles of static. "Whoa," Durin muttered, taking in the sight. "That's a lot of juice for a place that's been sitting here for who knows how long." "Reactor stability compromised," Bolt reported, rolling closer to inspect a nearby terminal. His optics scanned the flickering display. "Core output inconsistent. Risk of failure high." "Wonderful," Seraph said. "Interfering with the reactor in its current state is inadvisable. Any disturbance could result in catastrophic failure." Durin approached the reactor cautiously, his claws tapping against a nearby console. "Or it could mean spare parts. The Wanderer's engines are toast, Seraph. Unless you've got a secret stash of power cells, we need this." "I have already stated my opposition to this plan," Seraph replied sharply. "And I've already ignored it," Durin said, flashing a toothy grin. He leaned over the console, examining the fragmented glyphs scrolling across its screen. Bolt rolled up beside him, his stabilizing arms extending to steady himself as he scanned the display. "Translation possible," Bolt said. "System diagnostics, partially accessible. Core systems, partially functional." "Partially functional is better than nothing," Durin said, reaching for the console controls. "Durin," Seraph warned, "do not touch that console. I cannot guarantee the stability of the system if you—" Before Seraph could finish, Durin tapped a glyph, and the hum of the reactor grew louder. A series of alarms blared through the chamber as red lights bathed the room in an ominous glow. "New captain!" Bolt chirped nervously, his optics spinning. "Warning, automated systems, reactivating." Durin groaned, his machete slipping into his hand as he backed away from the console. "Of course. Should have seen that coming." From the shadows of the chamber, several dormant robots shuddered to life. Their sleek humanoid designs were unmistakably Terran, their optics glowing an angry red as they turned their attention toward the crew. "Threat level elevated," Bolt announced. "Hostile units detected." "Yeah, I noticed," Durin said, gripping his machete tightly. "Seraph got any bright ideas?" "My bright idea was not to touch the console," Seraph replied dryly. You appear to have overridden that suggestion. The first robot lunged, its movements swift and mechanical. Durin ducked, swinging his machete to sever a conduit in its chest. Sparks erupted as the robot collapsed, but two more took its place, their weapons charging with an ominous hum. "Bolt, keep them distracted!" Durin shouted, ducking behind a console for cover. "Distraction initiated!" Bolt chirped, his stabilizing arms extending to knock over a stack of debris. The clattering sound drew the robot's attention momentarily, giving Durin a chance to strike another one from behind. "Reactor output spiking," Seraph warned. "Continued combat in this chamber risks a catastrophic chain reaction." Durin growled, narrowly avoiding a blast from one of the robots. "Then how about you find us a way out of here?" "Accessing exit routes," Seraph replied. "Corridor to the west remains clear. Recommend immediate retreat." "Bolt, let's go!" Durin shouted, slashing at the last robot before making a break for the corridor. Bolt trundled after him, his stabilizing arms retracting as he picked up speed. Behind them, the reactor's glow intensified. "Warning," Seraph said as they reached the corridor. "The reactor's instability is escalating. I suggest not lingering." "Noted," Durin snapped, sprinting toward the faint light of the exit ahead. As they burst into the next chamber, the sounds of the reactor's alarms faded, replaced by the hum of distant machinery. Durin leaned against a wall, catching his breath as Bolt rolled to a stop beside him. "Well," Durin said, his voice tinged with exhaustion, "that could have gone better." "Understatement," Seraph replied. Durin grinned, wiping sweat from his brow. "On the bright side, we're still alive. Let's see what other surprises this place has in store." The chamber was vast, its walls soaring into darkness above as faint beams of light from long-dormant systems flickered sporadically. The hum of distant machinery filled the air, layered with the faint hiss of hydraulics and the occasional crackle of static. Durin pushed off the wall, gripping his machete tightly as he surveyed the space. "Well, this is cozy," he said, his antennae twitching. "Big, empty room with creepy noises. What could go wrong?" "Based on recent events, everything," Seraph replied dryly. Bolt trundled forward cautiously, his stabilizing arms extending as he scanned the chamber. Energy signatures, significant. Pathways, concealed. Observation, central platform, elevated. "Central platform?" Durin repeated, squinting through the dim light. He caught a glimpse of a metallic structure at the heart of the chamber, faintly illuminated by flickering overhead lights. "Let's check it out. Maybe we'll find something useful for the Wanderer." "Or more hostile units," Seraph said. "Your optimism continues to be an anomaly." Durin grinned, stepping carefully over a cable that snaked across the floor. "Keeps life interesting." As they approached the platform, the space around it came into sharper focus. Massive columns flanked the area, their surfaces adorned with faintly glowing glyphs. The platform itself was enormous, large enough to house something substantial, though its contents were obscured by shadows and overgrowth. Bolt's optics flickered as he scanned the glyphs along the platform's edge. Translation: active. Designation: Hangar Bay Alpha. Function: vehicle storage and maintenance. Hangar Bay? Durin's antennae perked up. "Now we're talking. Let's see what's parked here." Seraph's voice carried a note of warning. "Durin, hangar bays often imply automated maintenance systems. Be cautious." "I'm always cautious," Durin replied, stepping onto the platform. "You are the antithesis of caution," Seraph shot back. As Durin reached the platform's center, the faint outline of a large object became visible. Its angular frame and sleek design were unmistakable, even beneath layers of dust and creeping vines. Durin let out a low whistle. "That's no cargo hauler. Bolt, tell me I'm seeing what I think I'm seeing." The drone trundled forward, his stabilizing arms extending to brush aside some of the debris covering the object. His optics glowed as he scanned its surface. Analysis initiated. Object confirmed. Terran scout shuttle. Condition: surprisingly intact. "A Terran shuttle?" Durin's grin widened as he approached. "And it's in one piece? This might be the jackpot." The shuttle's hull was sleek and angular, its surface gleaming faintly under the dim lights. Its design was unmistakably Terran, built for speed and maneuverability, with compact engines and a reinforced cockpit. Seraph's tone grew sharper. "Durin, I strongly recommend against further interaction. The likelihood of automated defenses or security protocols." Before Seraph could finish, The lights in the hangar flickered, and a deep mechanical voice echoed through the chamber. Maintenance drone unit 13 detected. Shuttle maintenance required. Initiating sequence. Durin froze, his antennae twitching wildly. Seraph? Is that good or bad? Bad, Seraph replied. Very bad. The shuttle's engines emitted a low hum as its systems flickered to life. A faint light illuminated its hull, and with a hiss, the boarding ramp began to lower. Bolt tilted his dome, chirping with curiosity. Shuttle activation, unexpected. Ramp access, granted. Durin stared at the lowering ramp, his grip tightening on his machete. Granted? I didn't ask for access! The mechanical voice repeated its message. Maintenance drone unit 13 detected. Shuttle maintenance required. Maintenance drone? Durin glanced at Bolt, whose optics were flashing nervously. Bolt, I think it means you. Designation, unclear, Bolt replied. Maintenance status, undefined. As the ramp touched the ground with a soft thud, the shuttle's interior lights flickered on, revealing a pristine cockpit and rows of operational controls. The faint hum of its systems filled the chamber, and the oppressive silence of the hangar was replaced by a charged anticipation. Well, Durin said, stepping cautiously toward the ramp, this just got interesting. Let's see what this sleeper's got under the hood. As he took his first step onto the ramp, the hangar lights dimmed, and the mechanical voice spoke once more. Initiating diagnostic. Maintenance protocols, in progress. Durin turned to Bolt, a crooked grin on his face. Looks like we've got ourselves a ride. Let's just hope it doesn't bite. The Human Relic Hunter. Chapter 5. Awakening the Sleeper. Durin stepped cautiously onto the ramp of the Terran scout shuttle, his claws clicking softly against the pristine metal. The interior lights glowed faintly, casting long, inviting shadows that stretched into the vessel. He stopped just inside the entrance, looking around as if afraid the entire scene might vanish if he blinked. This, he whispered, is the dream. My wildest dream. You are blocking the entrance, Seraph's voice crackled in his helmet. Kindly move forward before you faint from excitement. Not fainting, Durin muttered, though he did pinch himself discreetly. Just taking it in. Bolt trundled past him, his stabilizing arms extending to gently push him aside. New captain, observation, structural integrity, flawless. Entryway design, optimal for Terran standards. Flawless, Durin repeated, his voice filled with awe as he followed Bolt further into the ship. The corridors were sleek and spotless, their walls lined with panels that pulsed faintly with life. The floor was smooth, unblemished, and even the air felt strangely clean, carrying the faint metallic tang of dormant technology. This place is untouched, Durin said, running a claw along the wall. It's like they just walked out yesterday. Or were forcefully removed, Seraph noted. Proceed with caution! The corridor opened into the bridge, and Durin stopped in his tracks. The room was spacious and bathed in soft ambient light. Rows of sleek consoles lined the walls, their displays dormant but hinting at unimaginable complexity. A central command chair stood elevated on a platform, its design angular yet elegant, facing a massive viewport that framed the storm-racked jungle outside. Durin's jaw dropped. I'm standing on the bridge of a Terran ship, he murmured. This is it. The big one. The story they'll tell about me for centuries. Optimism noted, Seraph said. Now perhaps focus on ensuring this isn't also your final story. Bolt rolled to the nearest console, his optics scanning the glyphs etched into its surface. System status dormant. Initiating preliminary activation. The console flickered to life with a low hum, glyphs scrolling rapidly across its display. Bolt's stabilizing arms extended to steady himself as he accessed the system, his optics glowing brighter. Designation detected. Maintenance drone unit 13, Bolt chirped proudly. Partial control granted, Durin smirked, crossing his arms. Well, looks like they remember you, Bolt. Maintenance drone unit 13 back in action. Affirmative, Bolt replied, his tone cheerful. Recognition established. Good to see you've still got some pull with the Terrans, Durin teased. So, what can you do with partial control? Bolt tilted his dome as he examined the display. Command options available. Activating internal systems. A series of soft whirs and clicks filled the bridge as lights brightened, Displays flickered on, and faint vibrations signaled the reawakening of the ship's long-dormant mechanisms. "This is incredible," Durin said, stepping toward one of the consoles. "Bolt, keep going! Let's see what this baby can do." "Command accepted," Bolt chirped. He pressed a sequence of glyphs, and with a sudden hiss, all the seats on the bridge began to lower in unison. Durin blinked, looking around in confusion. What was that?" "Command misinterpretation," Bolt said sheepishly. "Seat adjustment, complete." Durin chuckled, leaning against the console. "Not exactly what I had in mind, but hey, we'll call it a test run." As Bolt continued working, the ship responded with occasional bursts of unintended activity. A series of cleaning drones emerged from concealed compartments, whirring aggressively as they began scrubbing the spotless floor. One drone collided with Bolt's wheels, prompting a flurry of confused chirps. "Command poorly executed," Bolt admitted, backing away from the overly enthusiastic drones. Durin laughed, waving off the chaos. "It's fine, Bolt. Just focus on the important stuff, like unlocking whatever secrets this ship is hiding." After several minutes of trial and error, Bolt paused, his optics dimming slightly as he scanned a new series of glyphs. "System lock detected. Critical systems inaccessible. Ship requires official captain designation." "Captain designation?" Durin repeated. "What does that mean?" "Access restricted," Bolt explained. "Command structure requires recognized captain for full activation." Durin scratched his head, his antennae twitching. "So we can't do anything serious until the ship thinks we have a captain?" "Affirmative," Bolt said, tilting his dome. "Captain registration necessary. Process. Possible with maintenance drone unit 13 assistance." Durin sighed, looking at the glowing command chair at the center of the bridge. "Guess that means me." "Bolt, you're sure you can handle this?" "Confidence optimal," Bolt chirped. "Well, that makes one of us," Durin muttered, stepping toward the chair. "All right, Bolt. Make me the captain. Just don't break anything important while you're at it." As Bolt began the registration sequence, the lights on the bridge dimmed slightly, and a soft chime echoed through the chamber. Durin sat down, gripping the armrests nervously. As Durin sank into the command chair, the cool, sleek metal humming faintly beneath him. The glyphs around the bridge dimmed, focusing a soft spotlight on his seat as the ship's systems shifted into a dormant standby. He gripped the armrests nervously, his antennae twitching with anticipation. "So, Bolt," Durin said, glancing at the little drone trundling toward the central console. "You sure this is going to work?" "Confidence elevated," Bolt chirped brightly. His stabilizing arms extended to access the command panel, glyphs scrolling rapidly across the display. "That's what you said before you activated those cleaning drones," Durin muttered. "Incident unrelated," Bolt replied, his optics glowing brighter. "Initiating captain recognition sequence." The bridge lights dimmed further, and a deep mechanical chime resonated through the ship. A holographic panel materialized in front of Durin, displaying glyphs interspersed with images of a Terran figure in a formal pose. "Recognition sequence active," the ship's automated voice announced, its tone precise and devoid of emotion. "Candidate, state your designation." Durin raised an eyebrow at Bolt. "Designation? Name," Bolt supplied helpfully. "State your name." "Oh, right." Durin cleared his throat, sitting up straighter. Durin? Just Durin." The hologram shifted, projecting a beam of light that scanned him from head to toe. He winced, squinting against the glare. "Scan complete," the voice intoned. "Terran genetic markers, absent. Candidate designation, non-Terran entity." "Good observation," Durin said dryly. "Do I still pass?" Bolt chirped, his optics flickering as he worked furiously at the console. "Override protocols. Engaged. Non-Terran exception possible. Additional criteria required." The hologram morphed again, displaying a glyph-laden oath in shimmering lines of light. "Candidate must recite the oath of command," the ship's voice continued. "Translation available." Durin groaned, leaning back in the chair. "An oath? Really? All right, let's get this over with." The glyphs translated into a formal script, and Durin began reading aloud with exaggerated flair. "I, Durin, swear to uphold the directives of this vessel, to navigate the stars with wisdom and courage, and to not, under any circumstances, press buttons I don't understand." Bolt tilted his dome. "Translation Incorrect. Original text lacks final statement. Artistic license, Durin said with a grin. The hologram pulsed, and the ship's voice spoke again. Command recognition sequence complete. Candidate designation, Captain Durin. Privileges granted. Durin sat up straighter, a smug smile spreading across his face. Captain Durin, has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Subjective, Seraph interjected through the comms, his tone as dry as ever, though I'm sure it's the highlight of your otherwise dubious career. Jealousy doesn't suit you, Seraph, Durin shot back, running a claw along the edge of the glowing console. You'd love this place. Terran tech everywhere, pristine systems. It's like stepping into a legend. I'm seeing enough to remain unimpressed, Seraph replied, his sarcasm undimmed. The glyphs on the console suggest advanced specifications, though your dramatic narration is unnecessary. Durin chuckled, leaning in to study the scrolling glyphs. You're telling me this ship isn't amazing? Look at these engines. These stats are off the charts. The Wanderer's engines wouldn't even make a decent spare part by comparison. Spare part might be generous, Seraph said. These engines appear capable of sustained travel at speeds far beyond standard hyperdrives. If accurate, they could outrun anything currently in use. Finally, some enthusiasm, Durin said with a grin. What else do you see? The systems you're accessing indicate functional navigation and dormant weapons, Seraph replied. However, the AI core remains inactive. Attempting activation without full command privileges is inadvisable. Durin's antennae twitched as he processed the information. An inactive AI core. That's interesting. What do you think it's for? Speculation without more data is pointless, Seraph said, though there was a note of curiosity in his tone. Its designation as core suggests it may govern the ship's higher functions, or something more specific. Further exploration is required. Durin tapped his claws thoughtfully on the console. We'll need to get you aboard to dig deeper. This ship's got secrets, and you're the key to unlocking them. I expected as much, Seraph replied. However, ensure the vessel's systems are stable before transferring my core. I have no desire to be stranded in an incompatible environment. Durin smirked. Wouldn't dream of it. Bolt, what's your read on the bridge? Bolt chirped brightly, his optics glowing as glyphs scrolled across the console he was working on. Systems, partially active. Engines, optimal. Navigation, online. Weapons, dormant. AI core, requires authorization for activation. Durin's grin widened. This just keeps getting better. What else? Ship designation, unidentified, Bolt added. Database access limited. Genetic restriction detected. AI core activation requires Terran DNA verification. Durin blinked, his antennae twitching. Terran DNA? That's inconvenient. Last time I checked, I'm not exactly built like a Terran. Correct, Seraph said through the comms, his tone as sharp as ever. It seems the ship's designers anticipated non-Terrans attempting to use their technology. Your captaincy grants basic command privileges, but the more advanced systems, including the AI core, remain inaccessible. Great, Durin muttered, leaning back in the command chair. So, I'm the captain of a ship that doesn't fully listen to me? Accurate, Seraph replied. Bolt chirped brightly, his optics glowing as he scanned the console. Override attempt, possible through Maintenance Drone Unit 13. Success probability, minimal. Well, that's something, Durin said with a sigh. Looks like we'll need to rely on you and Seraph to unlock as much as we can. But the AI core stays dormant unless we find some Terran DNA? Where am I supposed to get that? An excellent question, Seraph said. Perhaps the database contains information about this vessel's last mission or crew. That might provide a lead. Durin tapped his claws against the console, his mind racing. All right, Seraph. First things first, let's get you plugged in. If anyone can figure out this Terran mystery, it's you. Eager as always, Seraph said. Ensure you don't damage my core during transfer. Your track record with delicate systems leaves much to be desired. Hey, Durin protested. I patched you up after that power surge last month. You're welcome, by the way. Your patch was functional, Seraph admitted reluctantly. Barely, Durin laughed, waving a claw dismissively as he turned to Bolt. All right, buddy, time to head back to the Wanderer. We've got work to do. Mission accepted, Bolt chirped, retracting his stabilizing arms as he rolled toward the exit. Durin cast one last glance at the command chair, its glow beckoning like a long-forgotten treasure. Hang tight, Seraph. We're bringing you to the future, or well, the past's future, whatever you call this. Your grasp of temporal terminology is as impressive as ever, Seraph replied, his sarcasm unshaken. Durin grinned as he followed Bolt out of the bridge, the hum of the ship's systems fading behind them. The jungle's oppressive atmosphere enveloped Durin and Bolt as they made their way back to the Wanderer. The faint hum of the Terran shuttle behind them faded into the distance, replaced by the rustling of unseen creatures and the occasional screech from high in the canopy. Durin swatted at a vine dangling precariously close to his head and muttered, "Seraph's going to give me an earful about this." Bolt trundled alongside him, his stabilizing arms extending periodically to nudge aside debris. Mission progress satisfactory. Seraph retrieval imminent. I wouldn't call dragging him out of his comfort zone satisfactory, Durin said with a smirk. He's not going to like being stuffed into that shiny new ship. He'll adapt, Bolt chirped cheerfully. As they reached the Wanderer, its battered hull glinting faintly in the dappled jungle light, Seraph's voice crackled over the comms. "Ah, you've returned. I was beginning to think the jungle had claimed you, Durin. A tragedy for the history books, I'm sure." "Nice to see you missed me," Durin said, rolling his eyes. "We've got everything sorted on the Terran ship, so it's time to pack your bags, Seraph. You're moving in." "Tempting," Seraph replied dryly. "But I'm not particularly eager to leave the Wanderer. She may be a rust bucket, but she's my rust bucket. Besides, the jungle seems like a poor place for hasty relocations." "Don't tell me you're sentimental," Durin teased, stepping onto the Wanderer's ramp. "I thought AIs didn't do feelings." "I do not," Seraph said. "But I do appreciate functionality. The Wanderer, despite her flaws, has been customized to accommodate my systems. Moving to an unfamiliar platform is inefficient." "Well, you're going," Durin said firmly, setting his machete aside. "This new ship makes the Wanderer look like a cargo hauler held together with glue and desperation." "Which, incidentally, is accurate," Seraph quipped. Bolt trundled over to a storage compartment, his stabilizing arms fumbling with the latch. He chirped triumphantly as it opened, revealing a clutter of tools and spare parts. "Tools retrieved. Preparation initiated." "Careful with that," Durin warned, watching as Bolt attempted to lift a wrench far too large for his frame. The drone wobbled precariously, his optics flashing an alarm before the wrench slipped from his grip with a loud clang. "Minor error," Bolt chirped, tilting his dome. "Mission continues." Durin groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. "All right, Bolt. Just grab what you can actually carry. Let's not destroy the ship before we leave it." After a series of similar mishaps, including Bolt accidentally triggering an airlock alarm and nearly sealing himself outside, they finally reached Seraph's core chamber. The dimly lit room hummed softly, dominated by a sleek cylindrical module nestled in the center. "Behold," Seraph said, his tone dripping with mock grandeur. "The heart of the Wanderer. Handle with care, Durin, or I will haunt you." Durin rolled his eyes, stepping toward the module. Yeah. You ready for this?" "As ready as I'll ever be," Seraph replied. "Though I feel compelled to remind you that if you damage my core, you'll be left with only Bolt for conversation." Bolt chirped brightly. "Conversation? Optimal." "Let's not test that theory," Durin said, carefully disconnecting the first of several conduits attached to the module. Sparks danced briefly in the air as the power lines detached, and the hum in the room dimmed slightly. With Bolt's help, Durin managed to lift the module onto a makeshift cart, strapping it down securely. As they began to wheel the cart toward the exit, Durin paused, his antennae twitching. "Wait a second," he said, glancing back toward the storage compartments near the cockpit. "Can't leave without my collection." Bolt tilted his dome. "Relics? Priority?" "They're more than just relics, Bolt. They're history," Durin said, striding over to the compartments. He retrieved a carefully packed case, filled with his prized Terran artifacts, the preserved can, the watch, and the miniature Earth globe among them. Setting the case securely on the cart beside Seraph's module, he gave the relics an affectionate pat. "Can't let these get left behind in the jungle." "I wasn't aware we were running a museum," Seraph quipped. "Every great captain needs mementos," Durin shot back. Satisfied, he resumed pushing the cart, the added weight barely noticeable. They maneuvered it out of the chamber and down the ramp, the jungle's humid air immediately clinging to their skin and sensors alike. Transporting Seraph is like carrying royalty, Durin joked as they navigated the uneven ground. Royalty typically travels with less risk of being dropped, Seraph replied. They arrived at the Terran shuttle without further incident, the ship's faint hum welcoming them back. Durin and Bolt wheeled Seraph's module onto the ramp and into the core integration chamber, a sleek room lined with dormant systems and faintly glowing panels. All right, Seraph, Durin said, wiping his brow. Let's plug you in and see what this baby can do. As Bolt connected the final conduit, the room's lights dimmed, and the ship emitted a low, resonant chime. Glyphs scrolled rapidly across the panels, their glow intensifying. Integration initiated, Bolt reported. Suddenly the glyphs shifted to red, and the lights flickered ominously. The room vibrated as the ship's voice echoed, "Unauthorized integration detected. Lockdown protocols engaged." Durin cursed, gripping his machete instinctively. "What the hell is happening, Seraph?" "Apparently," Seraph said, his tone clipped, "the ship doesn't appreciate uninvited guests. I suggest you resolve this quickly before we're all ejected into the jungle." The ship's alarms blared, the walls vibrating as the glyphs on the panels pulsed an angry red. Durin ducked instinctively, his claws gripping the edge of the console. "This is not how I imagined upgrading your digs, Seraph!" Durin shouted over the noise. "The situation is suboptimal," Seraph's voice replied, strained yet controlled. "The ship's systems appear to recognize my core as foreign and are initiating defensive protocols. I suggest resolution before the ship decides to incinerate us." Bolt chirped from where he was fumbling with a set of dangling cables. "Systems escalating. Lockdown intensifying. Solution urgent." "No kidding," Durin muttered, his antennae twitching wildly. He scanned the glowing glyphs on the console, their patterns shifting too quickly to decipher. "Seraph, can you do anything?" "Attempting to interface," Seraph replied. His voice grew clipped as if he were speaking through gritted teeth. "The ship's operating system is significantly more advanced than anticipated. Refactoring my protocols is required." "Stand by," Durin grumbled, ducking another loud hiss from a vent that released a plume of pressurized air. "Oh, sure. I'll just stand here and hope we don't explode while you have your existential crisis." "Noted," Seraph shot back. Bolt rolled to Durin's side, his stabilizing arms extending to steady himself as he accessed a secondary console. "Override attempt initiated. Accessing auxiliary systems." The glyphs on the panels flickered, shifting from red to yellow. The vibrations lessened, though the alarms continued. "Progress?" Durin asked, glancing between Bolt and the glowing panels. "Temporary stabilization," Seraph replied. "Bolt's efforts are commendable, though rudimentary. I require additional time to complete the integration." "You and time aren't exactly friends right now," Durin quipped, stepping back as the ship emitted another ominous hum. "I will endeavor to rectify that relationship," Seraph replied sharply. "Please refrain from commentary. It is not conducive to my efficiency." Durin smirked, leaning against the wall as Bolt chirped nervously beside him. "Seraph, if you can't multitask by now, what good are you?" The alarms abruptly ceased, and the lights in the room dimmed before shifting to a calm blue. The hum of the ship deepened, becoming a steady vibration that resonated through the floor. "Integration complete," Seraph announced, his tone smug. "The ship has acknowledged my core as a compatible subsystem. You're welcome." Durin let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "Well, took you long enough? What's the verdict? Are we good to go?" "Define good," Seraph replied. "The ship isn't trying to kill us anymore," Durin said. "Then yes," Seraph said. "Preliminary analysis of the ship's systems reveals an extraordinary level of sophistication. This vessel was designed with capabilities far beyond current galactic technology." Durin grinned, rubbing his hands together. "All right, hit me with the details." "The engines alone are several times faster than anything I currently have on record," Seraph said. "The sensor systems can detect anomalies at distances previously deemed impossible. And the weapons systems, though currently dormant, possess firepower on par with capital-class vessels." "Now that's what I'm talking about," Durin said, his excitement mounting. "What else?" "Most notably, the operational database is intact," Seraph continued, his voice uncharacteristically reverent. "It contains detailed logs of Terran technology, navigation routes, and references to something called the Sleeper's Directive. The Sleeper again, Durin murmured, his antennae twitching. What does the database say about it? Accessing, Seraph replied. A pause followed, one that stretched long enough for Durin to glance nervously at Bolt. Seraph? You still with us? Durin asked. I am, Seraph replied quietly, his tone lacking its usual edge. The directive appears to be a fail-safe embedded within the ship's systems. Its full purpose is unclear, but its priority level suggests it was central to the Terrans' final actions before their disappearance. Durin let the weight of Seraph's words settle before speaking. Anything about where we go next? Yes, Seraph said. The database contains coordinates for an uncharted system. It appears to be the next destination associated with the directive. If the logs are accurate, it may hold answers to the Terrans' fate. Durin's grin returned, though it was tempered by a flicker of unease. Looks like we've got our next mission. Bolt, prep the engines. Seraph, you keep digging into that database. As you wish, Captain, Seraph said, the title tinged with an almost sarcastic reverence. Before Bolt could trundle fully toward the cockpit, Seraph interrupted. One additional consideration, the Oracle core retrieved from the ice planet. It highlighted 10 locations of significance tied to Terran history. I recommend integrating it with the shuttle's systems for cross-referencing. Durin paused, his antennae twitching. You think the Oracle's map could overlap with the database here? Highly probable, Seraph replied. It would refine our path and provide further clarity regarding these locations. Bolt, Durin said, motioning to the drone. Grab the core. Let's do this properly. As Bolt returned with the glowing core, the ship's systems pulsed to life, the star map of the Oracle aligning with the shuttle's database. A single marker blinked brighter than the rest, a clear overlap of information. There it is, Durin muttered, staring at the map. That's where we're heading next. Engines powering up, Seraph announced, his tone calm but precise. The hum of the Terran shuttle deepened, a steady vibration resonating through the floor as the systems engaged. The shuttle lifted gracefully into the air under Seraph's control, its sleek frame cutting through the humid jungle air. Below, the dense canopy became a blur of green and shadow, its mysteries now left behind. Bolt chirped eagerly from his console. Ascent, nominal. Engines, optimal. Contribution, efficient. Durin smirked, glancing toward the viewport as clouds rushed past. Efficient or not, it feels good to let someone else do the heavy lifting for once. Spoken like a true captain, Seraph quipped. I will maintain control of the engines for now, though I suggest familiarizing yourself with the systems. The ship's capabilities warrant your full attention. Don't worry, Seraph, Durin said, settling into his seat. I'll take the reins when it counts. Right now I'm enjoying the ride. Do try to focus, Captain, Seraph's voice crackled through the comms. While the ship's initial systems are operational, there are numerous diagnostics and adjustments required to ensure we remain in one piece during flight. Always the buzzkill, Durin said, his antennae twitching as he reached for the controls. But fine, let's run your checks. At his console, Bolt's optics glowed brightly as glyphs scrolled across the screen. Diagnostics initiated. Contribution optimal. Let's not pat ourselves on the back just yet, Bolt, Durin said, though his tone was light. This thing might be a Terran masterpiece, but we still need to make sure it doesn't explode halfway to our destination. Explosion. Undesirable, Bolt chirped. An understatement, Seraph interjected dryly. Durin tapped a few controls, marveling at the ease with which the shuttle responded. I've flown a lot of ships, but this is something else. It's like the controls are reading my mind. Highly unlikely, Seraph said. The shuttle's interface is designed for optimal user response. It compensates for inefficiencies, which in your case appear to be numerous. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Durin said, rolling his eyes. Meanwhile, Bolt was eagerly navigating through basic protocols, his optics flickering with excitement. Navigation systems, active. Autopilot, engaged. Good work, Bolt, Durin said. Autopilot, disengaged, Bolt announced a moment later, his dome tilting as if confused. Wait, what? Durin's claws flew to the controls as the ship gave a slight lurch. Bolt, what did you just do? Command reversed, Bolt chirped, his tone uncertain. Bolt! Durin snapped, steadying the ship. No more pressing random buttons. Experimentation, Valuable for learning, Bolt replied innocently. Not when we're 100 kilometers off the ground, Durin growled. The shuttle's hum deepened as it stabilized, the controls quickly responding to Durin's adjustments. Seraph's tone was clipped but calm. Captain, while Bolt's enthusiasm is commendable, I suggest you refrain from allowing him unsupervised access to critical systems. Yeah, no kidding, Durin muttered, shooting Bolt a look. Buddy, maybe stick to running diagnostics. Understood, Bolt chirped, though his optics dimmed slightly in what might have been disappointment. With the immediate chaos resolved, Seraph resumed the integration of the Oracle core into the shuttle's systems. The star map from the core aligned with the shuttle's database, the markers glowing brightly as the navigation systems processed the data. Integration complete, Seraph announced. The map has been enhanced. The overlapping marker represents a site of profound significance to Terran history. It aligns with references to the Sleeper's directive. Durin's antennae twitched as he studied the glowing marker. That's our ticket. What else can you tell me about this place? The database describes it as a repository of knowledge and technology, Seraph said. Its exact purpose remains unclear, but the information suggests it was a critical site during the Terran's final years. Sounds like a jackpot, Durin said, his grin widening. All right, let's get through this storm and make some history. The shuttle pierced the upper atmosphere with ease, its engines handling the turbulence effortlessly. Lightning flashed around them, but the ship's shields absorbed the energy without a hint of strain. Now this is flying, Durin said, gripping the controls tightly. The ship responded with precision, each movement smooth and immediate. No more struggling through storms. The Wanderer could barely handle a stiff breeze compared to this. An apt comparison, Seraph said. This shuttle's engines and shielding are significantly superior. The Terrans were clearly ahead of their time. As they broke free of the storm, the dark expanse of space unfolded before them, stars stretching infinitely in every direction. Durin leaned back, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Now this, he said softly, is what I signed up for. The shuttle's systems hummed with efficiency, the controls glowing faintly under Durin's hands. Behind him, Bolt chirped as he ran another diagnostic, this time without incident. All systems optimal, Bolt reported. Good, Durin said, his grin returning. Because we're just getting started. The star map on the main console displayed the overlapping marker from the Oracle core and the ship's database, pulsing faintly. It represented not just a destination, but a promise of answers tied to Terran history. Durin leaned back in the captain's chair, his antennae twitching thoughtfully. This ship, he said, gesturing broadly to the sleek cockpit. It's too legendary not to have a proper name. We need something that fits, Bolt chirped eagerly. Designation proposal, Star Transport 13. Durin barked a laugh, turning to the little drone. Bolt, we're flying a Terran masterpiece, not a cargo hauler. Hard pass. Humor. Detected, Bolt said, tilting his dome slightly. An improvement over your usual suggestions, Seraph interjected, his tone dry. Though I would propose a name that reflects the gravitas of this vessel's origins. Celestial Vanguard, perhaps. Gravitas? Durin said, smirking. You trying to win a poetry contest, Seraph? This isn't a High Council ship, it's ours. It needs something with personality. Personality is not a metric for practicality, Seraph replied. Ignoring him, Durin tapped a claw against the console, his gaze drifting out the expansive viewport to the stars beyond. The quiet hum of the ship filled the moment, the pulse of the marker on the map casting a faint glow on his face. All right, here's what we're going to do, Durin announced, sitting up straighter. We're calling her Wanderer 2. The silence that followed was tangible. Seraph finally broke it. That's uninspired. Exactly, Durin said, grinning. It's perfect. A callback to the old ship, but with a serious upgrade. It's got history. It's got humor. What's not to love? Bolt tilted his dome. Humor. Present. Designation? Acceptable. Wanderer 2 logged. See? Bolt gets it, Durin said, leaning back triumphantly. If I had hands, I would be rubbing my non-existent temples, Seraph said. You'll come around, Durin said, grinning. Now let's plot a course to that marker. Seraph, you're in charge of navigation. Bolt, make sure we're ready for hyperspace. The team got to work, the hum of the ship shifting subtly as its systems adjusted. The marker on the map loomed brighter as Seraph's voice broke the quiet. The coordinates have been entered. This system is uncharted and located on the far edge of known space. Travel time will be minimal thanks to the shuttle's advanced engines. Minimal, huh? Durin said, gripping the controls. Guess that means we'll be there before Seraph can complain about the name again. I remain unimpressed, Seraph replied. The shuttle's engines pulsed with energy, their hum growing deeper. The glyphs on the console glowed brighter, casting long shadows across the cockpit as the ship prepared for hyperspace. All systems optimal, Bolt confirmed, his tone chirping with excitement. Durin placed his claws on the controls, his grin widening as he gazed at the stars ahead. All right, team, let's make history! The shuttle's engines roared, and the stars stretched into blinding lines as the ship leapt into hyperspace. The hum of the engines shifted into a low, steady rhythm, wrapping the crew in the soothing cadence of faster-than-light travel. Durin leaned back, his antennae twitching as he stared at the streaking stars. This, he said softly, is where the real adventure begins. Behind him, Seraph's voice crackled through the comms. Captain, I am detecting a faint signal originating from the edge of the system. It matches fragments from the Wanderer's early logs, possibly related to the Guardians. Durin's smirk faded into a look of focused determination. The Guardians, huh? Guess we've got more than one mystery waiting for us. The crew settled into the hum of hyperspace, the promise of answers and danger, pulling them ever closer to the unknown. The Human Relic Hunter. Chapter 6, Humanity's Graveyard. The stars warped and stretched before snapping back into place as the shuttle exited hyperspace. Durin leaned forward in the captain's chair, his antennae twitching as the scene outside the viewport came into focus. Okay, he muttered. That's a lot. Before them lay a dense field of debris stretching as far as the eye could see. Shattered hulls of ships, both Terran and alien, floated lifelessly, their jagged forms casting long shadows against the faint glow of the dying red star at the center of the system. Fascinating, Seraph's voice cut in, his usual tone tinged with something bordering on reverence. The wreckage is consistent with a large-scale battle, likely thousands of years old. Note the distinctive architecture of the Terran vessels, sleek and functional, even in destruction. Yeah, sleek, Durin said, squinting at a particularly massive hull fragment spinning slowly. But also very blown up, Bolt chirped from his console, his optics glowing brightly as he scanned the debris. Relics, detected. Analysis suggests Terran origin. Potential value, high. Of course you're thinking about treasure, Durin said, smirking. We're surrounded by centuries-old destruction, and you're ready to start looting. Treasure. Relevant, Bolt replied innocently. It's relevant to getting us killed if you're not careful, Seraph interjected. The energy readings from the debris suggest some remnants still hold power, potentially active systems, including weaponry. I recommend proceeding with caution. Durin leaned back, running a claw along the edge of the armrest. Caution's my middle name. Then your birth certificate was clearly a work of fiction, Seraph quipped. The shuttle's engines hummed softly as it navigated through the field, its advanced sensors mapping the area. Durin guided the ship with practiced ease, weaving between shattered hulls and jagged fragments of metal. The faint glow of the dying star bathed the scene in an otherworldly light, casting stark shadows across the debris. You ever seen anything like this, Seraph? Durin asked, his voice quieter now. Not firsthand, Seraph admitted. The scale of this battle rivals the greatest recorded conflicts in Terran history. The fact that so many vessels, Terran and alien, were destroyed suggests a catastrophic event. Catastrophic's one word for it, Durin muttered. He gestured toward a mangled alien vessel drifting nearby, its design jagged and asymmetrical. What's that one? Doesn't look Terran. Unknown, Seraph replied. Its architecture is unfamiliar, but its weapon mounts suggest it was a formidable opponent. Perhaps a rival empire, or one of the countless species Terrans encountered during their expansion. Bolt chirped excitedly. Structure intriguing. Recommendation, closer examination. No way, Durin said, shaking his head. We're not poking anything that might still have guns attached to it. I like my limbs where they are. Prudent, Seraph said approvingly, though it's rare to hear you advocate for self-preservation. Even I have limits, Durin replied, grinning. Besides, You're the one who'd have to clean up the mess if I got myself vaporized. As the shuttle drifted deeper into the debris field, the scale of the destruction became even more apparent. Entire fleets lay scattered, their once mighty forms reduced to twisted metal and broken dreams. It's eerie, isn't it? Durin said, his voice softer now. All this chaos frozen in time, like the galaxy just stopped caring. The galaxy rarely cares, Captain, Seraph replied. But you're correct, the stillness is unnerving. Whatever transpired here left a mark that time has yet to erase. Bolt tilted his dome, his chirps softer. Terran relics, significant. Legacy, important. Durin glanced back at the little drone, a faint smile tugging at his lips. You're not wrong, buddy. This is history out here, even if it's a history nobody wants to remember. A soft chime interrupted the moment, and Seraph's voice grew sharper. Captain, I'm detecting a faint but consistent energy signature ahead. It appears to be emanating from a large structure near the system's star. Durin's antennae twitched. You mean the vault? Most likely, Seraph said. The energy readings suggest intermittent functionality, likely due to the star's waning power. However, I recommend maintaining a safe distance until we have more data. Durin grinned, adjusting the controls to steer the shuttle toward the source. Safe distance? Where's the fun in that? Fun, Seraph said flatly, is inversely proportional to survival. Proceed cautiously. As the massive silhouette of the vault began to emerge from the shadows, Durin couldn't help but let out a low whistle. The construct was immense, its surface covered in intricate glyphs that shimmered faintly in the dying light of the star. Even in disrepair, it radiated an air of authority and power. Now that, Durin said, leaning forward, is a relic worth finding. Bolt chirped enthusiastically. Discovery, optimal. Energy readings, fascinating. Seraph's tone darkened. And potentially dangerous. Captain, I suggest preparing for the possibility of automated defenses. Great, Durin muttered. Nothing says welcome like getting shot at by a 10,000-year-old security system. The Terran vault loomed ahead, its immense form blotting out the faint light of the dying red star behind it. Durin's eyes darted across the shimmering glyphs that covered its surface, their faint luminescence creating intricate patterns across the construct's ancient metal skin. Okay, I'll admit it, Durin said, leaning forward in his chair. That's impressive. Terrans sure knew how to make an entrance. They certainly had a flair for grandeur, Seraph replied through the comms. Though, given the state of this structure, I would classify it as grandeur in decay. Note the meteor strikes and debris impacts, evidence of its millennia-long exposure to space. Durin smirked. Still standing, though. I'd call that a win, Bolt chirped, his optics scanning the glyphs. Glyph patterns, active. Response to proximity, probable. Observation, Terran engineering, resilient. Resilience, one word for it, Durin said, his grin fading slightly. Seraph, what's the power situation? Those glyphs aren't glowing on good vibes alone. Preliminary scans indicate erratic power readings within the vault, Seraph explained. It appears the structure is drawing energy from the dying star. However, the output is unstable and likely insufficient to sustain the entire construct. So, we're looking at a giant ancient battery that's running on fumes? Durin asked. An apt metaphor, Seraph said dryly. As the shuttle drifted closer, the details of the vault became even more apparent. Massive fissures ran across its surface, evidence of ancient impacts and internal stress. Despite its weathered exterior, the core structure appeared unyielding, as if defying the ravages of time. Durin tapped the edge of his console, his antennae twitching. So, do we just knock on the door, or is this where things start shooting at us? That depends, Seraph replied. The vault's exterior is equipped with numerous openings that may house automated defenses. However, I am detecting a lack of consistent power flow to those systems. Lack of power sounds like our kind of luck, Durin said. Bolt, keep your scanners up. If something starts moving, I want to know before it decides we're target practice. Bolt chirped in acknowledgement. Scanning initiated. Movement detected. Intermittent. Durin's eyes narrowed. Define intermittent. Multiple points of activity. Irregular. Size and trajectory suggest drones, Bolt replied. Of course it's drones, Durin muttered. It's always drones. Seraph's tone grew sharper. Their movements suggest maintenance or surveillance functions. However, given the erratic power flow, their operational capacity is likely limited. That does not mean they pose no threat. Noted, Durin said. I'm still going to assume they're dangerous. Better safe than a smoking wreck. As the shuttle approached, its sensors picked up faint heat signatures and electromagnetic pulses emanating from deep within the vault. The readings were inconsistent, flickering in and out like a weak signal struggling to hold. This place is alive, Durin murmured almost to himself. Barely hanging on, but alive. An apt observation, Seraph said. The energy readings suggest that some systems within the vault remain functional, though their purpose and stability are uncertain. It is possible that only essential systems were prioritized to preserve the structure's core functions. Preserve what, though? Durin asked, his tone tinged with curiosity. Perhaps we will discover that answer, if we survive the introduction, Seraph said. Before Durin could respond, the vault emitted a low-frequency pulse that resonated through the shuttle. The vibration was deep, almost physical, reverberating in Durin's chest as if the vault itself were speaking. Seraph? What was that? Durin asked, gripping the controls tightly. A scanning pulse, Seraph replied. The vault is actively analyzing its surroundings. It is aware of our presence. That's not ominous at all, Durin said, his voice tight. You think it likes us? I think it does not care, Seraph said bluntly. However, it may determine us to be a threat, or an anomaly worth investigating. As if on cue, the sensors began flashing with warnings. The low hum of the shuttle's systems was interrupted by a sharper, more urgent tone. Captain, Seraph said, his tone clipped. The vault's defense systems are activating. Multiple energy sources are coming online across the surface. Durin's antennae twitched wildly as he adjusted the shuttle's trajectory. And there it is. Bolt, you got anything useful? Defensive systems, partially active, Bolt chirped, his optics flashing rapidly. Energy output, inconsistent. Probability of engagement, high. Great, Durin muttered. Time to see how much this ship can handle. The glyphs on the vault's surface began to glow brighter, their patterns shifting and pulsating in response to the activation of the defense systems. Durin's grip on the controls tightened as the first hints of movement appeared, a series of small drones detaching from the vault and zipping toward the shuttle. Seraph, how about some good news? Durin said, his voice edged with tension. I will let you know if I encounter any, Seraph replied flatly. The vault's shadow loomed larger as the drones approached, their glowing optics locking onto the shuttle. Durin's heart raced, but his grin returned, a mix of fear and exhilaration. All right, boys, he said, steadying his hands on the controls. Let's show them what Wanderer 2 can do. The Wanderer 2 hummed with energy, its sleek frame cutting through the void as the swarm of automated drones closed in. Durin's claws flexed over the controls, his antennae twitching with tension. The glowing optics of the drones locked onto the shuttle, their movements unnervingly synchronized. Well, Seraph? Durin said, his voice tight as he swerved to avoid a jagged piece of debris. Any good news yet? If by good news you mean the likelihood of our survival improving, then no, Seraph replied evenly. However, I can confirm that the drones are operating on standard Terran interception protocols, non-lethal but highly effective. Oh, great. They're not trying to kill us, Durin muttered. Just immobilize us and let whatever's in there finish the job. An accurate summary, Seraph said. The first volley came without warning, brilliant streaks of energy lancing out from the swarm. Durin rolled the shuttle hard to the left, the pulses narrowly missing the hull. The ship's advanced maneuverability kicked in, responding effortlessly to his every command. Woo! Durin yelled, his grin returning despite the chaos. Now this is flying! Less celebrating, more evading, Seraph said sharply. You've drawn the attention of half the swarm. Only half? Durin quipped, banking sharply to avoid another volley. I'm insulted. Behind him, Bolt chirped nervously. Damage? Probability increasing? Shields, holding, but stress levels rising. Yeah, no kidding, Durin said, his grin fading as a warning chime blared through the cockpit. Seraph, suggestions? Evasive maneuvers remain your best option, Seraph replied. Though given Bolt's designation, he may be able to temporarily disrupt the drone's targeting systems. Bolt? Durin glanced at the little drone, who was already accessing a console with his stabilizing arms. What have you got, buddy? Attempting transmission, Bolt chirped, his tone a mix of determination and anxiety. Maintenance Drone Unit 13, clearance codes deploying. The drones paused mid-flight, their synchronized movements faltering for a brief moment. A few even retreated slightly, their optics dimming as if reassessing the shuttle. "It worked!" Durin exclaimed. "Partially," Seraph corrected. "The clearance codes have disrupted their primary targeting systems, but the effect is temporary. Their secondary protocols are adapting." As if to punctuate Seraph's point, several drones broke formation and resumed their pursuit, firing another volley of disabling energy pulses. "Of course they are," Durin said, rolling the shuttle to avoid the incoming fire. "Bolt, can you keep them confused for a little longer?" "Retransmitting now," Bolt chirped, his optics flashing brightly. The drones faltered again, their movements becoming erratic. "That's my bot," Durin said, pulling the shuttle into a sharp climb. "Seraph, what's our exit strategy?" "There is a narrow corridor through the defense grid," Seraph said. "However, it requires precise navigation to avoid triggering additional automated systems." "Precision's my middle name," Durin said, though his voice lacked its usual bravado. "Let's hope so," Seraph replied. "Sending the coordinates now." The display lit up with a glowing path through the chaotic swarm, weaving between clusters of drones and debris. Durin tightened his grip on the controls, his focus narrowing as he guided the shuttle through the maze. "Shields, holding at 70%, Bolt reported. "Good enough," Durin muttered, banking hard to avoid a drone that had regained its targeting. The vault loomed closer with every maneuver, its glyph-covered surface glowing ominously. As they neared a docking platform, the drones suddenly broke off their pursuit, retreating in perfect unison. Seraph?" Durin asked, his antennae twitching. "The drones have returned to their default patrol routes," Seraph said. "It appears they are no longer prioritizing us as a threat." "I'll take it," Durin said, letting out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Before he could celebrate, a deep, resonant voice echoed through the shuttle's comm system. The words were fragmented, spoken in an unsettlingly mechanical tone. "Attention, intruders. The vault's keeper awaits. Only those who hold the purpose may proceed." Durin exchanged a glance with Bolt, who chirped nervously. "Cryptic warnings, concerning." "Yeah, no kidding," Durin said, his grip on the controls tightening. "Seraph, any idea what that means?" "None," Seraph replied, "though I suspect we are about to find out." As the warning faded, the shuttle glided toward the docking platform. The glyphs on the surface of the vault shimmered brighter, casting an eerie light across the deck. "All right," Durin said, his voice steady despite the tension. "Let's see what kind of welcome the Keeper has in store for us." The Wanderer, too, glided smoothly toward the docking platform, the glyphs on the vault's surface shimmering faintly as though acknowledging their arrival. Durin eased the shuttle into position, his claws dancing over the controls with a mix of focus and relief. "Docking successful," Seraph announced, though his tone carried more caution than celebration. "Bolt's clearance codes appear to have granted us limited access. However, the docking systems are only partially functional." "Partially functional?" Durin asked, his antennae twitching. "You mean like half broken or half working?" "That distinction is purely semantic," Seraph replied. Durin rolled his eyes. "Right. Thanks for clearing that up," Bolt chirped, his optics glowing brightly as he examined the console. "Docking clamps, engaged. Power flow, minimal but stable." "Minimal's better than none," Durin said, rising from the captain's chair. "All right, Bolt. Let's take a look outside and see what kind of welcome this place has in store for us." "Proceed with caution," Seraph said. "While the docking bay appears structurally intact, the erratic power flow could trigger unforeseen complications." "Unforeseen complications," Durin muttered, grabbing his gear and reaching for his suit. He slipped it on quickly, sealing the helmet with a faint hiss. "That's just fancy talk for this is probably a trap." The docking bay was vast and eerily quiet. The faint glow of scattered lights cast long, flickering shadows across the metal floor, while the glyph-covered walls seemed to pulse faintly in time with the dying star's energy output. The air was heavy with the weight of centuries, each step echoing into the stillness. Durin stepped cautiously onto the platform, his eyes scanning the dimly lit space. Bolt trundled beside him, his stabilizing arms extending to navigate the uneven terrain. "This place gives me the creeps," Durin said, his antennae twitching. "Noted," Seraph replied. The docking systems are barely operational, which explains the sporadic lighting and lack of environmental stabilization. However, I am detecting faint energy signatures deeper within the vault. Of course you are, Durin said. Wouldn't be fun if everything worked perfectly, right? Bolt tilted his dome, his optics flickering as he scanned the walls. Glyphs, consistent with Terran design. Translation: incomplete. Let me guess, Durin said, glancing at the little drone. Something cryptic about danger or destiny? Translation: ongoing, Bolt chirped, his tone slightly defensive. As they advanced further into the docking bay, a soft hum filled the air, followed by the flickering activation of a holographic projection. A faintly glowing figure materialized ahead of them, its form flickering with static. Seraph? Durin asked, his hand instinctively moving to his weapon. What's that? A projection, Seraph replied. It appears to be a Terran figure, though the data is heavily degraded. Allow me to enhance the audio feed. The projection crackled, its form stabilizing just enough to reveal a humanoid shape, clad in what looked like a formal Terran uniform. Its voice, fragmented and distorted, echoed through the chamber. Warning! Energy reserves, critically low. Star output, failing. Time is short. Preserve what remains. The hologram fizzled, and for a moment, Durin and Bolt stood in silence, the weight of the message settling over them. Well, that's ominous, Durin said, breaking the quiet. An understatement, Seraph said. The reference to the star's output suggests that the vault's systems, and likely its purpose, are dependent on the energy it provides. If the star fails, the vault's functionality will collapse. So we're on borrowed time, Durin muttered, glancing toward the faintly illuminated corridor ahead. Great. Just what we needed. Efficiency is advisable, Seraph said. Proceed toward the main entrance, but remain alert. The power fluctuations increase the probability of unexpected events. The faint hum of power grew louder as they approached the main entrance, a massive glyph-covered door that towered over them like a silent sentinel. Bolt chirped as he scanned the glyphs, his stabilizing arms extending to examine the intricate patterns. Translation: incomplete. Glyphs suggest access protocol required, Bolt reported. Of course they do, Durin said, running a claw along the edge of the door. Nothing's ever simple with Terrans, is it? Simple solutions rarely endure the test of time, Seraph replied. As Durin examined the door, the lights in the docking bay suddenly dimmed, plunging the space into near darkness. A low, resonant hum filled the air, growing steadily louder. Seraph? Durin asked, stepping back from the door. What's happening? The vault systems are reacting to your proximity, Seraph said. Energy output from the star has surged, though its stability remains uncertain. I suggest preparing for potential disruptions. Disruptions, Durin repeated, gripping his gear tightly. That's a nice way of saying we're about to have company, isn't it? As the hum reached its peak, the glyphs on the door flared to life, casting an eerie glow across the chamber. Durin's heart raced as he took a step back, his antennae twitching with unease. All right, Bolt, he said, his voice steady despite the tension. Let's see what's behind door number 1. Durin stared at the massive glyph-covered door, its intricate patterns glowing faintly in the dim light of the docking bay. The symbols shimmered and shifted, as if alive, responding to the faint hum of the vault's failing energy systems. Well, Durin said, crossing his arms and squinting at the glyphs, this is about as welcoming as a spiked handshake. Terrans were known for their security measures, Seraph replied through the comms. This door appears to be locked by a complex access protocol. Bolt, see if your clearance codes can make progress. Bolt trundled closer, his stabilizing arms extending as he scanned the glyphs. Accessing interface. Maintenance Drone Unit 13. Recognition detected. The glyphs pulsed brighter for a moment, and part of the door's locking mechanism began to shift, gears grinding slowly to life. Then, with a hiss, the lights on the glyphs dimmed again, leaving the door sealed. Progress insufficient, Bolt chirped, tilting his dome apologetically. Durin sighed, stepping forward. Looks like it's up to me. Seraph, any chance you've got a cheat sheet for this? Unlikely, Seraph replied. The glyphs appear to be a mix of standard Terran symbols and a more esoteric code. Your intuition as a relic hunter may prove more useful here. Great, Durin muttered, rolling up his sleeves. No pressure. He crouched in front of the door, running a claw along the edge of the symbols. His antennae twitched as he studied the patterns, his mind racing through his knowledge of Terran artifacts and glyphs. These, he muttered, pointing to a set of interlocking symbols, look like navigation markers. And these, he gestured to another grouping, are definitely part of their timekeeping system. Interesting, Seraph said. It's possible the locking mechanism requires aligning these elements into a coherent sequence, perhaps a representation of a star chart or a temporal cycle. Star charts and timekeeping, Durin said, grinning. Terrans really didn't make anything easy, did they? They were not known for their simplicity, Seraph quipped. Durin began pressing and twisting the glyphs, rearranging the patterns into what he hoped was a logical sequence. The door emitted a low hum, and part of the locking mechanism shifted again, but it still didn't open. "Bolt, give me some light over here," Durin said, motioning to the little drone. "Light activated," Bolt chirped, projecting a beam from his optics onto the glyphs. Durin leaned in closer, his claws tapping against the symbols as his mind worked furiously. "All right, if these represent navigation markers, then this one should point to here." He adjusted one of the symbols, watching as it began to glow brighter. "And if this is part of their timekeeping system," he murmured, shifting another glyph into place. The hum grew louder, and the locking mechanism clicked audibly. "Captain, your deductions appear to be correct," Seraph said. "One more adjustment should suffice," Durin smirked, his antennae twitching with satisfaction. "You know, Seraph, you could try sounding a little impressed every once in a while." "Noted," Seraph replied flatly. With a final twist of the glyphs, the locking mechanism roared to life. The door creaked and groaned as it began to slide open, revealing a dark corridor beyond. "All right," Durin said, stepping back as the heavy door finished moving. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the vault." The corridor beyond was vast and imposing, its walls lined with faintly glowing blue lights that barely illuminated the space. The air was cold and heavy, carrying the unmistakable weight of centuries of abandonment. Bolt chirped nervously, his optics scanning the corridor. Environment, stable. Energy readings, erratic. Durin stepped cautiously into the corridor, his claws flexing on the grip of his machete. "This place feels alive, like it's watching us." "That is unlikely," Seraph said. "However, I am detecting an increase in the vault's energy output. The dying star's power surge appears to be stabilizing certain systems." "Stabilizing systems," Durin repeated, his voice tinged with unease. "I'm guessing that means more surprises waiting for us." "Surprises are highly probable," Seraph replied. As they ventured deeper into the corridor, the hum of the vault grew louder, and the glyphs on the walls pulsed faintly with light. The atmosphere was oppressive, each step echoing into the vast emptiness. Then, without warning, the vault emitted another low pulse. The vibration was deeper this time, resonating through the walls and floor like the heartbeat of a slumbering giant. Seraph?" Durin asked, gripping his weapon tighter. "What was that?" "Another energy surge," Seraph replied. "The vault's systems are reacting to your presence. The star's output has increased, though its stability remains tenuous." Durin's antennae twitched. "You think it's rolling out the welcome mat or something worse?" "That depends on your definition of welcome," Seraph said. Durin sighed, glancing back at Bolt. "Well, buddy, looks like we're officially in the thick of it. Let's hope this place is more friendly than it looks." As the pulse faded, the corridor ahead seemed to stretch endlessly into the darkness, promising answers and dangers hidden within. The corridor stretched deeper into the vault, the blue glyphs on the walls glowing faintly, their light flickering as the failing energy systems struggled to keep them alive. Durin adjusted his pace, his antennae twitching as he scanned the path ahead. "Seraph, any updates on what we're walking into?" he asked, his voice low but laced with curiosity. "Beyond erratic energy readings and increased heat signatures, nothing definitive," Seraph replied through the comms. "The deeper you go, the more unstable the readings become. Proceed cautiously." "Proceed cautiously," Durin muttered, glancing down at Bolt, who was trundling along beside him. "When have we ever done that?" "Never," Seraph said flatly. Bolt chirped, his optics scanning the glyphs on the walls. "Environment deteriorating. Energy levels decreasing. Recommendation, efficiency." "Efficiency," Durin said with a smirk. "Another way of saying, hurry before we all die." They rounded a corner, and the corridor opened into a vast chamber. Durin froze in place, his eyes widening as the scene before him came into view. Rows upon rows of cryopods stretched into the distance, their surfaces frosted with age and neglect. Dim lights flickered above them, casting eerie reflections on the polished glass. Seraph? Durin said, stepping cautiously into the chamber. Tell me you're seeing this. I am, Seraph replied, his voice quieter now. These appear to be cryopods. The readings from your suit indicate that each pod contains a human in suspended animation. Durin's antennae twitched as he approached the nearest pod. Inside, a man lay still, his features preserved as though he had just fallen asleep. Ice crystals clung to the edges of the pod, and faint streams of vapor hissed from a crack in the seal. Humans, Durin murmured, running a claw along the pod's surface. They're alive? Barely, Seraph said. The pods are dependent on the energy from the star, which, as you know, is failing. If the power systems collapse entirely, these humans will not survive. Bolt tilted his dome, his optics flickering as he scanned the rows of pods. Count exceeds 2,000. Preservation, fragile. Terran purpose, significant. Durin took a step back, his claws tapping nervously against the handle of his machete. 2,000 humans frozen in time. This isn't just a relic, it's a whole civilization on ice. Precisely, Seraph said. This vault appears to be a preservation facility, a last hope for the Terran species. The weight of the discovery settled over them, the hum of the failing systems growing louder in the silence. Then a sharp metallic screech echoed through the chamber, breaking the stillness. What was that? Durin asked, his grip tightening on his weapon. Unknown, Seraph said. But I suggest preparing for... Before he could finish, a towering humanoid figure emerged from the shadows at the far end of the chamber. The sentinel stood over 3 meters tall, its sleek metallic body adorned with glowing glyphs that pulsed faintly in time with the vault's energy fluctuations. Its optics glowed a deep crimson, locking onto Durin and Bolt as it stepped forward. Welcome, outsider, the sentinel said, its voice deep and resonant, echoing through the chamber. State your purpose. Durin froze, his antennae standing on end. Seraph? Little help? I would suggest answering truthfully, Seraph said. The sentinel appears to be tied to the vault's systems. Hostility may not end in your favor. Yeah, got that, Durin muttered. He raised his hands slowly, glancing at Bolt, who chirped nervously beside him. We're, explorers, Durin said, his voice wavering slightly. Looking for Terran relics. No harm meant. The sentinel took another step forward, its optics narrowing as it scanned them. Explorers, it repeated, its tone measured but firm. You have entered the vault of humanity's last hope. Your intentions will determine your fate. Durin's heart raced as he held the sentinel's gaze, his mind scrambling for a response. Behind him, the flickering lights of the chamber cast long shadows across the rows of cryopods, each one a silent reminder of the lives at stake. Seraph, Durin said quietly, his voice tinged with urgency. You've got a plan, right? I am formulating one, Seraph replied. In the meantime, do try not to provoke it. Yeah, great advice, Durin muttered, his antennae twitching wildly. The sentinel's optics brightened as it took another step closer, its voice echoing once more. State your purpose or be removed. Durin swallowed hard, his claws flexing nervously. Well, this is going great, he muttered under his breath, the weight of the moment pressing down on him as the sentinel loomed over them. The Human Relic Hunter. Chapter 7. The Sentinel's Judgment. The vault chamber felt impossibly still, the only sound the faint hum of ancient systems barely holding together. Durin, standing at the center of it all, tried to keep his breathing steady as the sentinel loomed before him. Its glowing optics locked onto him with unsettling intensity, its towering frame unmoving. State your purpose. Its voice carried the weight of a command, not a request. Durin glanced at Bolt, who tilted his dome but remained silent. Even the little drone seemed unsure of what to say. Durin cleared his throat and raised his hands slightly. All right, big guy. My purpose? Let's go with historical enthusiast. The sentinel didn't move. Or, if you prefer, curious traveler. Durin tried again, shifting his weight. Maybe even galactic archaeologist. A sharp mechanical whir cut through the air as the sentinel stepped forward. Verification required. Durin took a step back. I don't like the sound of that. The vault responded to the Sentinel's command, and from the ground, 2 large metallic pads slid forward, embedded in a central console. They pulsed with a faint blue light, etched with glowing Terran glyphs. Place your hands on the verification console. Durin frowned, eyeing the pads. And if I say no, then you will be classified as an intruder. Intruders are removed, Bolt chirped beside him. Clarification removed implies termination. Probability of hostile action, high. Durin sighed and ran a hand over his face. Fantastic. I was just thinking I needed another do-or-die situation today. Seraph's voice came through his helmet comms. You do seem to collect them. Perhaps you should start a scrapbook. Not the time, Seraph, Durin muttered, eyeing the Sentinel again. It was waiting. All right, fine, he grumbled. But just so we're clear, if this kills me, I'm coming back to haunt this place. He stepped forward and placed both hands on the glowing pads. The moment his palms made contact, metallic restraints snapped over his wrists, tight, solid, and unmoving. Whoa, hey! Durin yelped, instinctively trying to pull back, but the bindings held firm. Honesty will be your release. Deception will not be tolerated. Durin gave another sharp yank. Oh, I hate this already. Seraph's voice carried a smug amusement. I'd say don't lie, but honestly, you have a bad habit of exaggerating your own competence. This should be interesting. Oh, shut up. The restraints pulsed softly, and a strange sensation crept up Durin's arms like static electricity inside his skin. It wasn't painful, but it was invasive, like the machine was sifting through him, searching. Durin swallowed. All right. No pressure, right? The Sentinel remained still, its optics dimming slightly as if waiting. Verification protocol initiated. Subject will recount events. Detection parameters engaged. Durin exhaled slowly. This was it. The machine wanted the truth. And if it didn't like what it heard, well, Durin was currently bolted to the floor with no escape plan. The restraints on Durin's wrists pulsed faintly, sending that strange, invasive sensation up his arms again. He could feel it not painful, not exactly uncomfortable, but like something sifting through him, probing beneath the surface, testing him. Okay, you want the truth? Durin said, shifting slightly in his bindings. Fine. I'll tell you everything. Just maybe loosen the death grip a little? The Sentinel remained motionless, unyielding. Its glowing optics stared down at him as if peering straight into his soul. Figures, Durin muttered. All right. Here we go. He exhaled slowly and began. It started with a bad trade, Durin said, glancing at the Sentinel to see if it was actually listening. I was on the Hylestian homeworld, in a back-alley market where they sell everything from starship parts to cursed relics, or at least stuff that looks cursed. I ran into this trader, real shifty guy with too many eyes, you know the type. Seraph's voice chimed in through Durin's suit. Technically, too many eyes is subjective. Many species function perfectly well with more than 2. Durin sighed loudly. Not the point, Seraph. Anyway, this guy was unloading what he called a lost Terran artifact. Durin's antennae twitched as he remembered the moment. Most of the time, that's a scam. Old Earth trinkets go for insane prices, and people will sell anything if they think a gullible collector will buy it. But this was different. He gestured with his head, still unable to move his hands. It was a data cube old, genuine Terran tech, looked centuries out of place. Something about it felt important. Bolt chirped from beside him. Probability of trader deception? 79.4%? Yeah, well, I like to think I have good instincts, so I bought it. The cube took weeks to decipher, Durin continued. And when I finally cracked it, coordinates, someplace way off the charts. And what did I find when I got there? His voice lowered slightly, even though he knew the Sentinel didn't care about theatrics. A Terran warship. The Eternal Resolve. He let that hang in the air for a second before continuing. It was drifting, no life signs, no activity. Just a graveyard in the dark. But something was still alive in there. Bolt let out a soft beep, and Durin shot him a glance. Yeah, you, buddy. The little drone's optics flickered. Designation, Maintenance Drone Unit 13. Status operational. Yep, Durin said. I found Bolt there, still kicking around after who knows how long. And not just him. There was something else, a Terran data core. Seraph interjected, his tone dry. I recall you nearly getting yourself killed retrieving it. Durin grimaced at the memory. Yeah, well, worth it. Because that core led me to the frozen planet. So next stop? A wasteland of ice. Durin's voice dropped slightly, his mind flashing back to the bitter cold of that place. I thought I was looking for treasure. What I found instead was an ancient Terran oracle. The Sentinel's optics flickered, but it remained silent. Was that a reaction? Durin pressed on. We got inside the facility barely, and there, buried beneath the ice, we found something far more valuable than relics. He exhaled slowly, remembering the moment. A holographic star map, 10 locations, each tied to something the Terrans left behind. For the first time, the Sentinel shifted, its towering form emitting a faint mechanical hum. The vault was among them. Durin blinked. That wasn't a question. The Sentinel already knew. Durin nodded. Yeah, but we almost didn't make it out to follow those clues. The frozen planet? Not abandoned. Durin's antennae twitched. There was a Terran weapons platform in orbit. A whole damn artificial moon that woke up the second we got what we needed. If we hadn't made it to the ship in time... Bolt beeped. Probability of survival? 0.04%. Yeah, thanks, Bolt. Durin sighed. We barely made the jump to safety. And with that, we had our next lead. Following the map led us to another planet. A jungle world. That's where we... He hesitated. Where we crashed the Wanderer! Seraph was mercilessly fast with his response. Correction. Where you crashed the Wanderer. Whatever. We survived. And then we found the Terran scout vessel hidden there. The ship we're flying now, the Wanderer, too. Durin shifted his shoulders. That's where we put everything together. We had the data core from the Eternal Resolve. We had the Oracle's star map. And now we had a ship that could cross-check them. He looked up at the Sentinel. That's how we found you. Durin finished speaking, exhaling slowly. The chamber was quiet. The restraints on his wrists remained firmly in place. Seraph? Durin said after a moment. Why am I still stuck? Possibly because the machine is still deciding if you're an idiot. Durin groaned. Perfect. Just what I need. A sentient AI peanut gallery. The Sentinel stood motionless, its optics flickering, its massive frame eerily still. Then a shift. The restraints pulsed once before releasing Durin's wrists with a soft hiss. Durin rubbed his wrists, still not entirely convinced he was safe. So, that means you believe me, right? The Sentinel stepped back, its deep voice reverberating through the chamber. You speak the truth. Your path aligns with the one foretold. You have unwittingly followed the echoes of the Sleeper's directive. A deep rumbling filled the vault. The glyphs on the walls shone brighter, and unseen mechanisms whirred to life. Seraph's voice, cool as ever, broke through the static. It means you just passed a 50,000-year-old loyalty test. Congratulations. Durin's stomach dropped. Why do I feel like the hard part is just starting? The vault rumbled as something ancient stirred within its walls. The glowing glyphs that lined the chamber brightened, casting eerie patterns across the cold metallic floor. The air itself felt heavier, as if the very structure of the place was awakening after an impossibly long sleep. Durin instinctively took a step back, his antennae twitching. Oh, I don't like this. That thing's about to do something, isn't it? The vault systems are activating, Seraph confirmed through Durin's helmet comms. It appears you have triggered a classified data sequence. The Sentinel's towering frame shifted as it turned toward the far end of the chamber. A section of the wall slid open with a grinding hiss, revealing a massive holographic projection platform embedded in the floor. The vault's machinery whirred to life, ancient processors humming, processing something far older than Durin cared to think about. Durin swallowed, glancing between the Sentinel and the now active vault systems. Okay, so what exactly did I just trigger? The Sentinel turned its glowing optics toward him, pausing for a beat before answering. You have unlocked the truth, the reason the Sleeper's directive exists, the fate of those who came before. Then, with a burst of flickering blue light, the holograms appeared. A massive galactic map materialized, showing the Milky Way as it once was, dotted with thousands of star systems brimming with life and civilization. Durin had seen old star charts before, but never like this. This wasn't just a map. It was history. The Sentinel's deep voice echoed through the chamber. The Drak came from beyond the galactic edge. They were not conquerors. They were eradicators. Durin felt a chill run down his spine. The holographic map shifted, highlighting the outer regions of the Milky Way. Slowly, black voids began to spread inward, consuming stars and planets like a growing infection. Seraph's voice crackled through Durin's comms. "Durin, repeat that. I want this recorded." Durin cleared his throat. The Drak were not conquerors. They were eradicators." The Sentinel continued without acknowledging. Their arrival was not noticed at first. Isolated systems went dark, trade routes fell silent. But by the time the Terrans realized what was happening, the outer galactic rim had already been consumed. The holograms shifted again, depicting scenes of devastation, planets scorched to glass, once thriving cities reduced to dust, entire fleets burning in the void. Bolt chirped uneasily. Destruction comprehensive. Resistance inadequate. Durin nodded grimly. "Yeah, no kidding, buddy." The Sentinel's voice carried no emotion, only cold, factual history. The Drak did not negotiate. They did not conquer. They only destroyed. And worse, they consumed. Durin's stomach turned as the hologram zoomed in on something deeply unsettling, a massive swarm of writhing, shifting shapes spreading across space like a living tidal wave of annihilation. Seraph's voice came through again. "That lines up with a dozen old galactic myths, stories of the Great Darkness. Some species call them the Devourers. Others call them the Night Plague. Most scholars think it's just legend, a warning tale about overreaching empires." Durin relayed it to the Sentinel. "Seraph says there's old myths about this. Stories of the Great Darkness, the Devourers, the Night Plague." For the first time, the Sentinel paused. The vault's lights flickered. Then it spoke again. "They are not myths. They are scars upon this galaxy." Durin's mouth went dry. The hologram changed again, showing vast space battles, Terran warships firing massive energy lances, orbital platforms unleashing planet-cracking weaponry, entire solar systems consumed in fire as humanity fought to its last breath. "The Terrans fought fiercely," the Sentinel intoned. "No species had ever resisted the Drak for so long. But for every fleet we destroyed, more came. For every world we defended, another fell." Durin watched in awe and horror as the Terran fleets were overwhelmed. No matter how many weapons they deployed, the Drak adapted. It was a war of attrition, and humanity was losing. Seraph's voice cut in again. "This is insane. No records exist of any battles like this. Either this is the greatest cover-up in galactic history, or the Drak really did erase everything." Durin repeated it aloud. The Sentinel responded instantly. "The Drak do not allow records to remain. Those who survive, forget." Durin's antennae lowered slightly. "That's creepy." The holograms shifted one last time. What appeared now was not war, but retreat. Durin frowned. "Wait, what is this?" The Sentinel stared at the projection as if seeing the past itself. "The last days of the Terrans." The hologram zoomed in on massive underground cities, hidden starbases, ships sealed inside asteroids. Thousands upon thousands of humans vanishing from the battlefield. And the vaults, hundreds of them scattered across the galaxy. "The war could not be won," the Sentinel admitted. "So humanity made a choice." Durin was stunned. "They didn't lose. They removed themselves from the battlefield." Seraph muttered something through the comms. 50,000 years of silence. "The greatest disappearing act in galactic history." Durin relayed the message. "Seraph says this is the biggest disappearing act in history." The Sentinel nodded. "Humanity did not lose. It chose to sleep. And when the Drak were gone, we would return." Durin stared at the Sentinel, his antennae flicking uneasily. The chamber was silent, save for the faint hum of ancient systems struggling to function after tens of thousands of years. The air felt heavier now, as if the weight of the Sentinel's question was pressing down on him. "Tell me, Explorer, is the galaxy free?" Durin hesitated. His mouth opened, then closed. He frowned, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, about that." The Sentinel did not move, its burning optics fixed on him with a patience that felt far too absolute. It was waiting. Durin exhaled sharply, shifting his stance. "Listen, I'm just a guy who digs through old ruins for stuff to sell. I'm not exactly the wise galactic scholar type." Seraph's voice cut in through his comms, dry as ever. "And yet, somehow, you are the only one standing here, being asked a question that will shape the fate of an entire species." "Curious." Durin rolled his eyes. "Not helping, Seraph." He turned back to the Sentinel, choosing his words carefully. The truth is, I don't know. I mean, as far as I'm aware, no one's seen or heard of the Drac in... He glanced up at the glowing glyphs above him. 50,000 years. But does that mean they're gone? I have no idea. The sentinel remained motionless, processing his words. Durin shifted again. I mean, if they were still around, I feel like we'd know, right? I've traveled across the Orion Arm, been to 100 worlds, and I've never once heard anyone say, "Hey, watch out for the Drac." Bolt chirped hesitantly. Historical records, unreliable. Information, fragmented. Durin sighed. Exactly. Seraph's voice crackled in his helmet again. There are, however, stories. Durin sighed again. There's always stories. Seraph continued without hesitation, his tone shifting slightly, as if pulling long-buried data from ancient archives. Across the galaxy, multiple civilizations speak of a great darkness that swept through the stars. Some call it the Black Tide, others the Silent End. There are ruins of once great empires with no records of their final days. Entire homeworlds turned to nothing but husks. Something happened. Something wiped out not just humans, but many others. The sentinel remained silent, listening. But here's the odd part, Seraph continued. No one remembers what did it. They only remember that something happened. Durin blinked. Wait, what? Think about it, Seraph said. You and I have seen plenty of old ruins, massive abandoned cities, derelict fleets. But how often have we found direct recorded accounts? How often have we found a species saying, "This is what destroyed us"? Durin thought back to his travels. He had seen the wreckage of countless forgotten civilizations, their histories erased by time. He had always chalked it up to wars, resource collapses, natural disasters. But now, thinking back, he couldn't recall a single actual record. That was unnerving. The Sentinel's optics dimmed slightly, as if considering the implications. The Drac do not allow records to remain. Those who survive, forget. A chill ran down Durin's spine. The vault's lights flickered as the Sentinel stepped back slightly, its massive frame eerily still. Its optics flashed rapidly, the ancient machine working through data as if trying to determine the fate of the world it had awoken to. Durin exchanged a glance with Bolt. So, is that a good pause or a bad pause? Unknown, Seraph replied unhelpfully. The Sentinel finally spoke, its deep voice reverberating through the chamber. The evidence is inconclusive. However, if the Drac have vanished, the Sleeper's directive must begin. Durin blinked. Wait, what? The Sentinel continued as though he had not spoken. Verification required. A Sleeper must be awakened to assess the state of the galaxy. Durin's stomach dropped. Oh no. Seraph, who had remained silent for an unusually long stretch, finally spoke. Oh yes. Durin groaned. This is a terrible idea. The awakening will begin. Durin raised his hands. Whoa, 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 let's think about this for a second. The Sentinel's optics locked onto him again. You fear the awakening? Durin scoffed. Fear? No. I fear what happens when the first thing they see after 50,000 years is me. Bolt tilted his dome. Observation, first contact, historically unpredictable. Seraph added, on the bright side, it will be very entertaining to watch. The vault's deep hum grew louder, resonating through the chamber like the slow, awakening breath of something ancient. The Sentinel had made its judgment, and now, for the first time in 50,000 years, a Terran was about to return to the world. Durin rubbed his face, already feeling the oncoming headache. We sure we don't want to take a minute to think this through? The Sentinel's optics burned brighter. The process has begun. Durin threw his hands in the air. Yeah, of course it has. Seraph, always unhelpful, added cheerfully through the comms. I, for one, am looking forward to seeing how this unfolds. Durin sighed. Glad one of us is. A low mechanical groan echoed through the vault as the ancient cryopod systems engaged, scanning the remaining Terran sleepers for the optimal candidate. The glyph-covered walls glowed, reacting to the surge of long-dormant energy. One of the cryopods near the center of the chamber lit up, its interface flickering back to life as it processed its first command in millennia. Durin tensed. All right, here we go. Bolt trilled, his optics scanning the pod. Designation, Dr. Nancy Calloway. Senior Engineer Pre-Exodus Era. Durin blinked. Nancy? Seraph, intrigued, responded. Fascinating. The pre-collapse era would place her among the last active Terran scientists before humanity entered stasis. Durin crossed his arms, watching as the pod's internal mechanisms whirred to life. So, what? She's an engineer? She builds stuff? Or dismantles things with expert precision, Seraph offered. Durin exhaled slowly. Fantastic. Let's just hope she's not the fries people with plasma beams first, asks questions later, kind of engineer. The sentinel remained still, offering no further explanation. With a deep hiss, the pod's hatch seals disengaged. A thick vapor spilled from the pod's edges, curling across the chamber floor as the freezing air met the warmer vault atmosphere. The temperature in the room plummeted, ice cracking along the pod's reinforced glass cover. Durin took a careful step back. Yeah, that looks real inviting, Bolt beeped. Vitals stabilizing. Neural activity increasing. The sentinel's voice rumbled. Resuscitation process active. Awakening imminent. A sharp gasp cut through the cold air. Inside the pod, a hand twitched, fingers stiffly flexing for the first time in 50 millennia. A second later, her chest rose sharply, a ragged first breath filling long, dormant lungs. Durin braced himself. Here we go. Nancy Calloway stirred, her movements sluggish but growing more deliberate. Her head tilted slightly, eyes blinking rapidly as her body fought to adjust to consciousness. Then her gaze snapped upward. Durin froze as the first fully conscious human in 50,000 years locked eyes with him. Nancy blinked, her expression unreadable. Her gaze flicked to the vault's ceiling, then to the glowing glyphs, then to the towering form of the sentinel standing behind Durin. She took in the scene without a word until her eyes finally settled back on him. A long silence stretched between them. Durin cleared his throat. Hi? Nancy exhaled sharply, rubbing her face with one hand before muttering, Great. I'm alive. The sun looks like hell. And the first thing I see is a talking lizard. Durin blinked slowly. Well, that's an interesting takeaway. Seraph immediately broke the silence. Oh, I like her. Durin threw his hands up. Not the time, Seraph! Nancy squinted at him. Wait, did the lizard just yell at another voice in his head? Durin let out a long, suffering sigh. This is going to be a long conversation. The Human Relic Hunter. Chapter 8, Echoes of a Dying Star. The vault's dim lighting flickered sporadically, casting shifting shadows across the ancient metal walls. The faint hum of machinery struggling to maintain power was the only sound, aside from the distant hiss of venting gases and the occasional flicker of failing systems. Nancy Calloway stood at the central control console, her arms crossed, jaw tight, as she examined the sputtering readouts. She ran her fingers across the console, activating a series of diagnostic commands. The holographic interface responded sluggishly, its once bright displays now faded and fragmented. It wasn't like this when we built it, she muttered under her breath, more to herself than anyone else. This thing was designed to last millennia, not barely hang on by a thread. Durin hovered nearby, his arms folded and antennae twitching with mild impatience. Yeah, well, it's been 50,000 years. Maybe you should give it some slack, he quipped. Nancy shot him a glare sharp enough to cut through steel. 50,000 years is nothing when it's supposed to be self-sustaining. Someone clearly didn't bother with the upkeep. She turned her attention to the towering sentinel, standing motionless beside the console. Maintenance protocols? She asked sharply. Unnecessary, the sentinel replied in its deep, monotonous tone. The vault was designed to operate autonomously without intervention. Nancy rolled her eyes. Yeah, and look how well that turned out. She tapped a blinking red indicator on the console. Power output from the star is dropping faster than expected. The energy grid is overloaded and the fail-safes are barely holding. If this keeps up, the entire system will collapse. Durin stepped closer, peering at the holographic display with a skeptical expression. So what's the plan? Slap some duct tape on it and hope for the best? If only it were that simple, Nancy snapped back. She sighed, running a hand through her hair. The sun is failing. It can't support the vault's energy demands anymore. We need an alternative power source. Seraph's voice crackled over the comms from the Wanderer 2. Oh, splendid. The universe's most advanced vault, and it comes down to a power failure. Perhaps try turning it off and on again. Nancy didn't miss a beat. Since I'm taking your ship to retrieve a new core, maybe you should be quiet. For the first time, Seraph went silent. Durin blinked, clearly impressed. Wow. You actually shut him up. Nancy allowed herself a small, satisfied smirk. It's a gift. She turned back to the console, fingers dancing over the controls as she accessed the vault's star charts and inventory logs. After a moment, the holographic display shifted, highlighting a large, derelict object floating in the debris field above the planet. "There," she said, pointing at the blinking marker. "TSV Wrath of Ares, a Terran battleship from the final days of the war. If its core is still intact, it could power the vault for centuries." Durin squinted at the display. "And let me guess, it's surrounded by debris, probably half-broken, and crawling with things that want to kill us." "Most likely," Nancy replied without missing a beat. "Which is why we're going. You, me, and Bolt," Durin groaned. "Of course we are." As they gathered their gear, Durin shot her a sideways glance. "You know, technically I found the vault. Maybe I should be the one giving orders." Nancy paused, looking at him with an arched brow. "Oh, sure. Because stumbling into ancient death traps qualifies as leadership experience. Let me guess. Your grand strategy is to wing it and hope for the best?" Durin opened his mouth to respond, then closed it with a huff. "I hate how fast you are at that." "Get used to it," she shot back, slinging a toolkit over her shoulder. Bolt chirped cheerfully. "Team cohesion, improving." Nancy chuckled softly, shaking her head. "If that's what you call this, I'd hate to see what dysfunctional looks like." Just as they reached the hangar bay, the vault shuddered violently. The lights flickered, alarms blaring throughout the chamber. Nancy spun around, her instincts sharp. "What the hell was that?" Durin shouted over the noise. The Sentinel's voice echoed through the chaos. "Power surge detected. Cryopod systems failing." They raced back to the control room, where holographic readouts flashed with urgent warnings. Several cryopods were blinking red, their life support systems failing one by one. Nancy's heart raced as she scanned the data. "Damn it! We're out of time." Nancy grabbed her plasma rifle from the vault's armory, checking the power cell with practiced efficiency. Durin followed suit, muttering about how he never needed one of these until she showed up. She grabbed Durin by the arm, pulling him toward the ship. "Let's move. Now, if we don't get that core, they're all dead." The vault's hum grew weaker with each passing second, like the final fading breath of something ancient and dying. The Wanderer 2 roared to life, its engines vibrating beneath Durin's feet as he secured himself in the pilot's seat. Nancy settled into the co-pilot's chair with Bolt tucked securely near the navigation console. The interior lights flickered momentarily, a subtle reminder that this ship, though advanced, was still running on borrowed time. Through the viewport, the vault receded, its structure silhouetted against the dim glow of the dying star. The faint pulsing light was a grim metronome, counting down the precious minutes they had left to save the cryo-sleepers. Durin clenched the controls, guiding the Wanderer 2 into the debris field that loomed ahead, the scattered remnants of humanity's final stand against the Drac. Nancy's gaze was fixed on the twisted wreckage drifting like ghosts in the void. The shattered husks of Terran ships floated silently, their hulls torn open, revealing skeletal remains of what once were proud vessels. Some still bore the scorched marks of battle, others twisted from explosive decompressions. "This was supposed to be our last stand," Nancy muttered, her voice low. "The line we swore we'd never let them cross." Durin glanced sideways, noting the shift in her demeanor. The sharp sarcasm had faded, replaced by something colder, a haunted edge in her voice. "Looks like that plan worked out great," he said, attempting levity. It fell flat. Nancy didn't respond immediately. Her eyes tracked the debris, pausing on a mangled Terran cruiser with the remnants of a faded insignia still visible. Flashback. She was back in the heat of battle, the deafening roar of explosions shaking the ground beneath her boots. The acrid smell of burning metal and plasma filled the air as her squad advanced through a crumbling facility. She remembered the adrenaline, the cold precision of her team moving in unison, her hands steady on her rifle as they fought not just for survival, but for the faint hope that humanity could win. End flashback. Nancy snapped back to the present, jaw clenched. "Focus," she whispered to herself. The Wanderer 2 approached the wreckage of the TSV Wrath of Ares. The battleship was a massive shadow against the starlight, its hull scarred and broken, pieces of its armor drifting lazily around it. Its once formidable silhouette was marred by gaping wounds where the Drac had torn through Terran defenses like paper. "There she is," Durin muttered. "Big, ugly, and probably filled with things that want to kill us." "Sounds like every place I've ever worked," Nancy replied dryly. They suited up, securing their helmets with audible clicks as the airlock cycled. The seals engaged with a hiss, confirming their suits were airtight. They docked with the ship's secondary airlock, the magnetic clamps locking into place with a hollow thud. The transition was seamless, but the tension in the cabin was anything but. Durin stood first, checking his gear. "All right, we go in, grab the core, and get out. No heroics." Nancy gave him a flat look through her visor. "Define heroics!" Bolt chirped, his optics blinking. "Probability of encountering hostiles. High." Durin groaned. "Great. Thanks, Bolt." They cycled through the airlock, stepping into the belly of the Wrath of Ares. The interior was a graveyard. The once sterile military corridors were now coated in frost, debris floating in the zero-gravity environment. The flickering emergency lights cast eerie shadows, illuminating frozen bodies of Terran soldiers suspended in death, still strapped into harnesses or drifting with expressions of determination or fear frozen on their faces. Durin exhaled slowly. "This place gives me the creeps." Nancy's face was unreadable behind her helmet as she navigated through the debris, her movements precise, almost mechanical. "Keep moving," she said. "We're not here to mourn the past." As they progressed deeper into the ship, the environmental hazards became more pronounced. A collapsed bulkhead forced them to squeeze through jagged openings, while sudden bursts of decompression hissed from ruptured pipes. Bolt's stabilizers hissed as he adjusted, keeping pace effortlessly. They reached the reactor corridor, its reinforced blast doors partially open, distorted by heat damage from an ancient explosion. Nancy squeezed through first, her suit's external lights casting narrow beams across the scarred metal. "Almost there," she whispered. As they approached the reactor chamber, a faint hum grew louder, subtle at first, then rising in pitch. Red lights flickered to life, and Durin's instincts screamed a warning. Nancy?" Too late. Automated defense drones activated, their optics flashing as they unfolded from hidden compartments in the walls. They targeted the intruders with mechanical precision, their weapon systems charging. "Move!" Nancy shouted, diving for cover as plasma bolts erupted down the corridor. Streaks of searing plasma cutting through the dim, flickering lights. Nancy barely hit the ground in time, her suit's impact dampeners absorbing the worst of the shock as she rolled behind a twisted bulkhead. Durin wasn't as graceful. He stumbled, tripping over floating debris, and crashed awkwardly against a wall panel, cursing in 3 different languages. "Bolt suppression!" Nancy barked, her voice sharp over the comms. Bolt responded instantly, deploying a small retractable arm equipped with a compact plasma blaster. The drone fired precise bursts, forcing the defense drones to retreat momentarily behind cover. The reprieve was brief, but it was enough. Nancy pushed up onto one knee, her rifle already in position. She squeezed the trigger, sending a rapid burst of plasma bolts into the nearest drone. The shot struck true, hitting its optic sensor and causing it to spiral into a bulkhead, sparks flying as it crumpled. "Durin, flank left!" she shouted. Durin groaned, pulling himself upright. "Flank left," she says. "Like that's easy when you're being shot at." Still, he followed orders, skirting the debris-strewn corridor, his own blaster firing wildly. Most of his shots missed, but one lucky hit clipped a drone's propulsion system, sending it spinning out of control until it crashed against the ceiling. "Ha! See that?" Durin whooped. "Tactical genius right here." "Less celebrating, more shooting," Nancy snapped, rolling from cover to cover with fluid precision. She was a machine, moving, aiming, firing with ruthless efficiency. Every motion honed by years of training, muscle memory kicking in like she'd never left the battlefield. The drones regrouped, adapting their attack patterns. They advanced with chilling synchronization, weapons recalibrated for precision strikes. One of them fired a concentrated plasma burst that barely missed Bolt, the heat distorting the air in its wake. "Hostiles adapting," Bolt reported, his voice as calm as ever despite the chaos. Nancy gritted her teeth. "Then we adapt faster." She switched to a concussive grenade, priming it with swift efficiency before lobbing it into the center of the advancing drones. The explosion was muted in the vacuum-sealed environment but devastating in effect. Shrapnel and twisted metal filled the corridor, and when the smoke cleared, only 2 drones remained. Durin surged forward, emboldened. "I got this!" He did not in fact have this. As he charged, blaster blazing, one of the drones pivoted with mechanical precision, firing a shot that clipped his shoulder. He spun midair, colliding with the wall and floating limply. "Durin!" Nancy shouted, vaulting over debris to reach him. She fired with brutal accuracy, disabling the last drones before sliding to his side. I totally had that, Durin mumbled, groaning as he clutched his shoulder. Sure you did, Nancy replied dryly, checking his suit for breaches. It was scorched but intact. With the immediate threat neutralized, they regrouped. The corridor was eerily silent again, save for the faint hum of emergency power systems struggling to keep the ship's remains functional. Nancy took a deep breath, letting the adrenaline settle. Then she spotted it, a partially intact console embedded in the wall, its screen flickering weakly. "Bolt, see if you can access that terminal," she ordered. Bolt rolled over, connecting to the console with a data probe. The screen brightened, revealing fragmented logs and corrupted files. "Accessing archived data," Bolt reported. "Recovering video logs." The screen flickered to life, displaying grainy footage. Terran soldiers in battered armor were fighting desperately in the ship's corridors, their faces drawn with exhaustion and fear. The sounds of battle echoed through the feed, blaster fire, shouted orders, and the terrifying screeches of Drak forces. Nancy watched, her jaw tight. Memories surged, unbidden. Flashback. She was back in the chaos, her squad pinned down under heavy fire. She remembered the weight of her rifle, the heat of the battle, and the overwhelming sense of helplessness as her team was cut down one by one. The mission had been simple: hold the line. But against the Drak there was no holding, only delaying the inevitable. And flashback. Nancy clenched her fists, forcing the images back. She turned away from the screen, her voice cold and sharp. "We're not here for ghosts. Let's find that core." They moved deeper into the ship, following Bolt's navigational prompts toward the reactor room. The air grew colder, the silence heavier. As they approached the reactor chamber, Bolt paused, his optics flickering. "Unusual data signature detected," he said. Nancy frowned. "Clarify!" Before Bolt could respond, alarms blared. Red lights flashed violently as a loud mechanical voice echoed through the ship. "Security breach detected. Initiating self-destruct sequence." Nancy spun on Bolt. "What did you do?" "Accidental activation," Bolt replied calmly. "Self-destruct countdown initiated. Estimated time to detonation, 10 minutes. "Fantastic," Durin groaned, struggling to his feet. "I hate this ship." Nancy didn't waste time arguing. "Let's move. We're not leaving without that core." The countdown had begun. They sprinted down the corridor, the ship groaning ominously around them as structural supports shifted and fractured. Debris floated in the zero-gravity environment, forcing them to dodge panels, cables, and the occasional body, silent reminders of the ship's bloody past. Bolt sped ahead, his stabilizing arms extended to maintain control amidst the chaos. "Reactor core, 30 meters ahead," he announced, his voice maddeningly calm against the backdrop of klaxons. The floor beneath them shuddered violently as an explosion echoed from somewhere deep within the ship. A support beam snapped free, spiraling toward Durin. Nancy reacted instinctively, grabbing his suit and yanking him out of the way just in time. "Keep your head down," she barked. "I'd love to," Durin snapped back, breathless. "But gravity's kind of optional right now." Seraph's voice crackled over the comms from the Wanderer, too. "I see the self-destruct is going well. Should I start preparing your eulogies, or would you prefer something more optimistic?" Nancy ignored him, focusing instead on the task at hand. They reached the reactor chamber, a vast, cylindrical room dominated by the dim glow of the ship's failing energy core. Fractured conduits sparked intermittently, and thick cables floated like metallic vines in the zero-gravity environment. "Bolt, get to the control terminal." "Durin, cover him," Nancy ordered, her voice sharp and steady. Bolt zipped toward the main console, connecting to the ancient Terran interface with practiced ease. His optics flickered rapidly as he accessed the ship's systems. "Multiple security layers detected," Bolt reported. "Attempting to override." Nancy moved to the core itself, inspecting the stabilization clamps. Her hands were steady, but inside her mind raced, calculating the time left, the odds of success, and the looming weight of failure. Another explosion rocked the ship, this time closer. A bulkhead snapped loose, slamming into the reactor chamber wall and sending a shower of sparks across the room. Durin ducked instinctively. "I'm starting to think we should have just pulled the plug and run." "Cowardice noted," Seraph quipped dryly. Nancy didn't respond. She was too busy rerouting power conduits, her fingers working with mechanical precision. Her mind drifted briefly to the past, to a mission not unlike this one, where she'd lost her entire team trying to secure a failing station during the Drac invasion. Flashback. Screams echoed in her ears as explosions tore through metal walls. She remembered dragging a wounded comrade through collapsing corridors, promising they'd make it out. But they hadn't. She had, though, and that guilt had followed her even into cryosleep. End flashback. Nancy? Durin's voice pulled her back. You okay? She shook her head sharply, clearing the memory. Focus. We're almost there, Bolt chirped. Override successful. Self-destruct sequence paused. A breath Nancy didn't realize she was holding escaped, but the relief was short-lived. Secondary security protocol active, Bolt continued. Countdown will resume unless core is stabilized. Nancy gritted her teeth. Then we stabilize it. She and Durin worked in tandem, securing the core's stabilizers while Bolt managed the control systems. Despite the chaos, there was an unexpected rhythm to their movements, a rough, chaotic harmony that somehow worked. As they locked the final stabilizer into place, the countdown display flickered. Self-destruct disabled. They all exhaled simultaneously, the tension releasing like a pressure valve. Durin collapsed against a wall, panting. Remind me never to do that again, he groaned. Nancy allowed herself a small, exhausted smile. Noted, but just as they began to relax, Bolt's optics flashed red. Unintended signal detected, he announced. Long-range distress beacon activated. Nancy's blood ran cold. Shut it down, now! Bolt interfaced quickly, disabling the beacon. Signal active for approximately 2 seconds, he reported. 2 seconds is all it takes, Seraph muttered grimly. Nancy stared at the console, her heart racing. Somewhere out there, something had heard them, and it was probably coming. The silence after Bolt's announcement was deafening, broken only by the faint hum of the secured energy core and the distant groans of the dying wrath of Ares. The gravity of what had just happened lingered in the stale air of the derelict ship, a silent acknowledgement that a beacon had been lit, however briefly, and somewhere in the vastness of space, it may have been heard. We have the core. Let's not stick around to see who RSVP'd, Nancy muttered, her voice tight as she secured the final clamps around the core for transport. Durin didn't argue. For once, he was uncharacteristically quiet, the weight of their narrow escape from disaster pressing down like the ship's failing hull. The journey back to the Wanderer 2 was tense but uneventful. The silence between them felt heavier than the cargo they hauled, punctuated only by the rhythmic hiss of their suits' life support systems. Once aboard, the ship detached from the wrath of Ares, leaving the battered relic of humanity's past to drift once more in the void, its secrets mostly intact, but not all of them. As they broke free from the debris field and set a course back to the vault, Nancy sat quietly in the co-pilot's seat, staring at the faint blinking light on the console where the distress beacon had briefly flared to life. Seraph's voice eventually broke the silence. For the record, I'd like to point out that initiating a galactic distress signal was not on the mission checklist. Nancy didn't even glance at the comm panel. And yet here we are. Durin snorted from the pilot's seat. Yeah, thanks for the reminder, Seraph. We were dangerously close to forgetting about that whole possibly doomed the galaxy part. The rest of the flight passed in strained silence, until the vault loomed once again outside the viewport, its structure still bathed in the weak glow of the dying star. The landing was rough, but uneventful, and they wasted no time hauling the energy core into the vault's control chamber. Nancy worked with the kind of precision that came from years of training, her movements efficient, her focus razor-sharp. The Sentinel observed silently as she interfaced the new core with the vault's ancient systems. Lights flickered, systems rebooted, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, the vault hummed with stable power. Core installed. Power stabilized, Nancy announced, stepping back from the console. The relief was overwhelming. The soft hum of machinery filled the chamber, a stark contrast to the alarms and chaos of the past days. Durin let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Well, that wasn't so bad. Nancy shot him a look. We nearly died. Twice. Details, Durin replied with a shrug. For a brief moment there was peace. No alarms, no hostile drones, no failing systems. Just the steady, reassuring hum of life being sustained. Later, in the dim quiet of the control room, Nancy sat alone, staring at the vault's holographic display. Durin approached, leaning against the console beside her. "Couldn't sleep?" he asked. "Didn't try," she replied, her gaze distant. "I keep thinking about the signal." Durin was silent for a moment, then said, "You did what you had to do." "We all did." Nancy nodded slowly. "But what if that was the wrong call? What if we woke something up that was better left sleeping?" Durin considered this. "Then we deal with it, like we always do." Nancy glanced at him, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth. "You're annoyingly optimistic for a guy who spends most of his time complaining." "Survival instinct," he replied with a grin. "Keeps me from spiraling into existential dread." She chuckled softly, shaking her head. Then her expression grew serious again. "Do you ever wonder if humanity deserves to come back?" she asked quietly. "After everything we did, everything we lost, maybe we were meant to stay gone." Durin was quiet for a long moment before replying. "I don't know if anyone deserves anything, but I do know that giving up isn't in humanity's nature. You survived." "They survived!" He gestured toward the cryochambers. "Maybe that's enough," Seraph chimed in then, his voice as dry as ever. Philosophy from Durin. Truly, we are in the end times. Nancy laughed softly, the tension easing just a little. "Thanks, Seraph. Always good to have your input." The laughter faded into a comfortable silence. They sat there for a while, staring at the vault, at the fragile hope it represented, and at the countless lives depending on them. The vault was stable, they were alive, but the signal was out there, and they had no idea who or what had heard it. The Human Relic Hunter is now available to buy on Amazon in Kindle and paperback form. If you've enjoyed the story, it would mean the world to me if you could take 2 minutes to leave a review. The link is in the description. Thank you. Now let's get on with the story. The Human Relic Hunter. Chapter 9. The Silence Breaks. The vault had become a second home, whether Durin liked it or not. Weeks had passed since they'd secured the core, and despite the initial tension between them, he, Nancy, and Bolt had settled into a functional, if uneasy, partnership. The days were spent repairing systems, scavenging supplies from the debris field, and trying to uncover more about humanity's past, a task that, surprisingly, never seemed to run out of mysteries. Nancy had thrown herself into restoring the vault's systems, scouring the ancient Terran databases, and most importantly, reconnecting with humanity's lost network. The old quantum entanglement relay system, once used to maintain instant communication between the hidden Terran outposts, had become her personal obsession. And for Durin, that meant days upon days of watching her mutter to herself over glowing consoles while Bolt beeped cheerfully and offered unhelpful observations. Durin stood in the control room now, leaning against a wall, arms crossed, watching Nancy as she pored over the star map display, trying to ping any still active vaults or outposts. "You ever gonna take a break?" he asked, lazily tossing a small Terran artifact, what he had dubbed a relic of great significance, but Seraph insisted was just an ancient keychain. Nancy didn't look up. "You ever going to do something useful?" Durin smirked. "Define useful." "Anything that isn't leaning against that wall and bothering me." "Fair point." He pushed off the wall and stretched. "But in my defense, if I don't bother you, who will?" "Seraph," she said flatly. The AI chimed in through the comms. "And I do so with great enthusiasm." Durin rolled his eyes but didn't argue. Nancy was too focused on her work anyway, her fingers flying over the console as she pinged ancient relay stations, hoping for any kind of response. The network had once connected every Terran vault, research station, and hidden colony, but now it was like shouting into a void. Most signals just disappeared into nothing, until Nancy found a pattern. She straightened, eyes narrowing at the data unfolding before her. "Wait! Look at this!" Durin stepped closer, peering at the holographic projection of the galaxy as Nancy highlighted a series of red-marked locations. "These are the last recorded transmissions from different vaults," she explained. "If you map them out over time, they form a clear pattern." Durin's antennae twitched. "That looks like the Drax invasion path," Nancy finished grimly. She wasn't wrong. The old transmission records painted a chilling picture. The vaults didn't go dark all at once. Instead, they failed one by one systematically, following a path of destruction across the stars. The final vault transmissions were desperate, fragmented distress calls, many of them cut off mid-sentence. Durin exhaled. So the Drac really did wipe them all out. Nancy's jaw tightened. Looks like it. For a moment, neither spoke. The weight of it was almost suffocating. Thousands of years of silence, an entire species hidden away, only for most of them to die anyway. Finally, Durin broke the silence with an exaggerated sigh. Well, that was depressing. Welcome to history, Nancy muttered. Seraph added helpfully. Human history in particular is filled with catastrophes, in case you were under the illusion that things had ever gone well for them. Nancy ignored him, scanning through more records. There's one last message still transmitting, she said finally. Durin perked up. Oh, you buried the lead. Let's hear it. Nancy accessed the signal, and a garbled voice crackled through the speakers. The message was ancient, barely intelligible, the audio degraded beyond repair. The words that did come through sent a chill down Durin's spine. System compromised. Awaiting reactivation. Last orders. Do not wake the sleepers until safe. The transmission looped again and again, the same broken phrase repeating for over 10,000 years. Nancy sat back, arms crossed, her face unreadable. That's it. That's all it's been saying. For centuries. Durin raised a brow. That's not creepy at all. Bolt tilted his dome. Analysis, no survivors detected. Nancy exhaled. No, they're gone. It's just a loop. A ghost signal. The vault fell silent again. The last trace of an entire civilization, reduced to static and old warnings. Durin scratched his chin, looking between the dead signal and the galactic map. So that's it? We're just looking at humanity's graveyard. Nancy hesitated. I don't know. Maybe. But maybe there's more out there. Seraph hummed. An optimistic take. Not sure I like it. Durin smirked. Yeah, makes me nervous too. But Nancy wasn't joking. She studied the map like it held answers she hadn't seen yet. And maybe, just maybe, it did. Durin watched as Nancy stared at the map, her fingers tracing unseen lines across the holographic display. She was quiet, too quiet. He had come to recognize this as the moment before she threw herself into another impossible task. Another mission. Another fight. He sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. All right, well, I think this is where I bow out. Nancy didn't look up right away. What? Durin gestured vaguely at the vault around them. This. All of this. You've got it handled, right? The vault's stable. The humans in the pods aren't dying anymore, and you've got a fancy quantum comm system that, shockingly, hasn't exploded yet. He shrugged. I'd say my job here is done. Nancy finally turned to look at him. You're leaving? Durin nodded. Yeah. I'm not exactly cut out for, I don't know, rebuilding a species. That seems like a you thing? Nancy narrowed her eyes. Oh, yeah? And what exactly is a you thing? Durin grinned. Not getting vaporized, for one. You'd be amazed how often I've managed to avoid that, Seraph chimed in. Surprising, given the sheer number of your questionable decisions. Thank you, Seraph, Durin said dryly. Always a pleasure. Nancy crossed her arms, studying him for a long moment. Then she just nodded. All right, Durin blinked. Wait, that's it? Nancy shrugged. You did your part. You found humanity, you even saved some of us. If you want to go back to your old life, I won't stop you. Durin wasn't sure what response he had expected, but her indifference threw him off. Huh. Thought there'd be more of a fight. Oh, don't get me wrong, she said, smirking slightly. I was ready to put up an argument, maybe even pull some dramatic speech out of my ass. But the thing is, if I have to convince you to stay, then you probably shouldn't. He frowned, shifting uncomfortably. That's annoyingly logical. I have my moments, she said. For a moment, the only sound was the soft hum of the vault's power systems. Then, in an effort to push past whatever strange weight was settling in his chest, Durin clapped his hands together. All right then. Guess I should pack up, Nancy snorted. Yeah, because you have so much stuff to take with you. Hey, I've got some things, Durin protested. Seraph chimed in. Yes, an extensive collection of ancient human relics of great cultural and historical significance. Most of which I should remind you are actually trash, Durin grumbled. You say trash, I say priceless artifacts. Nancy raised a brow. Oh yeah? Like what? Durin gestured vaguely toward his bag. Well, for starters, I have this authentic pre-Drac human beverage container. Seraph cut in. It's a rusted-out can. Nancy rolled her eyes. Let me guess. You once tried to trade a rusted spoon to a merchant, too? Durin hesitated. I mean, define trade, Seraph groaned. He absolutely did. Nancy shook her head, smirking. Why am I not surprised? Packing didn't take long. Durin never carried much, just the essentials. His gear, a few personal items, and, of course, the Wanderer, too, which had become as much a part of him as his own skin. Over the past few weeks, he and Nancy had fallen into a rhythm, scavenging debris fields, swapping stories, eating meals together that ranged from surprisingly decent to borderline inedible. It was comfortable in a way he hadn't expected, which is probably why leaving suddenly felt so much harder than it should have. Still, he went through the motions, loaded up his gear, checked the Wanderer 2's systems, did everything that made leaving feel real. Nancy stood on the docking platform watching him with an expression he couldn't quite read. So, where are you headed? She asked. Durin hesitated, then shrugged. Probably back to the Helestian trade routes. Plenty of relics out there. And let's be honest, I'm better at digging up the past than I am at shaping the future. Nancy nodded slowly. Well, try not to get yourself killed. I make no promises. Bolt, who had been quietly observing, suddenly trilled. Observation, departure, suboptimal? Durin chuckled. Gonna miss me, Bolt. Bolt beeped, his optics flashing. Negative. I am accompanying. Durin blinked. Wait, what? Nancy crossed her arms. Yeah, about that. Bolt decided he's your problem now. Friendship? Ongoing, Bolt added helpfully. Durin groaned, rubbing his temples. Great. A lizard and his overly cheerful maintenance drone, off on another adventure. Nancy smirked. Sounds like a hell of a duo. Durin shook his head but didn't argue. He glanced at her one last time, and for the first time in weeks there was no sarcasm in his voice. Take care of them, Nancy. She didn't try to make the moment anything bigger than it was. She just gave him a nod. You too, Durin. He turned toward the Wanderer 2, stepping up the ramp. Just as he reached the doorway, the vault's quantum comm system suddenly beeped. Nancy's head snapped up. What the hell? Bolt rotated, his optics flashing. Incoming transmission. Durin's froze. For weeks, nothing had answered. And now, just as he was about to leave, something had. Nancy stared at the console as a voice, one that hadn't been heard in over 5,000 years, broke the silence.
Hello? Is someone there?
Nancy's breath caught in her throat as the ancient console flickered, the soft glow of its display illuminating the stunned faces around it. Durin, who had been halfway up the ramp of Wanderer 2, froze in place. Bolt's optics brightened as he processed the transmission.
Hello? Is someone there?
The voice was human, scratchy, distorted, but unmistakably alive. Nancy leaned forward, fingers hovering over the console controls. This is Nancy Calloway, speaking from the Terran vault. Identify yourself. There was a pause. Static crackled in response before the voice returned, this time steadier.
Nancy Calloway?
The speaker sounded unsure. Then, with something like awe,
You're from a vault. A real one?
Nancy's jaw tightened. That's right. Who am I speaking to? Another pause. Then,
My name is Elric Tan, and, well, I suppose you could say we've been waiting for you for a long time.
Nancy frowned. Define a long time. Elric hesitated.
We don't really measure time the way you probably do anymore, but if the records are accurate, it's been around 5,000 years since our ancestors first woke up.
A silence followed. A silence that felt heavy. Durin, still lingering by the ramp of his ship, exhaled loudly. Well, that's a hell of a long nap. Nancy shot him a look but didn't disagree. Elric, where are you? You said ancestors? Are you part of a vault? The static crackled again before Elric replied.
Not anymore.
Nancy's stomach dropped. Explain. Elric's voice turned somber.
We were a vault once, one of the first groups to go into hiding. When the war was lost, we did what the Sleeper's directive told us to do. We waited. And for thousands of years we stayed hidden, listening for a sign that it was safe.
He paused.
Then, about 5,000 years ago, we realized the Drac were gone.
Nancy's hands clenched into fists. How?
The signals stopped. The destruction stopped. The skies were clear. And the vault's power was failing. If we stayed, we would have died.
Durin finally stepped down from the ramp, walking toward the console. So what did you do? Elric sighed.
We scavenged what we could. Every scrap of old technology, every ship part, every working piece of transport we could salvage, and we left the vault. We found a nearby habitable planet and started over.
Nancy exhaled sharply, running a hand through her hair. You mean to tell me that you didn't just wake up? Your entire civilization has been out there this whole time? Elric hesitated.
Not as a civilization, no. We were only a few thousand at first. We had no choice but to rebuild from scratch. Over generations, the knowledge faded, technology broke down, and, well, we became something different.
Seraph, who had been unusually silent, finally spoke through the comms. Fascinating. A lost human colony, surviving off the remains of Terran ingenuity. I assume your technological advancements have regressed? Elric chuckled dryly.
That's a kind way of putting it. We lost access to space travel millennia ago. Most of what remains of Terran technology are fragments, ruins, and relics of a world we barely remember.
Nancy swallowed hard. This was too much. How many of you are there? She asked quietly.
Around 1 million, give or take.
Nancy nearly staggered. 1 million. 1 million humans. Alive. Right now.
We don't really call ourselves Terrans anymore,
Elric admitted.
We've adapted, changed. Our way of life is simpler.
But there's one thing that never changed. Nancy furrowed her brow. What? The quantum communicator. Durin raised a brow. You've had one this whole time?
It's a sacred relic,
Elric said.
It has its own power source, and our ancestors passed down a legend that one day someone would call back.
Nancy swallowed. And you never reached out? Elric let out a hollow laugh.
We check it once a cycle. But after thousands of years of silence, we stopped believing.
Nancy exhaled.
Until now.
Elric's voice was quieter this time. Yeah, until now. Nancy glanced at Durin, who had crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. The weight of it all was hitting hard. She turned back to the console. So what happens now? There was another pause before Elric answered.
We don't know. When we saw your signal, the council had to debate whether or not to respond.
Durin snorted. Let me guess. Big dramatic argument?
You have no idea,
Elric muttered.
There are a lot of different opinions on whether or not we should reconnect with what's left of the galaxy. But we decided we couldn't ignore it.
Nancy ran a hand over her face. We need to meet. In person. Elric hesitated.
That might be a problem.
Why?
Because,
Elric said slowly,
we don't have any ships.
A silence settled over the room. Nancy stared at the console as if willing Elric to change his answer. The idea of 1 million humans being alive, thriving on a planet, and yet being completely trapped there for millennia, it was staggering. You don't have any ships? She echoed, almost disbelieving. Elric's voice came through with a hint of resignation.
No. We used everything we had just to get to this planet. The vault had limited resources, and when the decision was made to leave, we salvaged what we could and abandoned the rest. There weren't enough ships to sustain travel beyond a single journey.
Durin let out a sharp exhale. Well, that's just fantastic. A lost colony of humans with no way off their rock? That's a new one. Nancy ignored him, her brain already shifting into problem-solving mode. If we came to you, would you be able to guide us in? There was a brief silence.
You do that?
Elric finally asked. Nancy scoffed. We didn't spend weeks repairing this vault just to sit around staring at a dead screen. We're coming! Durin, who had been this close to leaving, narrowed his eyes. Oh, we are we? Nancy turned to face him, arms crossed. Yes, we are, Durin sighed. Look, I was all set for my grand exit. You can't just pull me back in like... She cut him off with a smirk. Durin, you got time for one last adventure? Durin's mouth opened, then closed. There it was, that damn question. He glanced at the Wanderer too, then back at the vault, the place he had almost left behind for good. 1 million lost humans waiting out there, a colony that had no way of knowing that the galaxy had moved on. Finally, he groaned, rubbing his temples. I hate how well you set that up. Nancy's grin widened. So? With a dramatic sigh, Durin lowered the ramp and stepped back onto the docking platform. Of course I do, Nancy smirked. Knew it, Seraph's voice cut in. For the record, this will likely end in catastrophe. I am simply noting this for when I later say, I told you so. Duly noted, Nancy said dryly. Elric, send us coordinates for your world. We'll set a course immediately. Elric hesitated.
It won't be immediate. We'll need time to prepare. The Council will—
Nancy cut him off. Elric. We're coming. Start getting ready. A stunned silence stretched over the comms before he finally responded.
Understood. Transmitting coordinates now.
The console beeped as data flooded onto the display, a planetary system lighting up on the holographic map. Nancy stared at the screen. There it was. A new home. Not a ruin, not a forgotten battlefield. A living, breathing world of human survivors. Durin let out a low whistle. That's far. Hope you packed some snacks, Nancy smirked. It's not the farthest we've been, Seraph cut in again. Technically it is, Nancy rolled her eyes. Fine. It's the farthest we've been intentionally, Bolt chirped. Navigation, prepared. Adventure, optimal. Durin clapped his hands together. All right then, let's get moving before Nancy changes her mind and makes me do something even more ridiculous. Nancy snorted. I make no promises. Durin shook his head and climbed back aboard Wanderer 2, Nancy and Bolt close behind. As the ship powered up, the vault's docking bay doors slowly opened, revealing the vast emptiness of space. Nancy took one last look at the vault, the place where everything changed, then turned back toward the cockpit. The Sentinel stood watch, its glowing optics steady, overseeing the slumbering Terrans. The vault was safe in its hands. She exhaled, a quiet promise forming in her mind. If this new world is safe, if the people there welcome us in, I'll be back. We'll come for them. No one gets left behind. She wasn't leaving anything behind. She was moving forward. The engines of the Wanderer 2 roared to life, and the ship lifted off, carrying them toward the unknown. On the console, the quantum communicator screen flickered. The coordinates of the lost human world locked in place. They were coming.